Higgs Dream, what's up, dude? Bosman, what's up? Raph, what's going on?
Dr. Eric Helms,
Dr. Milo Wolf.
we all know you're knowledgeable. We can see you're shredded. In a good guest, I look for feathers, veins. Check.
Okay.
And you recently won your natural bodybuilding pro card. But I want to hear today, from a nutritional perspective, what is the optimal bodybuilding diet? What are the most important factors?
Good question. Yeah, I think
That's Dr. Eric Helms, WMBF pro bodybuilder, author of the Muscle and Strength Pyramids. I had the chance to interview him to ask him how to diet for maximum muscle growth.
I have a hierarchy of importance called the muscle and strength pyramids. We got one for training, we got one for nutrition. A really important and underrated quality of the nutrition pyramid specifically is that everything sits under what I describe as behavior and lifestyle. The most common mistake that people make, in my opinion, is that they will get some of the quantitative big rocks in place, but they won't necessarily have the life skills and nutritional literacy and behavior modification to make those things occur with less restraint so that they're sustainable and they can follow the diet long enough to actually get the results they want or keep those results.
The diet you pick should be the one you can make fit into your lifestyle and stick to, whether that's paleo, keto, or any other diet. It fundamentally needs to be something you can
Hell yeah, tofu.
do for long enough to even matter. Importantly, if you're new to dieting for building muscle,
Let's see, fat vegan donated $2. I weigh 380 pounds and I'm vegan. I thought plants were supposed to be healthy. Well, if you overeat, you are going to gain weight. So, just because a food is healthy, that doesn't mean you can eat an infinite amount of it and get fat. You know? So, eat less. Thanks for the donation, though, Fat Vegan. What's going on, Seymour?
and losing fat, keep things simple. At first, you probably don't need to worry about minute details like micronutrients and minerals of different foods. Instead, focus on the bigger rocks.
First up, the most important factor in your pyramid is energy balance. Could you expand a little bit around that?
Yeah, and this is a contentious one because you'll hear people saying, listen, it's more than CECO, calories in, calories out. And it absolutely is, and that's why behavior and lifestyle is everything sit within it. Most diets that quote unquote work, they either implicitly or explicitly manipulate energy balance.
That's right, when it comes to weight loss and weight gain,
See, just random vids donated $2. Sent this last night, but you ended stream. Let me take a look. Is plasma donation for money haram?
Plasma and blood donation for money haram? Yes, it is, as is the fatwa of Imam Ibn Baz, rahimahullah ta'ala. Is plasma and
Well,
what kinds of songs are haram? All of them, because music is forbidden. What kinds of songs are haram? All of them, because music is forbidden.
like, when they say stupid shit like this, and then they're like, and then simultaneously say, oh, Islam is growing, so many people are joining the religion, like, who the fuck is going to join a religion where they can't even listen to music? And I love this comment. Music, no. Marrying a 6-year-old, fine. See the replies. You don't know anything. In England, until 100 years ago, the age of consent for marriage was 12. I love these whataboutisms. Even up until now, the royal family use young babies' blood for rituals to live longer. What the fuck? There's no hadith that says marrying a 6-year-old is allowed. Why are you lying? There's also none that say it's not allowed, and the Prophet Muhammad married a fucking 7-year-old. Remember that Isaac married Recheb when she was 3 years old? Genesis 25. Oh my god, dude. None of the ages in the Old Testament are true. They're all bullshit. Even in the New Testament, they're almost all made up and stupid. There are people in the Old Testament who are 800 years old. Period Rebecca was born, he waited until she was fit for marriage. 3. Oh my god. Like, more whataboutisms. Like, they won't say, oh, it's wrong to marry a 6-year-old. We don't believe that. They're just like, your Bible says it's okay too. Like, oh, the cope, dude. Fucking Muslims are hilarious. Is eating pork in Minecraft halal?
Is eating pork in Minecraft halal? No, stay away from stuff that are forbidden, even if they are in video games, like alcohol and pork and so on. Barakallahu feekum.
Okay, apparently you can't play video games if you're fucking Muslim. Is it like it's almost as if this is a parody account. Like, it's so stupid and hilarious what he's saying, you'd think it's a parody account, but it's not. Like, he's actually serious. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
Hey VG, are you sad now that summer is over?
I prefer warmer weather, but I just think of things positively now. Summer might be over, but, you know, I can still go out. I just have to wear warmer clothes. And, you know, I can still have plenty of fun indoors. Got plenty of video games. I've got the racing rig. Got all my weights and shit at home, so I don't have to go outside in the cold to go to a gym. So it's all good. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Turtle donated $2. Does being fat make you a bad person? Not usually. In some cases, yes, but not usually. And what I mean by that is if you have like a family that relies on you and you are deliberately ruining your health and getting morbidly obese to a point where you can't work anymore, you can't take care of your kids, and you can't fulfill responsibilities that you have, I would say that arguably pushes you towards the side of being a bad person, where, like, rather than just, you know, getting over your personal issues and controlling your diet for the sake of, you know, people who rely on you, like your kids, you're fucking everybody's life up, including your own. Thanks for the donation, though, Turtle.
Whether you're doing a vegan diet, a carnivore diet, a paleo diet, or any other diet, in the long term, to achieve weight gain, you need to consume more energy or calories than you expend. To achieve weight loss, you need to consume fewer calories than you expend.
And we have multiple metabolic ward studies where when we control everything, we see the strongest predictor of losing fat mass is the size of the energy deficit, and it almost scales perfectly.
BTW react to this.
In 2007, I lost him. He was shot and killed by Oklahoma Police Department. I lost my lifetime partner and my best friend to police violence during a routine.
You can just see in his eyes that he's lying. There's like there's this thing that people say, it's like a mile-long stare where people are looking through you and not like at you, where like it's just kind of a giveaway that you're fucking like psychopath or like a narcissist or lying. It just really gives it away. Like he's clearly full of shit.
Wow. Islam must really suck. Either there's very few true Muslims, or they take their religion so seriously they came and enjoy the simple things in life.
All of these people who are super duper retard religious, they are all fucking hypocrites, dude. Like with Christians who are like, oh, being gay is evil and I only follow Jesus. They're all watching gay porn or hooking up on Grindr and sucking cock or cheating on their wives or divorcing their wives for bullshit reasons and then getting some new wife who's younger, then divorcing her and then cheating on their next wife. Like, they're all full of shit. And then with Muslims, they're like, they do the same shit basically. I see a lot of Muslims who are like, oh, fucking sex outside of marriage isn't haram, and then they like fuck prostitutes like crazy. If you go to like the AEU, tons and tons of whores, dude. All those like super rich people living in Dubai that claim to be Muslim, they're all fucking Instagram bitches. So they're all full of shit. Nobody can fucking live that way. No one is that fucking uptight. And usually when people are like espousing extremely strict principles like this, they're doing it as a way to make up for their own shame. So yeah, they're all just full of shit. Thanks for the donation though, Grey Knight. Satan Con donated $2. What is Satanism? Are you a Satanist?
So SatanCon happened. I made a video on it. It was...
Depends on what type of Satanism you're talking about. There's like Levian Satanism, where I think the basic idea of it is to like achieve freedom and follow your own values. There's like the occult, which sometimes is involved with Satanism, and that's like the type of weird shit you see on like TV, especially in the 80s, where you had satanic cults that actually performed either human sacrifices or they'd perform animal sacrifices, have like weird orgies and shit. Kind of depends. Thanks for the donation though, Satan Con. I'll watch that later. I like big bikes, donate $2. I'm looking for my first bike and I really like Honda Goldwings. What is your opinion on them, especially the 5th generation? They seem like everything I want. Comfort, storage, looks. I'm 6'1", not small.
I'm gonna tell you guys why this old Goldwing is still one of the greatest bikes your money can buy right now.
So, if you're looking for an older Goldwing, what generation are they on now? First, second, third, that's 80s for sure. That's 90s, 4th generation. 5th, that's the 2000s. Goldwings are fantastic bikes. They're probably the most well-engineered and reliable motorcycles on the market. Maybe aside from some of the new Yamahas. The new Yamahas are at least as good. If you're looking for one of these Goldwings, try to find one that doesn't have over 100,000 miles on them. 100K for a Goldwing is still relatively speaking, low miles. The people who buy these bikes are generally like legit real bikers. They ride a lot. So I would try to find one that has been ridden fairly regularly, but has under 100,000 miles. Once you get into like the 150, especially 200 plus range, that's when the value proposition really starts to fall off. Like you're like around that time, if you do any real riding, you're probably gonna have to look at engine rebuilds and shit. So I would try to find one that has like, you know, no more than around 100,000 miles. They're extremely good bikes though. Even these older ones from the 2000s. Even ones from the fucking 80s and 90s, again, if you can find ones that have lower miles, they're still really good. It's just that when they're that old, you're probably going to have to, change all the fuel lines and crap, because they're probably rotted. But they're very good bikes. Before you buy something like this, though, like if it's from the 2000s, bring it into a shop. Just do a basic compression test and check the fuel lines. Because again, if the bike's like over 20 years old, you're probably, if the previous owners didn't do all the regular maintenance, you're going to have to swap out the fuel lines. And it's always a good idea to do a compression test just to make sure there's nothing seriously wrong with the bike. But they're great. The other alternative you could look at would be getting a V-Strum. So how much are the 5th gen Goldwings going for? 2003 Goldwing. $135,000 kilometers, 132. That's not bad. That's actually a pretty good deal. Again, assuming it's working, it's not a bad deal. Yeah, the other option would be to get an older V-Strum. You can even find some newer V-Strums that are used for maybe not quite that cheap, but still, you know, around that range. And they're going to have lower miles. Or you could look at, if you can afford it, like a 1200 GS. Those 1200 GSs are very reliable. It's probably going to be a bit more expensive, but those are also going to be pretty good touring bikes. Thanks for the donation, though. I like big bikes.
I wanna save up for this, but I'm skeptical. What would Avi or the Nutrivore say about this treatment?
So muscle mass had increased by 7%, body weight also increased by 5%. So a positive change in body, what we would typically consider a positive change in body composition.
Okay, I'll watch that. That's interesting. I'm actually planning on getting this. What is this? The Optispan podcast with Matt Kerblin. Who the fuck is this guy? Okay, so he's a random nobody just commenting on shit he probably doesn't know anything about. Thanks for the donation. Don't scam do sit-ups. Dodo donated $2. Muslims thoughts. Let me see.
So I went to Asda and I wanted to collect a Peppa Pig cake for one of my cousins. And I had one of the aunties, obviously not biological auntie, a member of the Haram police. And she looks over at me and she was like, "You're not actually going to buy that, are you?" I was like, "Yeah, why not?" She goes, it has a P-I-G on it. P-I... Pig. It's not Voldemort's pet. Just say pig. And I was like, yeah, but it's suitable for vegetarians. It's even nut-free. Then she starts giving me that judgmental head shake like, it's Peppa Pig. What?
So you can't eat a cake that basically has a pig drawn on it.
What? Shall I buy the Postman Pat cake? But doesn't that make me a cannibal by your count? And then I look into her basket and she's got some hand gel in there. And I was like, ooh, you're not going to buy that, are you? And she was like, what's wrong with it? And I said, oh, it's got ALCOHOL in it. Ah.
Well, that is pretty dumb. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Bootycum donated $2, 122. What bump did Vince go over to cause this to happen?
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. And, of course, so I hit a really bad bump, very bad bump, and, well, whole dashboard collapsed.
What kind of fucking bump can you go over to make a fucking whole dashboard collapse? That sounds to me like he probably went over a speed bump and didn't realize. He just didn't notice a speed bump and he just went over it like full speed.
It's also got peeling paint as well. It's had a good run. I've saved a lot of money having this car. But that's it, folks. I'll let someone else enjoy the vehicle. It still runs great. Nice and smooth. But this is it for the vehicle. And that's it for...
Yeah, that's weird. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
Defeuding the police is stupid. Is a bad idea regardless of your thoughts on the police themes. We need some group to help protect and serve us.
I would consider the police to be a necessary evil. The whole policing system in pretty much any country is fundamentally broken. But I'm not expecting any kind of major reform, and versus not having any police, having police is clearly a better option. Especially since, you know, in Canada, Europe, we have cucked-ass fucking, you know, government retards who don't let you shoot criminals. If they let you carry guns, if they let you carry firearms and shoot people who fuck with you, so if somebody tried to steal your car, break into your house, try to mug you, steal your wallet, loot stores, if you could just shoot these fuckers, there probably wouldn't be huge issues. Like, society would still function. But because of that, and because most people probably wouldn't even carry guns anyway, because most people are fucking idiots. Yeah, police are definitely absolutely necessary. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
The name is to scam. Don't sit up. Don't dead name me VG.
Okay, well, my apologies. I misread your name. I didn't mean to offend. Thanks for the donation. Do scam, don't do sit-ups.
Good God, these Muslims are such cowards. They are afraid of cartoon pigs, my gosh.
Yeah. For people who are okay with child rape and tribal genocide, it's kind of funny how they're so sensitive. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Necessary evil, more like imperfect good. Well, the reason I would consider it a necessary evil is because a large amount of people who get arrested are wrongfully arrested. A massive amount of people who may have committed a crime, they don't get fair representation in court, and they end up taking plea deals because they realize the prospect of winning in court is relatively low, and if they take a plea deal, the punishment is like practically nothing. So that's basically what happened to me. I was charged with possession of prohibited weapons, so knives that can open with centrifugal force, which was bullshit. They lied. And fighting that in court would have cost me at least another 10 grand in legal fees. And the prospect of even winning was relatively low. I would probably have given myself maybe 5-10% chance of winning. And the plea deal I was offered was, okay, if you just plead guilty, we will have you on probation for a year, and there were no probation terms, so I didn't have to go to a probation officer. And after a year, assuming I don't violate probation, which was basically impossible, all I really had to do was not commit any crime, and they would get rid of my criminal record. So versus defending myself in court, spending like at least 10 grand on that court battle, and then probably not winning, even though in my view I was innocent, versus pleading guilty, not having any criminal record after a year, so I can still buy firearms, I can still travel internationally, like I have no criminal record. I took the plea deal. So that's what happens to a lot of fucking people. It may even be most people who end up in court. There are a lot of people who are wrongfully accused of a crime, and they end up pleading guilty because the prospect of winning is relatively low, and the cost of even going to court is extremely high, versus like a slap on the wrist kind of punishment where like nothing's going to happen to you, your life isn't going to change if you plead guilty. So, and that even happens to people who are accused of like manslaughter or murder. It's fucking insane. So the police do so much bad that it's hard to call them an imperfect good. And the amount of harassment, racism, fucking bullshit that they put you through, it's just fucking crazy. The amount of corruption within the police force is just out of this fucking world. The cops were fucking... So they admitted this to me. When they interrogated me, when I got arrested, they didn't record the conversation or anything. They just put me in this room with like no microphone, nothing. They didn't record the conversation. The fucking guy who was in charge of this whole fucking operation, like I guess he was a captain or something, he fucking said, we've seen your vegan activist videos online and I fucking can't stand it. You're fucking annoying. And we saw you playing with like a bunch of like guns on camera. I don't care if they're BB guns. I don't really want to put up with any of that bullshit. So, like, he literally said, he basically just swatted me because he didn't like me. And they did more fucked up shit, too. So, they deliberately arrested me on a Friday night, knowing I wouldn't be able to see a judge until Monday morning. And they also know we have animals that we need to take care of. So that kind of forced me to sign the stupid fucking agreement that I would be separated from my wife until the trial is over. And they made me sign that just to fuck with me. There was no reason. When I was in court, the judge asked, why the hell did you, like, they asked the prosecutor, why was this ever forced upon him to sign this agreement that he couldn't be in contact with his wife? That makes no sense. And then the prosecutor couldn't even give the judge an answer. They're like, I don't know, the cops did it. We weren't involved. Like, it was just fucking crazy. So they did, like, shit that was probably illegal just to fuck with me.
Again, this is what you would expect from increasing follistatin expression. Again, you could probably get the same effect from anabolic steroids.
Yeah.
Right. Is follistatin safer than anabolic steroids? I have no idea. We just don't know because there's no data, right? Again, this is part of the inability to do a real risk reward calculation. Like, there are a small number of people who have ever had follistatin gene therapy. They were, you know, most, if not all of them at this.
Was that a follistatin gene, or was that the myostatin gene that they altered? Oh, Greg has a new stupid video. Let me see. Brian Johnson. When was that?
Traveling to a remote island for an extreme medical procedure that could change therapy might be the answer. This is a journey in search
therapy I'm about to do. In mice, when they received this gene therapy, they lived 30% longer. Let me back up and tell you how we got here.
In the shadow of the Caribbean lies Roatan, a hidden the rules of wellness. Like the bully whippet, aging and mental and strength, slow the speed of aging. Their target, follistatin gene therapy.
Okay, it is
pioneering
follistatin
technology with the potential to improve muscle and strength, slow the speed of aging, and many more benefits. While becoming like the bully whippet and Belgian blue, who have a similar gene mutation, is not my goal. It's interesting to see the results in our animal.
That's insane. Those cops should be charged with conspiracy as well as fraud.
Yeah, it's fucked. And by the way, that just happened to me. The chances of that happening to, like, millions and millions and millions of other people is extremely high. So, the police do this all the time. They're corrupt as fuck. They are liars. They're manipulators. They are career focused. They're a lot of them, I can guarantee you, are psychopaths or narcissists. That type of personality disorder trait is probably, like, that job is probably appealing to people with that antisocial personality disorder trait. So, like, we've seen this. We've seen so many cops plant evidence because either they want to get more arrests on their record so that they could advance their career, or they feel like you are guilty of something, so they will do this out of, like, this weird righteous intent where, yes, I'm breaking the law by falsifying evidence, but I know this person is guilty, so I'm doing the right thing. So they think they have righteous justification for shit. A lot of them are just racist, manipulative fucking liars, and they just hate black people or Asians or whatever, and they'll just fuck with you for that reason. So the amount of police corruption is just unimaginable. Unfucking imaginable. There has been some research conducted. I know there was a review of the Toronto police force. They found widespread corruption and racism within the Toronto police force. They proved that the Toronto police target black people, often mistreat them, do illegal shit when they make arrests, like don't read Miranda rights, lock people up longer than they should without seeing a judge. They do tons of fucking shit like that all the fucking time. So the police are a necessary evil. Without the police, yeah, you would probably see a situation like you see in, like, Mexico or Venezuela, where you just have organized crime running rampant, or like, you know, the mafia, wise guys around New York and Vegas and shit. So it's a trade-off that we kind of have to put up with, but yeah, police are a necessary evil. They're not really a force for good. They're more of a evil force that destroys an even more evil force. That's really what they are. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Thanks for streaming early, VG. It's 2048 here. I couldn't sleep and happened to check YouTube, so at least have something to distract me. The Muslim lady is a hypocrite. She disagrees with pigs being haram, but follows most other rules like a slave.
Well, she wasn't eating a pig. She was getting a cake that had a pig drawn on it. So that wouldn't be hypocritical, but you know, Islam's just stupid either way. Thanks for the donation, Stitching OFAP. Oh.
Friends. Best performing for Mini Circle's therapy different is that it has a built-in kill switch. If my body reacts badly, I can take the antibiotic tetracycline, instantly killing and deactivating the DNA molecules I've been injected with. This treatment is not FDA approved in the US, which is why I'm traveling all the way to Prospero. Like I would imagine, as a fellow entrepreneur, the joy you must feel when someone is big decrease. We started a company. The effects have been incredible that we've seen. Big muscle mass increases, big decreases in epigenetic age, and we're even seeing some lengthening of telomeres in some people. What we designed.
So there's rodent research where rats who get this gene therapy live 30% longer. That doesn't really say much. Rodent research doesn't really transfer over to humans that well. So it's basically like it's literally a coin flip. It's about a 50-50 chance that humans would see, you know, an increase in lifespan from this gene therapy. And even if they do get an increase in lifespan, it's probably not going to be as pronounced in humans as in rats. So if rats get like a 30% increase in lifespan, humans might get like a 5% increase in lifespan. You know, something like that. But on top of that, you can also track epigenetic age in humans, and epigenetic age decreases. You also see lengthening in telomeres. So that's promising enough, like good enough evidence that this probably isn't going to shorten your life expectancy. So
what we're seeing,
I don't know, like this guy, again, he's a random fucking jackass with a YouTube channel. I don't know where he's getting the idea that, oh, well, this could kill you.
Secret island, right? Nobody's had this for more than 2 years, I'm guessing. I'm guessing this company hasn't been around for more than 2 years.
Oh, look at me. I've not done any research. I don't know how long this company's been around. I don't know how long anybody's gotten this treatment, but I'm going to give my dumbass opinion on this thing.
So we really have no insights on efficacy or safety.
I wonder, similar to what you're doing with rapamycin, we're kind of like, you pay attention to what people are doing sort of experimentally. I wonder if this company is doing that with their clientele. Like obviously Brian's an N of 1 now, they can add.
Yeah, I suspect they are. But again, you know, will that data ever see the light of day? I don't know. And if it does, will it be on YouTube or will it be in a scientific publication? Right?
Aaron O, donated $2. Why can't it drive better than me? Oh, why can it drive better than me?
Yeah, you're a sweet baby.
Wow. Oh my god.
Tasty.
He got a snack.
Well, Aaron, rats are pretty smart, so don't feel bad that a rat can drive better than you. That's fucking adorable, dude. I love rats. Rats are great. Also, natty or not, let me see. I would say no, because of the extremely enlarged female breast tissue he has. That is highly, highly unusual for a man to have breast tissue that enlarged without anabolic steroid use. So, yeah, he's juicing. And clearly not taking enough aromatase inhibitors, if any. Yeah, that kid does not know how to run a cycle. Holy shit, that's bad. Jesus Christ. I wouldn't want to take my shirt off. Yeah, clearly fucking juicing, dude. Yeah, and it looks like some older photos he has, it wasn't nearly as bad. Yeah, there, it's fucking terrible. And people are fucking memeing on him. This guy... Jesus Christ. That's bad. Thanks for the donation, Aaron O. Let's see. Boopity Bop donated $2. Cops just choose to be assholes. Knew a guy that was outside before a court pissing in a field. Undercover cop was going to give him a ticket. All the dude said was, "Come on, dog, piss outside." He was immediately arrested and missed the concert. I knew a guy that was outside before a concert. Undercover cop was going to give him a ticket. All the dude said was, "Come on, dogs piss." Oh, dogs piss outside. Well, I mean, like, that's what I mean. There's reasonable human behavior. Like, you might not have access to a bathroom, and you really need to piss. And you try to find a private area where nobody's around to take a piss, and then they'll arrest you. Like it's fucking stupid. Or like drug use. You just want to smoke some weed, and then they'll arrest you for that. Like they don't do, like, a lot of these arrests have nothing to do with protecting the public. It's just stupid, petty shit where they fuck with your life for no reason. Thanks for the donation, though, Boopity Bop. Spank Oreos donate $2. Hello, Lord VG. Would you please observe this meme and share your thoughts on it? Let me see. Fuck all my homies. Hate. Never played Sunset Overdrive. Ratchet and Clank's good. I don't know what that is. Resistance 3 was good. Spider-Man was good. I don't really understand this meme, though. I don't understand that meme. Thanks for the donation, Spank Oreos. Stitching NoFap donates $2. She didn't eat the cake, but reacted negatively to the person calling it haram while being Muslim. That's where the double standard lies. Well, yeah, because it made no sense to get that criticism. Like, what's the double standard? Thanks for the donation, though, Stitching NoFap.
Right, yeah. So But I think it's also, worth appreciating, though, the situation with like off-label use of rapamycin and this therapy, in my view, are very different, right? We have decades of data on people taking rapamycin at different doses for different lengths of time with different underlying conditions. We know a lot, actually, about the risk profile of rapamycin. We know nothing about the risk profile of follistatin gene therapy. Again, that's why I think it's impossible to calculate.
So again, you can just take an antibiotic and it shuts the gene off. So if you react poorly to the treatment, you can just turn the gene off.
To do really a rational risk-reward calculation in this case. And again, that's independent of the gene therapy technology itself. So there's the cargo. If you think of follistatin as the cargo that the gene therapy is delivering, then there's the backbone, which is this mini-circle backbone. Now, I should say this company, Mini-Circle, is not the only company that's using this idea of mini-circle backbones. That's being developed by larger, more established.
Why was the prospect of winning your case low if it was trumped up? So, first of all, Canada is insanely cucked when it comes to any kind of weapons. So, the court is going to be highly, highly biased if you have weapons of any kind, even if they're legal. Secondly, if this were to go to like a jury trial, I am not a very likable person. So, and there's plenty of clips of me like on YouTube. We all know what they are, like the stomping babies thing. Like if you place like those clips in court in front of a jury where I show a knife on screen and I make a joke about stabbing somebody, or I make a joke about stomping babies, and a jury sees that, I'm fucking cooked. So even though it's not actually relevant to the case of is this or is this not a prohibited weapon that I was in possession of, a jury sees any of this shit, they're immediately going to become biased, and then I'm just fucked. Third, the police are the ones that actually have possession of the evidence. And I was talking about this with my lawyer. I told him these weapons that they're claiming are prohibited aren't prohibited. They can't be opened with centrifugal force. So I asked him, is there any way to actually like show a judge that they're lying? And he said, not really, because the police are the ones that are in possession of the weapons. And what they'll do is the police themselves will conduct a test to see whether or not they're actually prohibited and can be opened with centrifugal force. Well, obviously, the police can just lie. So if they want to charge you, they'll just fucking charge you, and they'll lie about the evidence they have against you. There's no way for me to actually get a hold of those weapons, try to open it with centrifugal force, try to show the judge, and say, see, they're fucking lying, you can't do it. They will conduct their own fucking test, the police themselves will do that, and they can just fucking lie. So the chances of me winning that case were practically zero, basically. That's why I didn't bother fighting the charges, and I just took the plea deal. Like again, that's the corruption within the fucking police force. They're all fucking liars. Similar thing happened with the Alec Baldwin case. Basically, and again, this happens all the fucking time. Alec Baldwin ended up getting acquitted of all charges because the prosecution withheld evidence that would have been favorable to his defense. And because this was discovered, the judge dismissed all charges. The police do that all the fucking time. If there is evidence that would be favorable for your defense, they're almost guaranteed to withhold it. It's just that a lot of the time, this doesn't actually end up getting discovered. A similar thing happened in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. They they edited a video clip of the surveillance footage that they had to make it seem as though Kyle was the one who instigated the whole situation. But again, the defense had the full, video clip. They had to request it from the police, and they were able to show, like, they took this out of context. They do it all the fucking time. It wouldn't surprise me if the majority of criminal trials that happens. Again, the police want convictions. If they get a conviction, it helps their career. They may be righteously motivated to do this sort of shit where, oh, well, I know he's guilty, but if I provide this evidence to the defense, they're going to be able to actually have a credible defense, and I might not get the criminal conviction that I know they're guilty of. So I'll break the law in the favor of a greater good. Or they just fucking hate you because you're black or something, and then again, they'll just withhold the evidence. It happens all the time. It wouldn't surprise me if the majority of criminal trials that happens. So the police are massively fucking corrupt. And most people are completely unaware of this. This isn't talked about enough. There aren't really enough safeguards in place to prevent the police from doing this kind of fucked up shit. Spank Oreos donated $2. That game was Disruptor. Those are all games by Insomniac. The meme is saying, fuck Spider-Man, all my homies hate Spider-Man, and the homies are all the other Insomniac games because they're only making Marvel games now and sleeping on their original IPs. I see. Right. Well, that's not exactly true. They made a Ratchet and Clank game fairly recently. Rift Apart? I know they're working on the Wolverine game right now, and they're probably in early development for the next Spider-Man game, but they have made a Ratchet and Clank game. And I mean, they're probably going to make another one in the future too. But thanks for the donation, Spank Oreos. They're Spyro doesn't make any sense. I don't think anybody really cares about Spyro. And they didn't make any sequels to those other games, did they? Was Sunset Overdrive actually was that Insomniac? Weird, I didn't know that was Insomniac. Sunset Overdrive ended up being a commercial failure because of the stupid the dumb subscription service that Xbox has. So it makes sense they wouldn't make a sequel to that. Spyro was just PlayStation. I don't know why anybody's fucking complaining about that, and I don't know how they could possibly make another Resistance game. I guess they could make a prequel or something. But again, it doesn't really make all that much sense to make another Resistance game, because I don't think Resistance 3 sold that well. I'd like to see them make another Resistance game. It was a really cool idea, and the weapons and everything were good. Thanks for the donation, though, Spank Oreos.
Pharmaceutical companies as well. But we still have very little information on, what are the potential unanticipated consequences of this mini circle technology. So one of the advantages of this mini circle technology, I talked about you've removed some of the bacterial sequences. It also doesn't integrate into the genome. So this is carried outside of the genome. It's called an episome, meaning it's a circular DNA molecule that's not in the chromosomes. And in that sense, it's transient. I don't know exactly how long this lasts, but it's probably on the order of months. So it's not a permanent change to the genome. That's an advantage. That's true most of the time. But in biology, things always go wrong at low percentiles. So without exception, if you put 100,000 of these mini circles into a cell, you will get a few integration events where the the circles integrate into the genome just by recombination. And so there is some risk of permanent genetic change. It will happen. There's a pretty good chance when it does happen, it's not going to hit anything important, but it might, right? Yeah. So it's kind of like, you can kind of think of it like, if we have space debris that's re-entering the atmosphere that's not going to burn up before it hits the ground, there's a pretty good chance you're not going to hit anybody's house, but it might.
Yeah. All right.
So that will happen with this kind of technology at some frequency, probably on the order of, tenths or thousands of percentiles. Mm-hmm. But again, we're talking about typically having tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of these circular DNA molecules in a cell. It's going to happen.
I see.
So we just really don't know what the long-term risks are. And, this whole idea of doing this at an offshore clinic, I don't know. I mean, it's almost inevitable somebody's going to die.
Okay.
There are always adverse events from even the most basic procedures, even in, hospitals that are trying to do everything right. It's almost inevitable somebody's going to die. Yeah. And so the question is, and maybe somebody's died already and we just haven't heard about it, right? Again, that's part of the uncertainty of these offshore clinics is, we hear about people dying in medical tourism. It probably happens a lot more than we hear about because there's no reporting obligations.
Yeah. Covered up. Wow, that's a little scary.
I mean, it's just reality.
Yeah.
So that's why you really do, I would suggest need to try to take
Again, no evidence for the claim.
A rational risk-reward analysis for all of these things. And to me, this just doesn't add up.
Your final stats.
Do you think Alpha Destiny would be vegan if it was unhealthy? Probably not.
So this is the speed of aging has reduced even further to 0.64, a new personal best, lower than...
Like, maybe now he would, but I don't know.
99% of all 20-year-olds. So he's referring to the Dunedin pace epigenetic metric, which is thought to monitor the rate of change in health with age or rate of aging.
Yeah.
So a lower number there reflects, in theory, a slower rate of aging. Yeah. And I guess he's claiming that after this therapy, it reduced. I don't know what it was at before, but to 0.64. Again, as with all of these clocks, I take it with a grain of salt. This would be consistent with a positive change. Is it as compelling as positive changes in body composition, which you also saw? No, in my view, probably not. But it's certainly consistent with the idea that this is having a positive effect on at least the epigenetic marks associated with aging.
Okay, and so the 0.64 means in 1 year, he theoretically ages 0.64
years
of a year. Okay.
Yes. I guess my honest answer is I'm kind of uneasy with it. Like, I think it sort of glorifies this idea of going to an offshore clinic to get...
Mr. Antinatalist is halfway through RE3 on hard mode, whilst Vegan Gains quits at main menu. I beat RE3. Are you talking about the original or the remake? Because I beat the remake. I think I just played it on normal, but I beat the remake. Like, I wouldn't play that game again on hard just because it's not very good. It's a pretty meh game.
Gene therapy, which, again, I'm not, I've already talked about my concerns about the lack of regulation and having to trust the people at the company or the offshore clinic. That's one piece of it. This, to me, though, just feels like a very... an intervention for which there is very limited evidence for benefit and really no information about safety.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it got over 600,000 views, so I'm not sure what it's a pretty big reach, but
yeah. I mean, again, we'll see where he goes from here. I sort of feel like, this idea that you have to keep taking it to the next level. Yeah. I don't know where you go from gene therapy.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to end up getting that gene therapy.
Here is coping. Mike is trying to convince himself that what he's doing is healthy. Coach Greg, in today's video, Mike Israetel won't stop. And so the man is coping harder than last time. His latest post, he decides to show us his blood pressure. 116/76, and so amazing.
That's pretty much in the healthy range. Like, technically, it is slightly above the healthy range. You should be like 110, and I think under 70, maybe 60. Let's see, healthy blood pressure. Blood pressure levels lower than 120 over 80, or sorry, below 120 over 80. I think ideal is like 110 over 70. So yeah, he's within the healthy blood pressure range, which is really good considering his body mass and the fact that he's on steroids. I'd imagine he's taking blood pressure meds like an ACE inhibitor or something. Cookie donated $2. My dear Oreo, I hope you're doing good today. I had a question. At any point, did you ever want to dive into your historical background and learn about your heritage on your mother's side from Europe? Maybe one day you can learn your ancestors' language. Nope. Could not give two fucking shits. Thanks for the donation, Cookie.
Bro, chiropractors are wild as fuck. What the hell is shit?
This is gonna be a trick. Bring your elbows in all the way.
Like that?
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Okay.
I'm gonna hook you here then.
Okay.
Look up a little bit. Nope. Too big for that. We go through the table on this mid-back one. Okay. Got some movement. One more here. Just the first one. All right. Loosey-goosey.
Yeah, for a guy who's like massively overweight, probably has heart disease, at risk of a stroke, you definitely want to move his neck around extremely rapidly to increase his risk of stroke even further.
Ooh. There, top spot.
Okay.
Bring it right there. Perfect. Yeah, it's the same one on the side. Drop your right shoulder. There it was. Get a little closer friends now, okay?
Oh boy.
Like, what the fuck is this even doing? He literally has a hammer and chisel. Like, what is that doing? Like, does this guy not realize massage guns exist? It's... Chiropractors are fucking retarded, dude. I can't stand them. Thanks for the donation, Tool.
Right? This is my blood pressure today at 229 pounds body weight. Remember, Mike Israetel is a manlet. He's 5'6" tall, just like Coach
229 at 5'6" is fucking crazy. That's like me being, you know, like 300 pounds.
Right. And so that translates to a BMI of 37.2, which technically makes him obese. And so just because it's almost all...
How obese would that make him? BMI calculator. 5'6", 229. 37. Holy shit. He has a BMI of 37, so that would be equivalent to me. So right now I'm 248. I have a BMI of 31, so how heavy would I have to be? 285. Nope. 290. Nope. 300. Yeah, so that's literally like the same as me being 300 pounds.
All muscle. I mean, the guy did a DEXA scan. He had about 6.2% body fat.
That's funny. I guessed that pretty goddamn accurately.
Doesn't mean that you're healthy. Health is the foundation of fitness.
Hi VG, continued support and appreciation for what you do, not as much as I'd like. My wife and I were wondering, Are those still bone conduction earphones? If not, did they end up giving you headaches? Or just grown out of it?
I still use my bone conducting headphones when I work out. They're very good for weight training. The reason I don't use them on stream is because these are kind of broken on one side. Especially when you're listening to people talking and not just listening to music. I think on the right side, it's like broken in some way. When you're listening to music, you don't really notice it, but when I'm mostly listening, like reacting to YouTube videos, it's annoying using these. That's why I haven't been using them on stream. Right now I've got my Sony XM5s on. That's what I've been using lately. I just don't want to have to spend like another $100, $200 or something on another set of bone conducting headphones when I could just use these on stream just fine and just use those for working out. I've never gotten headaches or any kind of hearing problems from using bone conducting headphones though. Thanks for the donation, Mola.
Hey man, wanted your take on who you think is in the right here. If you've seen this already, no need.
If I pulled...
Thanks.
Let me see.
501 kilo in my home gym, would you accept it? I'm asking you, would you accept it?
If it was under the right circumstances, with the right referees, with the right promotion, and everything done correctly, the weight's actually being weighed, not like yours. Yours were not being weighed. Then 100%. Yeah. 100%.
So what makes that?
You did your fucking record down. You did your record down with your best mate.
Oh, I never even thought of that before. Let me see. Eddie Hall, 500 kilogram deadlift. So he was using calibrated plates. They just didn't bother weighing them at the competition. So it is possible that he either lifted slightly below or slightly above 500 kilograms. That's kind of funny. They weren't actually weighed. So yeah, that's something I never considered here. Eddie Hall's full of shit. He's been trying to say his deadlift world record doesn't count. Thor is a better deadlifter than Eddie. He just is. Secondly, like, yeah, he had a promotion handling the whole thing, and this was during COVID. And they weighed all the plates live, so they knew exactly how much weight he was lifting. So claiming the world record doesn't count, like, it's just total bullshit. Like, yeah, if he's going to make that accusation against Thor, Thor can just easily say, well, they didn't even weigh the plates you were using. They just used calibrated plates, assuming, you know, you're lifting 500, but he might have lifted 499 kilos. Like, who knows?
Colin Price with your business partners.
But there was other competitors there to verify it. There was other
and
lifters
you had
to lift
everything
it.
with you. You had your own bar, your own platform, everything.
Oh God, get this guy a dummy. Fuck me. Right, who sanctioned it? Who sanctioned the 501 deadlift? Who sanctioned it?
It's in the world.
Who sanctioned it?
Wuss.
Yeah. Who from Wuss was there?
Eddie.
Who from Wuss was there?
I'm not answering you.
Because no one was there. Who refereed it?
Your best friend, Magnus Magnuson.
Yeah, my best friend. Did you know Magnus Magnuson was bullied into refereeing that?
He was bullied.
He was bullied. He was told.
He's a grown-ass man.
Calm down, let me talk.
He can do what the fuck he wants.
Calm down, let me talk.
He was bullied.
I'm just gonna talk over him.
That is a bullshit argument. So, Magnuson, not Magnuson, Carlson. Who's the fucking, not Magnus von Magnuson, not that guy. It's the other dude. Why am I drawing a blank on this? Am I getting his name wrong?
He was told
he's a grown-up.
Magnuson was bullied into best friend. Did you know Magnus Magnuson was bullied into
Magnus ver Magnuson. Is that the right guy? I don't know. I'm not sure if that's the right guy. But you're talking about a strong man. Vagnus. Vagnus Van Vagina. Okay, thank you for Magnus Magnuson. That's still wrong. Anyway, Eddie is claiming like a 6'5", 300-pound strongman who, by the way, like his entire life, he's worked manual labor jobs, you know, kind of like a fucking Chad dude, is gonna get bullied into refereeing a fucking thing. Like, it's just crazy.
Refereeing that.
He was bullied.
He was bullied. He was told.
He's a grown-ass man.
Calm down, let me
He
talk.
can do what the fuck he wants.
Calm down, let me talk.
He was bullied.
He's going to talk over me. He was told if he didn't referee that deadlift, then a sponsor was going to pull out a World's Strongest Man. He was bullied. He told me he did not want to ref it because he thought it was bullshit. So he was bullied into refereeing that.
He's trying to lick your ass, that's obvious.
No, mate, he just hates you because you're a fucking crybaby, that's all.
No.
So let me ask you...
No, let me finish asking questions, please, Cougar.
Go on, mate.
Okay? Who weighed the plates?
Who the fuck are you? I'm not answering questions.
Who weighed the plates? Your dad.
Who cares who weighed the plates? They did it live. You could see how much they weighed. Like a fucking toddler could have been weighing it. All you have to do is write down the number.
World record. Not allowed. That's like Usain Bolt running 100 meters in a world record and going, yeah, but my dad filmed it. My dad timed it. Who sponsored it? Rogue. Whose bar was it? Rogue. Whose plates was it? Rogue. Whose platform was it? Rogue. I'm not saying Rogue is dodgy, but it's just wrong that Rogue built that platform, put everything together.
Are you listening to yourself? You won World's Strongest Man with the help of your best friend, who literally you're in business with
I wasn't
Colin Price.
Not at the time, I wasn't.
Yes, you were.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you were.
Prove it.
I can actually.
Prove it.
One day I will.
Okay, 5 years later.
Throw a phone up here and say, show this, see this?
I wasn't in business with Colin until 2019.
You were actually?
No, I wasn't.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't. There's your proof. Because I know you haven't got any because I know I wasn't in business with him. So at the end of day 4, your deadlift is...
So it doesn't matter that he was in business with him. They were very close friends, and his friend, what was it, Colin Bryce? He actually altered the strongman events to give Eddie an advantage. That's why he won in, what was it, 2015 or 16 or something?
It's bollocks, mate. And you did it in your home gym. Referee was bullied into refereeing it. Your dad weighed the plates. It's like, WUS wasn't even there to sanction it. End of the day, you can say it's all record.
Tell me this. How many world records do you have?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. How many do I have?
Who cares?
You probably know. More than 10.
I couldn't give a fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the deadlift matters more than yours.
You have one title.
My deadlift means more than yours. My title means the same as yours.
Okay.
Your 501's a load of bullshit. Everyone on the internet says it's bullshit. Just because you keep saying it's a world record and Google says it's a world record. It even says,
you know what? Okay,
it says out of competition. Out of competition.
Dude, it's hilarious that Eddie is saying his world record is bullshit when his World's Strongest Man win was bullshit. The guy altered the events to give Eddie an advantage.
Anthony crying like a fucking little bitch.
They literally violated the rules for Eddie to fucking win.
Calm down.
You say
Are you dead? Are you dead? Are you done with your questions?
Yeah, I think, we all know his deadlift was bollocks.
Okay. Thor, do you agree with any of the points that Eddie makes about your 501?
100% no.
Nothing?
No.
Everyone else will, so don't worry.
Because my world record was more supervised, more people saw it. It was live streamed on ESPN.
Oh, that's another thing. Was it actually live streamed? Was it live? Or was it pre-recorded and then shown?
It was live.
No, it wasn't. I know that for a fact. You're a lying piece of shit.
Right, let's move on from here now.
It was live. I don't know why the fuck he's claiming that.
Lying piece of shit.
Asked him, man.
Was it live? Look me in the eyes and tell me it was live.
Are you saying I'm a lying piece of shit?
Oh, calm down.
I'm looking in the mirror, you fat pig.
Eddie is a fucking retard. Thor's based. Thanks for the donation, though, Unicorn Jizz.
This is Sv3rige. And vegans are the ones aging fast and deteriorating. splayers.fandom.com/wiki/kids_rank?file equals snapshot_26. Ping.
Yeah, his hairline really degenerated quickly. So, yeah, gee, wonder who's aging faster and more poorly. Yeah, middle age hit him like a ton of bricks. Thanks for the donation, E.
I'm a duck. I'm a grown-ass man and I just realized I am a duck. I looked down at my feet and they were pointing outward. Google told me I have duck feet. Help me please, I don't want people making fun of me saying haha there goes the vegan duck man.
Maybe you could get species transitioning therapy. So if you're a duck and you want to be a human, you can maybe go see a doctor about that, and they can put you on some sort of HRT protocol and maybe get some surgeries to turn you from a duck to a human. Thanks for the donation, though. Less is more. Giga donated $2. So let's see. There is a alien race that invaded Earth, and they had farmed meat eaters for food, but not vegans and vegetarians. Let's say all the meat eaters were caged up, and Genetic Beast was the first one you saw caged up, and he asked for help. What next? Well, I guess I would call that ironic justice. And then I would sip my Cherry Coke Zero with some nicotine and have a nice relax. Thanks for the donation, Gig.
I agree. Health is the foundation of fitness. But if you're
Is there a verdict yet on whether or not vaping is better than tobacco smoking? I've been looking this up for a while and couldn't make up my mind. I know both are bad for you, but gun to your head, what would you pick and why?
Assuming you're getting safe vaping products, vaping is almost certainly better for you, like 99% certainty. There's less carcinogenic products being inhaled, so its ability to cause lung cancer would then presumably be much, much lower. The big danger with vaping, though, is a lot of these vape products are coming from shitholes like China, and they're unregulated. So you may end up getting either some kind of vaping device in combination with a particular type of vape fluid, where when it's heated to a high enough temperature, it causes extremely severe sudden lung damage, and it can give you like pneumonia and kill you. Or like popcorn lung. That's a thing. It can cause like sudden extreme inflammation of your lungs, and like you basically die. And there's nothing they can really do. They can put you on a ventilator, but it's not actually going to make your lungs uptake oxygen properly. So you basically just die, and all you can really do is like hope for the best and hope you don't die. That's the big danger with vaping. It's happened to a few people I've actually known personally. So yeah, don't vape. It's stupid. If you want to take nicotine, take it orally. Just take lozenges or like that Zins shit. I wouldn't recommend taking Zins because if you put nicotine in a spot in between your lips and your gum and you leave it there for an extended period of time, especially if you're doing it regularly throughout the day, it's going to cause gum disease. Nicotine is a vasoconstrictor, so if you put... The fuck are you doing? If you put nicotine in that spot, the blood flow to that area of your gums is going to be cut off, and you're going to end up getting really severe gum recession. So just take lozenges, and then you're fine. There's no need to vape. Thanks for the donation, though, Mola. Truth Bomb donated $2. Truth. Let me see.
Now, more than anything else, if I should describe what I am, I would say I'm a King James Bible believer. Right? I believe that God's book is the final authority in all matters of faith and practice. So what I'm teaching, if it does not conform to what the King James Bible says, not what it means, but what it says, right? Then you can reject what I'm saying. But if it is what it says, then you have to change your opinion. Just because it seems difficult for you or it seems extreme to you does not mean it's not the truth, right? So do not reject the truth because somebody misinterprets it. And
well, I guess we're going to have to stone women to death if they have sex before marriage.
You should not divorce the Christian life from the supernatural element, right? Because God is the living God. And that means he hears, he sees, he speaks. He actively guides us, right? And how does he do that? I'm not saying that he does it apart from his words or contrary to his words, like the charismatics say. I'm saying that through the medium of his words, the Spirit of God instructs the spirit of the born-again Christian. That's the only way God can speak to you. Or else it becomes fleshly. You see, that's the whole point. You can read the Bible in the flesh, even if you're a born-again Christian. You can do it as a fleshly exercise and it will not profit you anything at all. You can gain, as we're going to talk about today, a lot of Bible knowledge and yet remain spiritually dry and have no fellowship whatsoever, a living, vibrant fellowship with the Lord Jesus Christ, because that connection, which can be made only through your regenerated spirit, is missing. You have rejected it.
That sounds gay.
Thinking that this is not for us. Search the scriptures, see if what it's saying is true or not. If it's not true, you...
Well, I guess the earth is flat if we're going to rely on scripture.
Reject it, right? If it's true, then you better change your opinion.
Yeah, that guy's a dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Truth Bomb.
On steroids, especially at abusive doses, remember, that's anything above HRT that would be perhaps prescribed by your doctor. You are not healthy. You can try to convince us that you're healthy. You can present as healthy, but you're not healthy. If your blood pressure is chronically over 120/80, consider getting leaner, getting more sleep, reducing stress, and talking to your doctor about blood pressure medication options. And so Mike listed several great things you can do if your blood pressure is in fact over 120/80. If it, for example, is 130, 140 over 85 or 90, this is not good. And so you should try to do something to help alleviate the problems. Problem is, the only one of those things that Mike is willing to do is the last option, that being using blood pressure medication. I mean, consider this. He just finished a bodybuilding competition where he was arguably the leanest he's ever been. Now remember, he lost the competition because he didn't have a proper tan, but I would argue that he was still fairly lean, close to 6% body fat. And so following the competition...
Truth Bomb Pornography donated $2. Pornography should be illegal. Yeah, it actually shouldn't be, because that would be a violation of basic human freedoms. So, no. I'll react to that later. Thanks for the donation, Truth Bomb.
Can he in fact get leaner? It's not realistic. And so he's probably going to in fact get fatter. And so getting leaner for Mike Israetel, it's not really an option. But getting lighter is. It's not just getting leaner that will lower your blood pressure, it's also losing weight, even if that weight is in fact muscle. Now remember, Mike Israetel in a video said he's now going to be going off to much lower doses, that he expects he's going to get down to perhaps 190 pounds. But since the competition, he's actually gained weight. His weight isn't going down, it's actually trending up. And so is it possible that this is because Mike is not willing to lower the doses to lower than last time? Is he in fact only on HRT? Well, he doesn't tell us. He's not showing us his blood work. He's not telling us exactly what he's taking. And for a man who's open, honest, and transparent, I think this would be very beneficial for the world to see. It also says reducing stress. Mike, he works a lot. He has a lot of pressure, a lot of stress. He's making videos. And so I don't think he's...
Working a lot does not necessarily mean you have additional stress. If you actually enjoy the work you're doing and you don't find the work stressful, then it's not going to really be a stress factor.
He's going to just simply have the time to relax, kick back, and stop making videos. And as far as getting more sleep, I do believe he says he doesn't have problems with sleep. Remember, he says that if you go really strict on your diet...
I love porn. Donate $2. Any tips for a porn addict person like me? This is good advice for Jordan.
I have worked a lot with people who are...
I'll react to that later. My only advice to somebody who has any sort of problem with addiction is is merely something to overcome, but you already have the strength to overcome it. You just refuse not to do it. There are people who used to do crystal meth, and crystal meth is arguably the most addictive drug there is. And ex-addicts will tell you, like, you will always be addicted to crystal meth. They constantly want it. It's just that they make a choice every day not to do it. And it's the same if you're addicted to porn, if you're addicted to cigarettes, if you're addicted to heroin, if you're addicted to chocolate, every day you have a choice to either do the thing you're addicted to or not do the thing you're addicted to. And ultimately, it's a choice, and it's a choice you have to make. There's nothing you can really do other than make a choice not to do it. So if you have a problem with porn and you watch it too often and it's affecting your life, affecting your relationships, your job, whatever, you just simply have to make a choice not to do it and exercise that kind of mental strength that you already have. It's really all there is to it. But I'll react to that later. Thanks for the donation. I love porn.
That if you're abusing tren, that could affect your sleep. Mike says he only used very minimal doses, that he's able to get great sleep, and so that can't be a benefit. There's no blood pressure medicine with side effects worse than the main effects of chronic high blood pressure, not even by a mile. I have to agree. And so if you do in fact have chronic high blood pressure, it's better to get medication to help relieve the problems. But notice how Mike is bragging about how healthy his blood pressure is. Do you really think this is because he simply has great genetics? That's because he does 12,000 steps a day, that he's training and doing cardio during jiu-jitsu. No, it's literally because he's taking not just one, but 2 blood pressure medications.
ACE
Amlodipine
inhibitors.
and telmisartan.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's a ACE inhibitor and a beta blocker, right? Amlodipine. Oh, calcium channel blocker. That's interesting. And telmisartan. Angiotensin 2
Definitely
receptor
try
blocker.
this with one of your companions once their B-day comes. Have you beaten the great mighty Pooh in that new Conker's Bad Fur Day game?
I didn't actually beat Conker's Bad Fur Day. I have to play that game. I never got up to the Pooh boss. Oh, what a sweet doggo.
Delaney's real.
Oh, that's a nice doggo. That's interesting. I would have thought it would be ACE inhibitor and beta blocker. I guess his doctor just recommended those. Might have something to do with the steroids he's on and maybe other risk factors. Oh. That's funny. Thanks for the donation, Avi Duder.
10 milligrams and 80 milligrams daily, respectively. It's tough to be 40.
ACE inhibitors aren't first-line response for high blood pressure anymore. It's ARB. Really? I thought ACE inhibitors actually gave you the most, like, blood pressure lowering effect with the, like, least amount of actual medication.
40 years old on gear, weighing 230 pounds and not need meds. And so let me highlight the fact on gear. Not just HRT, not 140 milligrams like Coach Greg, but on gear, higher doses. But for what? Did he not say he was going to take a break? Was he not trying to lose weight and downsize to become a healthy 190 pounds? Or perhaps he just can't stop. I was watching a podcast, Dan Bilzerian was talking about his first cycle, and once he started, he found it very hard to stop. Once you get a taste of the gains, putting on all that muscle, it's hard to just go cold turkey and stop doing what you're doing. What if your blood pressure is high because you're constantly flexing? Then you will die a god being in caps, but like soon. And so Mike realizes this, but he chooses to do so. He chooses to abuse gear, knowing it's taking years off of his life. Now here's the thing, we don't see his blood work, but what we do see is his blood pressure, which is being controlled by medication, but we also see his resting heart rate. His resting heart rate is...
Christianity donated $2. Can you pick a Christian denomination based on this video, assuming Christianity was true?
Every Christian denomination in one sentence. We were here first, so that means we're right. Our leader is the coolest, so that means we're in charge. We'll get mad at you for not believing in predestination, as if you even had a choice. We take the whole Bible literally, except the parts about communion. That's just a symbol. Literally just Baptist, but with a better website and worse music. Not to be mean or anything, but we're not gonna take communion with the rest of you because you guys are stupid. We're not exactly sure what we are, but whatever that is, we're happy to be that. We're really good at writing 3,000-page theology books that no one's gonna read except us. We're kinda like the South America of church history, because we've been around for a while, but haven't really had much of an impact on everyone else. We were very conservative 400 years ago. We were Protestant before it was cool. If you're really Christian, you better prove it by behaving well. If you're really Christian, you better prove it by speaking in tongues. No, we're not Eastern Orthodox, we're Oriental Orthodox. We're actually the real Orthodox churches. For the last time, we are not Muslim. We kinda hate the world, so we're gonna do our own thing. The rest of you guys couldn't do Christianity right, so we're starting it all over again. Church for atheists.
I guess non-denomination. Thanks for the donation, Christianity.
Is 81. Now, was Mike in fact going for a walk while taking this test? Because last I checked...
Yeah, resting heart rate of 81 is fucking high, especially if you train. Wouldn't that technically put you in the bradycardia range?
Checked, a resting heart rate of 81 is horrendous. This is not healthy. If your resting heart rate is above 70, I'm going to argue that you're probably not healthy. And so, what is the real...
Or no, not is it trachycardia? Wait. Bradycardia is when it's low, right? Or no. Abnormal heart rhythm. Why am I having... No, bradycardia is resting heart rate under 60. Is it tachycardia? Yeah. Tachycardia is heart rate over 100. Isn't there a technical term if it's like over 80? Can't remember. Resting heart rate of 80 is very, very high.
Cure? What is the solution to his problems? It's going off steroids. As much as we want to tell ourselves, to convince ourselves that all we need to do is minimize our blood pressure and our problems are solved, it's not true. Just because the research, the literature shows that lower blood pressure results in fewer problems, doesn't mean that by taking blood pressure medications that all those problems are gone. And so, for example, there's a big difference between somebody who's 230 pounds that's taking blood pressure medications to regulate their blood pressure and somebody who's 190 pounds and takes no blood pressure medications but has the same resting blood pressure. And I'm also convinced that if Mike Israetel were...
I don't think there's a difference in terms of risk related to high blood pressure. I don't know how he figures that. JBP donated $2. Let me see.
According to the National Academy of Sciences, if we eradicated all animal-based agriculture, we'd reduce greenhouse gases by a mere 2.6%.
Yeah, that's not true.
All animal...
According to the National Academy of Sciences... I don't think this is the study he's talking about. Carbon footprint of Canada, self-selected diets, comparing intake of food, nutrients, diet quality between low, high greenhouse gas emission diets. So, they basically found that you could reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 25%. And that's assuming you only replace half of the intake of red and processed meat with plant foods. So presumably it'd be even lower if you completely eliminated. Where I just don't know what I don't know where he's getting that source from. National Academy of Sciences. I just see the McGill University. Yeah, so if you look at most sources, it seems to be in around the area of 20 to 30%. I don't know where he's getting that figure from. Like, again, they estimate it's like 26% here. He's clearly just lying.
Animal-based agriculture, we'd reduce greenhouse gases by a mere 2.6%. And it is no simple matter, by the way, and perhaps impossible, to manage a diet that is sustainable in the medium to long term by merely dining on plants.
So, again, he has no scientific source for that. How the fuck does he figure it's unsustainable to have a population live off of a diet consisting only of plants?
Chew on that.
Like this guy is gonna get a heart attack any fucking day now, and then he's saying, if you don't eat meat, you're not gonna be able to live. Like, Jordan Peterson's full of shit. Thoughts on this law?
This is a complete outrage. Look at what the headline says. Newsom signs bills allowing children to hide sex operations and abortions from parents. You know what that means? You're an 18-year-old girl. You go in to get an abortion. You have family health insurance. Or you want to get sex change surgery of some kind or hormone therapy. Your parents say, okay, so our insurance covered something. What was this for? They won't know. They can't know under this bill. If the kid says, I don't want you to know, they don't know. This is an outrage. Pray for righteous awakening in California.
Okay, well, I don't care. Is that even true? This is probably a lie. Gavin Newsom, child sex change hidden from children or parents. Governor Gavin Newsom Monday signed a law following a contentious emotional debate. The measure forbids school staff from having to inform parents or any person if their child's gender identification changes without the child's permission. So is he lying about that?
This is a complete outrage.
Oh, yeah. Okay, the Washington Examiner. This is a lie. So there's no bill that allows children to hide sex operations and abortions from parents. It was about it was about fucking schools. Let me see if I can find this. Governor Newsom celebrating signing 2 abortion rights bills, one that requires insurance companies to hide from parents certain medical services their children are receiving. The other prohibits the videotaping of clients and employees of abortion clinics. AB 1184. Confidentiality of Medical Information Act prohibits specific entities from intentionally sharing, selling, using marketing, or otherwise using any medical information as defined for any purposes not necessary to provide healthcare services to patient unless a specific exception applies. Prohibits an employer from using, disclosing, or knowingly permitting its employees or agents to use or disclose medical information. This seems like it has nothing to do with children, that particular bill. So this is the Washington Examiner article. And it's not loading for some reason. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so this is talking about the same law. I'm not going to read through all of this right now. Is there like a reasonable... Prohibits the disclosure of medical information related to sensitive services to anyone other than the enrollee without the individual's expressed written authorization, including policyholder, parent, or minor patient. Mental or behavioral health, sexual or reproductive health, sexual transmitted infections, gender affirming care, and intimate partner violence. Okay, so they're lying about this. So basically what this means is if a child is under a insurance plan and they want to get gender affirming care that's covered by the insurance plan, their parents aren't able to know. That doesn't mean children can get surgeries without their parents knowing. It's just gender affirming care. There's no children that are getting like their penises cut off. They're just fucking lying about this. So yeah, who the fuck cares?
Erin Brown video on high school track star turned crash out.
This is Tyrese Cooper, one of the most polarizing high school track and field phenoms, who's now serving 7 years in a federal penitentiary after completely crashing out. Despite having a very prominent future ahead of him, Tyrese went from a stepper on the track to a full-blown stepper in the streets. What's good, everybody? It's the GOAT Erin Brown, and before this video start, be sure to subscribe to my channel. Follow me on Instagram, it's linked down below in the description. And if you appreciate the videos I make, be sure to hit the thanks button right above the comment section and become a member of my channel as well. It's linked in the description below as well. Let's jump straight into it. Beginning his track and field career as a youth, representing the Miami Gardens Express Track Club. Out of Miami, Florida, Cooper showed glimpses of dominance at an early age. In 8th grade, he already posted times of 10:61 in the 100, 20.98 in the 200, and 47.6 in the 400. This made him one of the greatest middle school combo sprinters of all time. And when Cooper reached high school, he was already a celebrity in the AAU rankings, holding multiple national records. By 10th grade, he had already dropped a massive 45.23 in the 400 and a 20.51 in the 200, setting sophomore national records in AAU. Going into his junior year of high school, he was already running times that would qualify him for the NCAA final. This made him eye candy to college coaches. With little to no improvement during the rest of his high school career, Cooper was still one of the most sought-after college prospects in the class of 2019. Despite him being a superstar on the track, Cooper was a super demon in the streets. He was drilling the competition on the track, but after track practice and meets, he was stepping like a drill sergeant in the military. Coming from an unfortunate background, losing his mom in 2012, his life was going to change after he went to college and potentially gain a pro contract. But Cooper could not wait that long. Everything that he had to provide for himself. Many people seen the track accolades, but didn't see the terrible conditions in which he had to go home to every night. But Tyrese was indeed eager to make a change in his living situation. Not in the future, but now. The week before his state track meet his junior year in 2018, Cooper changed the whole trajectory of his career. May 1st, 2018, Tyrese Cooper was arrested for trying to steal cars at Miami International Airport. His coach at the time, who attempted to raise him and steer him in the right direction, did an interview with the media, and he stated, "I was like a dad, but then he started battling me about being a dad and a coach. We were bumping heads, and he was being disrespectful, not coming home for curfew, and he did this in front of my wife, and I had to ask him to leave. Then he fell in."
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Genetics a lot on the book, obviously. It's the theme of the book. What did you make of the fact that we had at the Olympics in Paris 2 boxers, for example, competing in the women's boxing who tested positive, it's reported, for XY chromosomes, and this whole issue?
Here we fucking go. Lin Yuting. Yeah, so being a... Is he a biologist? Yeah. He's a biologist, so he should know this. You can have XY chromosomes and be female.
Of genetics when it comes to separating the sexes or otherwise in sport and things?
I think those two boxers should be deprived of their gold medals. I think they are genetically male. I think
There's no such thing as being genetically male. Sex is determined by sexual traits. So just because they have XY chromosomes, it doesn't mean they're fucking male. Like, by the way, if he's going to say they're genetically male, he is going to have to admit that men can get pregnant because women with XY chromosomes can still have children. So he could have that opinion that men can bear children, but that sounds a little silly if you ask me.
I think that if they are, I think they probably sincerely believe that they're female, but they can prove that they're female at any time they like by taking a genetic test, and it would, I'm almost sure, show...
A genetic test wouldn't prove they're female. You have to determine it by sexual traits. Like, he should know this.
That they have Y chromosomes, and therefore that they are genetically male. What matters is that they not only are genetically male, but they have male characteristics with respect to boxing ability, things like...
Like, what the fuck? Okay, so, performance, is, like, across gender, you know, or sex, it's a spectrum. So we'll put, oh my god. Okay, fine, dipshit. Oh, it's the fucking clone stamp tool. So, female, and then we'll use blue for male. So we could just say, I don't know. So this chart will represent like strength or power. So those are, you know, two big things that are important for sport. So you will see like a curve like this for men, and I'll just make this a little more clear, where more power and then less power. So performance is like going to be pretty diverse across a human population. And you will see like at the low end percentage, like, you know, let's say the lowest 5% of men, they're going to be like really, really low on the spectrum when it comes to power output. And you're going to have most people in the... Fuck. No. Yeah, that makes sense. You're going to see... No, wait, that doesn't make sense. I fucked up with the chart. Give me a second. It should be on the x-axis. less power, and then at the high end, more power. So and then this is like, the y-axis is just population. So you're going to see, like, the bottom 5% of men really, really low on the power spectrum. You're going to see about, like, you know, you're going to have most men fall somewhere in the middle. And then you have, like, the super genetically elite that are just, like, you know, natural born chads. Like, they're the, you know, top 5% right here. Women are going to be behind men on average, but you're going to see a fair bit of overlap. So most women are probably going to be around here. You know, there's, like, I don't know, standard deviation difference. But you're going to have some of the, like, Chad women, they're going to be better than the average man. So, like, these are women who are going to have more masculine characteristics. So they're going to be women who may just have more testosterone than the average woman for whatever reason. It could be because they're intersex and they have XY chromosomes. Some of them aren't going to be intersex. Some of them are going to have, like, a aromatase gene mutation where they don't aromatize as much as a normal woman, so their testosterone is going to be higher. They might just be born with more muscle cells. They might have a myostatin gene deficiency or something like that. So you're going to have, you know, these, like, top 5% of women who outperform the average man. So does that mean, like, oh, well, because they're just better than the average man, I guess they're not technically female, so they shouldn't be able to compete in sports? Like, just because a woman is better than, like, than most other women, or, like, your average man, that doesn't mean they're not female. So you can't use that as an argument for saying they're not female. That like, that's just retarded. Like why don't we do that for men? Like, oh, well, you know, these, like, top tier sprinters like Usain Bolt or Mike Tyson, who just knocks the fuck out of everybody, they're not even male. They're, like, beyond male. They're, like, god tier or something. So they shouldn't be allowed to compete. But for some reason, we do that with women, where if a woman is particularly good at her sports, oh, she's not a woman anymore, so she can't compete.
Like reach and strength, power of
endurance,
punching and so on. And yes, I think that more generally, I think it's outrageous the way this doesn't apply to those two boxers, by the way, who are not trans. I mean, they're...
Yeah, Al-Wali, again, chromosomes do not determine sex. Sex is determined by sexual traits. If you're going to say XY is a boy, XX is a girl, then you would have to admit that men can get pregnant. Are you saying men can get pregnant? Is that what you're saying?
They're a different case. They're genetically male, but trans people who are genetically male then pretend to be female or say that they're female, identify as female, and then go into female competitions, races, and swimming races, and so on like that. And I think that that's just cheating. I mean, they are making the statement, I feel like a female, I identify as female, and therefore I should be allowed to go into female changing rooms and go into female races and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And I think that's just plain wrong. You can respect their personal belief that they have a female personality, they identify as female, they want to dress as female, they want to be dressed by addressed by people with female pronouns called she and her, and so on. And that's fine. You can go along with that. You can respect that. But what you cannot respect, I think, is when they force their beliefs on other people and force.
Okay, so Alawali, come debate me in Discord. Like, this is just insanely retarded. You don't even realize how retarded you are. Come on, hop in Discord, fucking debate me, dude. Come debate me, shouldn't take you that long. Why the fuck aren't you in Discord? Doing captchas now. Okay. I don't know why you don't have the app. Alright, unmute your mic, jackass. Unmute your mic, jackass. There we go.
It was making me fill out some shit for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, no problem.
So yeah, XX, what I was taught in high school is for females born, with a vagina. And XY was born for males with a penis. That's really all the argument I have.
Yeah, so it's typical in most cases that XX results in somebody being female and XY results in somebody being male. That's not what determines sex. Sex is determined by sexual traits. So just because most sexual traits are associated with XX or XY chromosomes, that doesn't mean XX or XY chromosomes determine sex. So there are women who have XY chromosomes who have a vagina, have ovaries, have uterus, who can be pregnant. So if you're going to claim that sex is determined by chromosomes, you're going to have to admit that men can get pregnant.
I mean, I haven't heard of an instance. Maybe there are. I just never researched it that there's women that are XY. So maybe I'm wrong.
So here's the paper. Report of fertility in a woman with a predominantly 46 XY karyotype in a family with multiple disorders of sexual development. We report herein a remarkable family in which the mother of a woman with 46 XY complete gonadal dysgenesis was found to have a 46 XY karyotype in peripheral lymphocytes, mosaicism in cultured skin fibroblasts, 80% 46 XY and 20% 45X, and a predominantly 46 XY karyotype in the ovary. So, I don't know why the thing went black on my screen. I want to share the paper on screen, though.
Yeah, I can't see shit. I have to do a whole bunch of account shit. So,
I'm
hearing you though. Okay, so you're saying that paper has proof that some women are born XY. Okay.
Yes, and there's another paper, rare successful pregnancy in a patient with Sv3rige syndrome. Sv3rige syndrome basically means you have XY chromosomes, but you have female sexual traits. So, objective to report a rare successful pregnancy after fertility treatment in a patient with Sv3rige syndrome. This is a case report. 36-year-old patient, 46 XY gonadal dysgenesis, 31-year-old husband with a normal sperm analysis. Intervention, chromosomal analysis, saline infusion, sonography, Papel endometrial scratch, using donor eggs, embryo transfer, and cesarean delivery. And main outcome measure, successful pregnancy and live birth. So results, successful treatment with donor eggs, pregnancy, and delivery. So this person had a vagina, uterus. She did need donor eggs, but she was able to give birth. So again, if you're going to claim that sex is determined by chromosomes, and if you're XY, you're male, you're going to have to admit that men can give birth.
I mean, if they're trans, they can, sure. And I mean, in this instance, sure. I mean, I'll submit to your superior intellect. I was wrong. Science is always evolving, so you learn new shit every day.
Wait, is that a concession, or are you saying men can give birth?
It's a concession. Yes, I lost. Men. I'm saying trans men can give birth.
They're
if
not
they
trans.
identify as- I'm saying yes. Trans men and whoever.
They're not
whoever,
trans.
Damn it! I'm trying to finish a fucking concession. Yes, women that are born with XY chromosomes that can give birth, they are women. And I'm saying yes. If you're a man that is trans, then yeah, you can give birth too. Just as an aside.
Well, if you're a trans man, you can't give birth. That's never happened. We're talking about somebody with Sv3rige syndrome. So they have XY chromosomes, but they have a vagina, uterus, and they can give birth.
I mean, a woman that's transitioning to a man has a vagina still. So
No, they
can still give
don't.
birth.
Well,
a woman.
Okay, we're
transitioning
talking
to a
about something. We're talking about something completely different.
That's why. I was just like I said. It's an aside. It's a tangent.
We're talking about sexual traits, not gender identity.
Yeah, I was just fucking about. But yeah, I concede. Yeah, like I said, science is always growing, and people aren't really taught the nuances, of shit unless they really dig into it.
Okay, so just to confirm, you admit that sex is determined by sexual traits, not chromosomes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool.
All right.
We worked that out.
Indeed, we did, sir.
Okay, well, take care, Al Wally.
All right, talk to you later.
See ya.
Them to take seriously their beliefs and going into changing rooms as a male, going to female changing rooms as a male, is a form of forcing your beliefs on other people, and that I think is beyond the pale.
That was fully fucking retarded. Again, Richard Dawkins is a biologist. He should know this, that sex isn't determined by chromosomes, it's determined by sexual traits. And just because they have XY chromosomes, it doesn't mean they're male.
I think your saying is also supported by the fact that the Y chromosome is disappearing and it's happened before another species, but male-presenting members should exist.
The link you gave me is broken. I remember hearing an article about the Y chromosome disappearing in humans. Apparently that was just bullshit. But again, it doesn't matter. The point being is chromosomes don't determine sex. Sexual traits are what determine sex. So, even if these women who have XY chromosomes, they may appear more male or have more male characteristics like more strength, power, something like that, they're still female. Thanks for the donation, the vegan Baphomet.
Moonmark always has the worst links.
I like it. It has like a 200-pound draw weight, and the trigger's pretty... Oh! Jeez. Cool. Anyway, the trigger's not bad. Yeah.
Well, I'm not watching that.
How do people go from...
I'm not watching that. I'm not watching that.
Alright, so today's video is...
And I'm not going to bother watching that. Those are all boring, stupid videos. Thanks for the donation, Marxist University.
Playing with the wrong people. Unfortunately, This was Cooper's third time being arrested that year. Cooper was charged with an attempted grand theft of a vehicle and possession of burglary tools, both felonies. He had to sit out for the state meet that weekend. By June 8th, all charges against Cooper in the incident had been dropped, and he was back on the track just in time for AAU. He went on to win a 100, the 200, and the 400, where his AAU celebrity grew even larger. Going into his senior year, he had made a big announcement. Instead of seeking out any pro opportunities, he had committed to the University of Oregon to run track, taking advantage of a great opportunity to further his education and track career. He received many jokes in the comments on his commitment post about his previous arrest earlier that year, but he was eager to show the people that despite him being in trouble, he had simply just made a few bad mistakes. He graduated high school in June of 2019, and for some unforeseen reason, he had never made it to the campus of the University of Oregon. Later, we discovered that he was enrolled in Hines Junior College, a prominent JUCO powerhouse producing sprinters like Chance Myers and Terrence Layard. Cooper went on to gain All-American status at the Indoor National Championship meet, placing 4th in the 60-meter and 6th in the 200 meters. He had a child that spring season, so after indoor in March, he headed back home to Florida, where he could be with his newborn child for a while. Early that summer in June, Cooper went on the biggest crash mission of his stepping career. Him and 2 other men ran into a phone store wearing masks and hoodies, with Cooper pointing a pistol at the employee. The employee ran to the back of the store and called the cops as they robbed it. Cooper broke the glass of the display counter while holding the gun, but cut his right hand. He left a trail.
What causes high triglycerides? Why is it bad?
Being overweight, eating a very high-fat diet, being diabetic, and also sometimes very high sugar intake can cause high triglycerides. It is associated with heart disease risk. It's not a particularly strong risk factor, independently anyway. But it is associated with higher heart disease risk. I think hypertriglyceridemia can also increase risk of liver disease, so like fatty liver disease. But yeah, that's what causes it. That's why it's bad. Thanks for the donation, Fuyu.
Trail of blood on a display case and on the floor. The complaint says the 2 men reached into the display case and grabbed cellular phones and other merchandise valued at $19,000. The employee later received an anonymous tip that Cooper robbed the Mobile One store. He checked Facebook and recognized Cooper as one of his customers, but he didn't know if he was one of the robbers. FBI agents working with Miami-Dade Police Department lab were able to match the blood sample found at the store to that of Cooper from prior theft cases in which he was charged. Cooper was later arrested on the armed robbery charges, in which carry a maximum sentence of more than 10 years. He later received a 7-year sentence, in which he's currently serving in the feds as we speak. Tyrese Cooper is one of the biggest what-ifs in track and field history. What if he would have took this great talent and did great things with it? What could he have been right now? He has a phone in the feds, and he goes on Instagram Live very frequently. And on one live, he talked about how he got stabbed up in a fight that he had in prison. The guy who was running 45.23 in a 400 as a sophomore in high school is currently getting stabbed in prison. It's a highly unfortunate situation that he's in, but he was given many opportunities and many...
Well, that's pretty retarded.
Were to drop 40 pounds, his resting heart rate would be lower than last time. And so what we're seeing here is coping. Mike is trying to convince himself that what he's doing is healthy. But what I want to see, and I'm sure the world wants to see, is what does Mike Israetel's blood work actually look like? Is he as healthy as he makes himself out to be? And so Mike, if you're trying to be a transparent and really trying to help the world as much as humanly possible, why not show us your blood work? Let us
Frank is alive? Did he post something? Still hasn't posted anything.
examine it. And so Mike Israetel posted in his stories, Dylan Guyan, it states, my health improved while on a cycle. And so is Mike trying to say that, hey guys, you can abuse steroids and still be healthier than last time?
So this is straw man. The post says my health improved while on a cycle. That doesn't mean being on cycle is healthy. He's just making the statement he was able to improve his health while on a cycle. Complete fucking straw man.
You can abuse steroids and still be healthier than last time. Now, this isn't a result of the cycle itself, rather my diligent efforts to continue to improve my health. If you spend half your year on cycle, you need to optimize health while you're on as well as off. One thing I don't think gets talked about enough is the effects of androgens on mental health. Everybody knows steroids are bad for the physical, heart, and so on, but not many people speak about the mental effects. I do believe that regularly going to a therapist every week has had a very large impact on managing the side effects of high doses and should be heavily considered by PD users. And so please reflect on that. What they're suggesting is it's not only get your blood work done, but also if you're on steroids, go and see a therapist. Strongly recommended to deal with the mental effects from using these androgens. And so here is what he considers to be healthier while doing a cycle. And so notice current testosterone levels are at 1200 and obviously super physiological. But notice where it says
1200 is not super physiological. That is within the normal range. You're going to be in the top few percentile, but that is within the normal range.
Previous results, 2600. He improved his health while on cycle. But notice how his testosterone levels are 1200 in comparison to 2600.
So you can't assume he lowered his total overall dosages because he may have been taking less testosterone but more orals.
Sv3rige reacts to Jay Cutler training and diet.
Yo, what's up?
All right, we'll react to that later. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Krabs. So he may have lowered his testosterone, but if he's taking like orals like Danabol, Anavar, like whatever, even some injectables, it's not going to affect your testosterone values. And he may have lowered his overall dosages, but he's still on cycle.
And so essentially what that means is he's on half of the cycle. And so, yeah, he improved his health while on cycle.
That does not mean he lowered his dosages by half. So just because you have half the testosterone you had, that doesn't mean you actually lowered the amount of testosterone you're taking by half. Doesn't work that way.
Cycle. Yeah, you cut your cycle in half. Let's say you're doing 500 milligrams of test and 500 milligrams of tren, and you improve your health while on cycle. You lower the dose from 500 to 250, and you say, hey, I just got healthier while on cycle. And so you see it's easy to show what you want. If he in fact were natural and had poor blood work and went on cycle, we would have seen his testosterone perhaps in the normal range, let's call it 600, and then while on cycle it would have went to 1200. But we didn't see that. His blood work got better, but his testosterone went from 2600 to 1200. That obviously means lower doses. And so with lower doses comes fewer side effects. But was he in fact side effect free? Well, let's see. The first thing I see is RBC, hemoglobin, and hematocrit are all high. They're flagged. And so although he can claim he got healthier, it's still not good. Next, we see BUN at 22 high, creatinine 1.31 high, AST and ALT both.
Hello vegan gains, do you have a position on transmedicalism? I want to debate it sometime. Or perhaps just discuss it and lay out its definition, since I frequently see popular YouTubers make a straw man out of it and it makes me frustrated.
I have no idea what transmedicism or medicalism is, so I wouldn't be able to make an argument against it because I have no idea what it is. If you want to tell me what it is, and then I can give you my opinion, but I have no idea what it is. I can open up the Discord if you want to chat about it. Just ask. Thanks for the donation, Lauren.
high, and notice it's higher than last time. And so in the previous results, he was actually healthier. And so some markers got better and some markers got worse. And so the cholesterol total, we can see that it's very low. However, HDL cholesterol, it's only at 23.
Greg doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. It's not atypical to see very low HDL levels if your cholesterol is low. He's at 79. That's pretty low. Ideally, it would be under 70, but, you know, big whoop. His HDL may be a bit lower than normal, like maybe it would be at like 35, 40 if he wasn't on steroids, but HDL is not a causal risk factor for heart disease, so it's not something you should worry about.
On the current cycle, but what you want is your HDL to be higher. And so this is not healthy blood work. Last but not least,
What a fucking idiot. Oh my god. HDL is a non-causal risk factor for heart disease. So seeing an HDL of 23, especially when your LDL is at 79, is not at all concerning.
You see his insulin is at 1.2. This is very low. Did he really get healthier? Is this the kind of post that you want to make? Hey, everybody, you can still abuse steroids and still be healthy. See my blood work. The blood work doesn't show that you're healthy at all. And so when Mike Israetel is bragging, saying, look at my blood work, it's below 120/80, and I'm 229 pounds on gear and I'm 40, that's telling the world, you too can abuse steroids, so long as you take blood pressure medications. But he's not showing us his blood work. He's not showing how good or bad that it may be. And he's telling everyone, I'm fit despite what I'm doing. I believe that this is a negative message. You can hate me for talking about it. You could say Coach Greg is just a hater. He's jealous. But what I'm trying to do is convince the world that abusing steroids, no matter what you do, no matter how healthy you think you are, it's still not healthy. And yeah, I get it. He's a grown man. He can do what he wants. And I'm also a grown man, and I am going to do whatever I want. And that's to talk about Mike Israetel and his blood pressure. Now, if you are trying to be healthier than last time, the number one supplement I'm going to suggest, GO2 Max. It's going to improve your cardio. You'll have more energy. You can work out harder and for longer and feel better. And so by burning off more calories, it's going to help you to lose weight.
What a fucking asshole. Like, bro. By the way, I'm pretty sure this violates, like, some kind of law when it comes to supplement marketing. You can't claim a supplement is going to make you healthier. You can't claim that it can be used to treat any kind of health conditions. Because if you claim that, you're making a medical claim, and you can't make medical claims when it comes to supplements. So I'm pretty sure Greg is technically breaking the law here.
And that can ultimately help your blood pressure and perhaps increase the quality and quantity of your life. Interested in GO2 Max? Click the link in the description. Code Greg for 15% off.
Greg is such a fucking asshole. Jesus Christ, dude. Can't fucking believe that.
Welcome to the Council of Trent podcast with super fancy digs, because we're here in Steubenville, Ohio, recording in the Pints with Aquinas studio. We were joking last night, people get that wrong. It's not Pints for Aquinas, it's Pints with Aquinas, and it's an interview with the host of Pints with Aquinas, Mr. Matt Fradd.
Thank you for having me on your wonderful podcast.
Well, thank you
for providing the equipment.
For providing the wonderful equipment, lights, set up here. One day I will transform my closet to look more like your excellent studio here. But no, it's great. We just finished recording a 2-hour interview for Pints with Aquinas. You called me the apologetics ninja. Now I'm worried that like someone's gonna like challenge me, like I will take your honor. Or no, someone's gonna be, you know what, now that I think about it, maybe you should have said apologetics samurai, because ninja are like criminals, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, ninja is like a criminal
That might be
element.
cultural appropriation, I'm not sure.
I think, what if I just showed up apologetics ninja, but I'm dressed like complete
So cool.
samurai kimono
With a mask on.
Yeah, right. So
cool.
I thought it'd be cool since we were here. I wanted to chat with you, and on Council Term, we want to edify people, build them up in a lot of different areas. I know before you did Pints of the Aquinas, I feel so bad. People are like, oh yeah, Matt Fradd, the porn guy. Like, please don't call me. Please don't call me the porn guy.
Yeah, I don't actually mind being called the porn guy. I love speaking on this topic, and I've written books on the topic, as you know, and I don't travel as much as I used to, but whenever I get to travel and speak at a high school, I just love speaking to teens about this issue. So
yeah,
I'm still super passionate about it.
Well, no, it's huge, and I'm glad that you did and still do speak about it, because it's sort of an evil whose name you can't raise. It's kind of like abortion. Like, yeah, abortion's bad, and it's like we need to fight pornography. It's like, oh well, because it's like when you look in a parish. The odds of people there secretly being involved with the abortion industry are actually probably pretty low. Some people might have, at least currently, some people might have had abortions in the past, but odds are you talk about it in church, no one is currently involved in the abortion industry, usually, pretty low.
Yeah.
But the percentage of people who are involved in the pornography industry, even being a consumer of it,
would be higher.
Is distressingly much higher.
What's interesting is when I started doing this work, I started working at Catholic Answers back in 2012, and I was really passionate about speaking on pornography. And of course, Jason Everett was working with Catholic Answers when I joined, and he would travel and give chastity talks.
Right.
And so when they were trying to get me out to speak at high schools, I was like, can I speak just on pornography? And the response was crickets. It was, no, please don't. You're the cheaper Jason Everett. Just give a moderately good chastity talk, incorporate the topic of pornography, but basically just give a chastity talk like Jason's. And Jason's brilliant. You can't sort of replicate what he does, but I did my best. But it's been interesting to see, since I did that in 2012, I would say 3 years later, maybe 4, I couldn't keep up with the demand of schools and universities who wanted me to speak specifically on pornography.
Yeah.
So it was a cultural shift occurred at some point between then and now.
No, it's huge. And I think, thankfully, even people who are not religious are starting to see, this is, we've borne fruit. We've now had access to high-speed internet and videos for 20 years, 25 years, 20 years. So we've got a large data set of what it does feel, especially men.
Yep.
And people are not liking the results, even non-religious people.
Kanye West spoke against it. James Hetfield, lead singer of Metallica, narrated in any porn documentary. Terry Crews has spoken about his own struggles. Chris Rock, in a stand-up routine, mentioned in a sort of offhand way that porn led to his divorce.
Yeah.
But in another interview, he said he's getting help and is a lot healthier. So it's almost like as the studies begin to pile higher and higher, we realize we can't keep just pretending that this is a religious issue.
Right. People see.
So porn addiction is pretty rare. Like Pornhub even uploads their own statistics. I think most users, and I think that I don't know if this is like total users or those who have an account. I think most users only watch like 3 to 4 times a week and watch for like 7 minutes. I wouldn't exactly call that a porn addiction. And, like, even when you look at any kind of large prospective cohort data, it's actually pretty unusual for you to find anyone within a population of a few thousand in the study that would be classified as having a porn addiction or any kind of sexual dysfunction due to porn use. So if you're watching porn, the likelihood of you being addicted is very small, like less than 1%. Just because there's so many users of porn, like especially men, I think at this point, it's almost impossible to find any men who have never watched any porn ever. You're obviously going to find people who get addicted to it. So, like, it's kind of like saying you should never, ever eat Oreos or potato chips because the amount of people that are addicted to Oreos and potato chips is staggeringly high. Like, yeah, there's a lot of fat fuck people in the world. That doesn't mean eating Oreos or potato chips occasionally means there's a high likelihood that you're going to become addicted to Oreos or potato chips. Like, that's the best analogy I can make. It's kind of like saying never eat Oreos, never eat like popcorn or potato chips or any of these, like, you know, sometimes foods because you're going to get addicted.
That it really does stuff to your brain. And it's so funny. People want to treat like, oh, sex isn't a big deal. But then when there's a sex scandal, it's like, oh, suddenly it becomes a big deal. We understand that. So what I want to talk about today, though, when it comes to arguments for the faith, things like that, there are some academics quotation mark. Well, there are people who try to argue, oh, there's no such thing as sex addiction. And there's some people, even like qualifying what that term means. I think Nicole Prouse is one of these individuals and others.
She's gone after me repeatedly on Twitter. I have to ignore her. Bless her.
But I mean, they are like, obsessed with the idea to try to say, oh, there's nothing wrong with pornography. No one's ever really addicted to pornography. The only problem is if you have outdated religious views that cause you grief when it comes to porn. But otherwise, there's no such thing as sex addiction. What's wrong with the arguments they're making?
Okay, so we used to think, I mean neuroscientists, that in order for something to be addictive, it had to be a substance that you brought into your body, nicotine, alcohol, forms of medication.
Right.
Since neuroscientists started looking into the brain, it's changed how we understand addiction. We now know.
So, by the way, I'm just going to take a wild guess here. They're never going to bring up any actual statistics on the rate of porn addiction. Like again, if you look at most large cross-sectional or prospective cohort studies on porn use, very rare do you ever see people with addiction to pornography. It's pretty unusual. Most porn use is just associated with sexual interest. That's why more men watch pornography. Men are more sexually motivated, so you see more men watch pornography. And the amount of porn use you watch is probably going to be directly related to how sexually interested you're in. If you're a very horny guy, especially if you don't have access to a sexual partner that has the same libido you have, you're going to watch porn more. So, they're just never going to bring up any statistics. They're just going to say, oh, well, Kanye West said he had a problem with porn addiction, and this other celebrity said, like, okay, that's not statistics. Like, they're just going to fearmonger and say, oh, all these people on the internet say they got addicted, so it must be a really big problem. Ashley Johnson donated $2. This is on YouTube. You won't get banned. Please listen.
Hey, what's fucking...
Somebody already sent that to me. It's... yeah, whatever he says the N-word over and over again. Thanks for the donation, Ashley. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
This is a picture of a black hole from the Event Horizon Telescope from NASA, captured from a galaxy called M87, 55 million light years away from Earth. A black hole occurs when a star exhausts most of its nuclear fuel and collapses under its own gravitational pull. If it's a large enough star, its compactification results in a gravitational pull so strong that nothing can escape, not even light. That's why it's black. In 1976, legendary physicist Stephen Hawking proposed that black holes, mysterious enough as they are, do something that should be impossible according to the laws of quantum mechanics. They destroy information. This is a paradox because it should not happen. Information should be conserved in the universe because if it's not, then it could mean that causality could be violated. In other words, random, inexplicable events could happen that are not linked to prior events. This...
Interesting.
Russian President Vladimir Putin was supposed to be arrested during a state visit to Mongolia on September 3rd.
Yeah, I heard about this.
That's what the International Criminal Court, Ukraine, and rights organizations wanted. But he wasn't, even though he is wanted by the court for the unlawful deportation and transfer of children from occupied areas of Ukraine to Russia. And Mongolia is a member of the court, which means Mongolia should have arrested Putin while he was there. But it didn't. There are two main reasons. Firstly, the court cannot force even its own member states to arrest somebody. The court itself doesn't have a police force or an enforcement body and has to rely on the support and cooperation of its 124 member countries, especially when it comes to stuff like making arrests on their territory. Which brings us to the second big reason. By arresting Putin, Mongolia would be shooting itself in the foot. The country is extremely dependent on Russia for energy, and Russia largely finances its economy. It's sandwiched between Russia and China and needs to avoid completely upsetting either of them. And the West would be...
Yep, that's unfortunate. Dr. Jill Stein discusses why it's so important to oppose the two-party duopoly. AOC was given orders to smear Jill Stein because Stein has the Democrats in full-fledged panic mode. Yeah, right. I'll look at that in a minute. I googled it. It says 11% first result. Rate of porn addiction. Pornography addiction affects roughly 13% of the world's population. 68% of divorce cases in the U.S. involve one spouse being addicted to porn. That doesn't sound likely. 13% of the world's population is addicted, but 68% of it. That sounds disproportionate. 80% of young men report that they feel addicted. Okay, what is the actual data here? References. Okay, most of these are just blog posts. What? So this is just a bullshit article. They didn't provide any references. They literally made all of this shit up. Wi-Fi talents? They literally made this up. You go down to references, and then it just sends you to the fucking National Library of Medicine. Oh, I have to look this up myself? Okay, right. Self-reported addiction to pornography in nationally represented sample, the roles, use, habits, religious, blah, blah, blah. The results indicate that most participants had viewed pornography within their lifetime, with just over half reporting some use in the past year. Moreover, roughly 11% of men, 3% of women report some agreement with statement, I am addicted to pornography. Across all participants, such feelings were more strongly associated with male gender, younger age, greater religiousness, greater moral incongruence. So this is self-reporting. So, like they say, like they admit in the abstract in the paper, people are more likely to say they're addicted to pornography if they're younger, more religious, and have some sort of conflicted moral feelings about porn use. So they're likely not addicted. They just feel like they're addicted because they watch porn occasionally because they get horny, and whenever they get horny and they don't have a girlfriend, they jerk off and they're like, oh my God, I'm addicted. I can't help myself. When no, this is just normal sexual behavior. So terrible. Like, where is there any, like, just show me good fucking data that doesn't rely on stupid self-reporting.
Both my parents are on the carnivore diet and they both are reporting good health. My mom has a 70 LDL score. How do I convince my parents that the carnivore diet is bad for health? My mom wants a study that disproves the carnivore diet.
You can look oh my God, dude. So first of all, if your mom has an LDL of 70 while on the carnivore diet, she is a genetic abnormality. She just has genetically low LDL. She has to have some weird polymorphism that makes her just have low LDL. The best studies to look at would be the Harvard carnivore diet study. They found that people following the carnivore diet had rapidly accelerated coronary artery calcification. It's not explicitly stated in the study, but if you actually read the study, they go over coronary artery calcium scores, and the people on the carnivore diet rapidly increase their coronary artery calcium. There's also the Harvard Nurses Health study and the recent Harvard diabetes study that found a strong association between red meat and diabetes. And in the Nurses Health study and the Health Professionals Follow-Up study, they found a huge association between red meat and heart disease, diabetes, cancer, and all-cause mortality. Thanks for the donation, though, Fuyu. Will Mage donated $2. The data sheet that Avi compiled about militants versus civilian ratio, what makes his data a valid source? Because he it's verified data. You can ask him personally, and you can cross-reference yourself. He just compiled data from mortality statistics from various conflicts. That's what makes it a valid source. So I can explain to people why I'm using it, showed it some terrorist supporter, and he called it a propaganda cheat sheet for Zionists or some shit. Who cares? Don't bother arguing with these people. They're fucking just Jew haters. Like, bro, that, they don't care, okay? That data could come from Jesus himself. They wouldn't care. They just hate Jews. So when people say this sort of shit, like tell you this, don't bother arguing with them. It's a waste of time. They don't care. Like, if they cared about the data, they wouldn't be claiming it's a genocide. They wouldn't be claiming Israel's starving the population. They're just full of shit, and they're using this as a veil to justify their hatred of Jews. But yeah, Avi just compiled the data from mortality statistics from other wars. And again, if they wanted to invalidate that source, then they could just cross-reference that with, you know, the data he supposedly got and then show, oh, it's bullshit, but they're not doing that because they don't care. They just hate Jews. Thanks for the donation though, dude. Sengoku donated $2. As you get older, a year doesn't even feel like a long time anymore. I can remember last year, it was like yesterday. I do not have that experience at all. Every year feels like I've lived 10 years. But thanks for the donation though, Sengoku.
Soon to respond to Kamala's insane interview. She gave one of the craziest speeches I ever heard in my life. That people say was joyful. Where she essentially promised never-ending war. She promised to expand never-ending war, and the DNC platform essentially called Trump a pussy on Iran. You know, the guy who assassinated General Soleimani.
Yeah.
The message of the Kamala campaign is saying that Trump was too soft on Iran. They're running like psychopaths. So we're gonna get to that very soon. I do want to give shout out to my friends. You guys saw the intro video that I had at the beginning. Big shout out to Hotspot, the group Nico House is working on. They do a Hotspot. Where the left won because they was able to form a massive coalition.
Very, very rigged system, but at the same time, we don't.
It's not a rigged system. If you, it just has to do with the voting system we have. If you have a voting system that just a first to the post voting system, you're generally only going to have two parties that become the two most viable parties. That's just a consequence of the voting system. So unless she's going to advocate for a popularity poll voting system, then she's just full of shit.
Have to vote within it, you know, and we do have other parties. We have to fight like hell to be an option. And let me say, I think the biggest rigging is a psyop. It's a psychological operation that tells people that you're throwing away your vote.
You are throwing away your vote if you vote independent. That's just because of the first to the post voting system. There's no psyop. That's just a natural consequence of a first to the post voting system.
If you actually vote on behalf of your own interests. So just remember that while it is incredibly rigged in specifics, still that choice is ours. And we could overturn this election.
Okay, she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. She's just a crazy bitch.
That behaviors can be just as addictive as substances can. In the DSM-5, put out by the American Psychiatric Association, they recognize pathological gambling would come under.
Lex Friedman just interviewed Trump. Let me guess, he's going to ask stupid questions that have nothing to do with the election, and even when he does ask questions that pertain to the election or what voters would care for, Trump is going to just spew nonsense, and Lex is not going to give him any pushback.
Addiction, heading addiction. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, we reckon nothing's ingested, nothing's injected, and yet we see, okay, this can be addictive. Today, as far as...
Saladino donated $2. Let me
Did
see.
you know that if you have lactose intolerance, you can probably eat all of these foods without ending up in the bathroom in an emergency? So if you have lactose intolerance, you can eat Parmigiano Reggiano cheese, Pecorino Romano cheese, both of which are always raw, or an aged Swiss cheese, completely safely. You will not end up in the bathroom from those cheeses. Why eat dairy in the first place? Dairy from cows, dairy from sheep, contains all sorts of things that are beneficial for humans: calcium, vitamin K2, odd chain fatty acids,
Those are nutrients that you can get from other foods. Like I love it when people say that something's healthy because it contains nutrients. Like if crystal meth contained protein and vitamin A and vitamin D, is crystal meth healthy for you now? Mimi donated $2. Let me see.
Yes, ma'am. We just wanted to come home. My cousin has been missing for 3 days now. Me and my family, we've been out here in the woods looking for her. We've been looking everywhere for her. Yeah, but my thing is, my family is telling everybody that she may have gotten kidnapped. Come on now, who fighting her and put her in the car? She left this. I'm sick of doing this.
I don't know what the fuck that is. Thanks for the donation.
bioavailable protein. All of this is far better than plant-based milks, and I want you guys to know that if you...
What was that stupid thing he flashed on screen? So he shows a blog article written by some random bitch as evidence milk is healthy. Okay, well, enjoy your prostate cancer, dickhead.
than plant-based milks, and I want you guys to know that if you...
On what basis does he have to claim...
Do I need to worry about oxalates? Whole food vegan diets are very high in them.
No, and they're not. Thanks for the donation, Ripe.
you have lactose intolerance, you're not stuck drinking plant-based milks like oat.
What would you do for biceps tendinosis? I feel like it's just the new normal.
Stop training, or at least stop training movements that aggravate the tendinitis. If it doesn't go away after 3 months, I would recommend considering taking peptides like TB500 or BPC157. Thanks for the donation, thee then now.
Milk or almond milk, just look for things that are fermented like kefir or yogurt or aged cheeses, preferably the ones
Like, he has no basis to claim plant-based milks are less healthy than dairy, like cow's milk.
that are raw. And if you're worried about this, just start slow. Have a little bit.
Like, by the way, soy consumption is associated with lower breast cancer and prostate cancer risk. Whereas dairy is certainly associated with prostate cancer risk, and there's mixed data associating it with breast cancer risk. So, gee, what's the better milk, huh? Axel Fuzz donated $2.
I don't know if you know this, but some people...
Okay, we might watch that later. I might have to react to that on another stream, because we have a lot of shit to go through. Thanks for the donation, though, Axel. Son Goku donated $2. Which sports do you find the least entertaining to watch between American football, soccer, basketball, baseball? If I had to rank them, I'd say soccer's the most boring, football would be next, then baseball, then basketball. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Wombat got her asshole ate by the coyote.
When a wombat is attacked by predators, it quickly runs back to its den and blocks the entrance with its butt. This is because a wombat's butt is mostly made of thick cartilage, which is tough and hard for predators to scratch or bite. If a predator tries to follow it into the den, the wombat will use its butt to crush the predator's head against the ceiling. In this way, the wombat can even kill the predator by twerking it to death.
I'm not sure if that's true, but that's interesting. Thanks for the donation, Mimi.
Bit of cheese, have like a spoonful or a small glass of kefir or yogurt and see how it goes, but you're going to be much better off in terms of GI stuff that comes with lactose. We all know what I'm talking about. Than milk if you do these things. So go eat some.
Paul Saladino is a fucking asshole.
There's a secret ingredient in McDonald's ketchup. Actually, there's 7 ingredients in here.
Let me guess. Fructose. You're gonna die if you eat ketchup.
A couple of them are really problematic. If you look at the label here, you'll find out pretty clearly that McDonald's ketchup contains high fructose corn syrup
There we
and
go.
corn syrup. There's a significant amount of highly processed, I would say weaponized sugar in the ketchup at McDonald's. If you look at the research, naturally occurring sugars and things like fruit and honey look to actually be pretty good for humans. But highly processed, refined, like I said, weaponized sugars, like high fructose corn syrup and corn syrup, are horrible for humans. This has to do with the highly refined nature of these sugars, probably leading to multiple contaminants. There's evidence that high fructose corn syrup even contains things like heavy metal. But even something that appears to be benign, like ketchup at McDonald's, is full of harmful things for you and your children. Getting rid of ultra-processed food, things like this, in your diet, will
Yes, you are going to die if you put ketchup on your French fries.
This is how I brush my teeth. Let me show you guys my oral hygiene routine. It's actually pretty simple, and I think most people overcomplicate this. I use a toothbrush, but it's a bamboo toothbrush with boar's hair bristles. I don't want to use a plastic bristle toothbrush because I figure that could be an increased source of exposure to microplastics. In terms of floss, a lot of the Glide flosses contain PFAs. There was a study done on women using a Glide floss, which contained PFAs, contained fluorine derivatives, and they had higher levels of these forever chemicals in their bodies. So if you're gonna floss, and I think you should, use a silk floss without PFAs. Be careful of Glide floss. What's missing here? Toothpaste. I don't actually use toothpaste, guys. I can easily clean any plaque off my teeth at the end of the day with just...
Yes, why would you want to protect your enamel, kill bacteria, or remineralize your teeth?
Water and a toothbrush. If you have bad breath, that's most likely related to dysbiosis in your mouth and your gut. You have to fix the foods you're eating, improve your food quality, fix your gut, fix your oral microbiome. That will improve your breath. Bad breath
Yes, and you do that with toothpaste.
is not the result of not using toothpaste. Simple oral hygiene routine, toothbrush, boar's hair bristles, silk floss free of PFAs.
Watch this guy get cavities. Just watch. He eats a fair bit of fruit and sugar from honey as well. If you're eating honey, you absolutely want to use toothpaste. So just watch this idiot get cavities. Did Frank die? He might have. Aaron P. donated $2. Freely made a video about you. Says you eat Frankenfoods and lamp oil. Is this recent? You annoy me. Thanks for the donation, Aaron P.
As far as I'm aware, we have 56 neurological studies on porn users.
Yeah.
And every one of them, except one, so 55 of the 56 neuroscience-based studies, lend strong support for the addiction model. And what that means is the findings of those studies mirror studies done on substance abuse. So I understand people's hesitancy, even Christians' hesitancy to maybe embrace the term addiction. Sometimes it feels like people are just making excuses for their behavior and they're a victim now.
Right.
They have more control than they're willing to admit. And all that might be true. But just because a term can be abused, it doesn't mean it can't be used correctly.
Right.
And I think most Christians, if you were to say to them, okay, I understand, maybe you and I don't really know what an addiction means, so maybe we can't even agree on that term, but would you agree that drug addiction messes a person's brain up, or could, and that if we were to do, say, an fMRI scan on that brain, that brain would look different to, say, a healthy brain?
Right.
I think most people would say, sure. Even if I'm not really sure what that means or how to read a scan, I would say yes. Okay, so what we're saying here is these 55 neuroscience-based studies show the same thing or very similar things.
Right. And I think this is helpful because actually for a long time, I did not embrace the label of porn being an addiction because I had a very narrow view.
Draw a picture of Paul Saladino getting skull fucked by a xenomorph cock. Make sure the cock is going through the back of his skull. Make sure he looks like he's loving it. Also make him shitting and pissing himself while he's sucking the xenon cum hour.
Wait, is this still not working? Give me a second. What a jackass. Okay, I'll have to draw that off screen. And then, fuck. My iPad's dead. Okay, you're gonna have to wait like maybe 5-10 minutes for me to start drawing because my iPad died. But I will draw that for you. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Baphomet.
Of addiction, even narrower than just a substance. Like I thought.
What are my thoughts on Ozempic? It's good. Oh wait, it's I can do it now. So let me see. Draw a picture of Paul Saladino getting skull fucked by a xenomorph cock. Make sure the cock is going through the back of his skull. Make sure he looks like he's loving it. Also make him shitting and pissing himself while he's sucking the xenocock. Wait. While he's sucking the xenon come out. How could he be sucking the cum out if it's through his head? Alright, I'll try my best to draw that. Saladino donated $2.
Thank you. Oh my God! Zarina, thank you. Our respect. Yeah. Okay, thank you. No, shall I tell you what it is? When you shake someone's hand, as a man, no, you know what it is? It's not germs. For us, we say that, you know what, we give respect to you by not touching you. If I want to touch you in any way, then I need to commit to you. And that's through marriage. Thank you.
Yes, because a handshake is very sexual.
Bismillah. Did you know that Islam is the only religion that nobody ever leaves? Yes, alhamdulillah, Islam is the only religion that nobody ever leaves. With all other religions, Christianity, Hinduism, Judaism, Buddhism, Scientology, atheism, agnosticism, people leave the religion. But with Islam, nobody ever leaves the religion. Now you might say, what about those who call themselves ex-Muslims and apostates? Well, those people were never Muslims to begin with. Alhamdulillah.
That's not a very funny skit.
Hey guys, as requested, I'm going.
Alright, I'll watch that later.
Here's a classic carnivore dessert for you to try. Brown butter bites. Here's how to make them. You're going to melt a whole block of butter into a pan on medium-low heat. Stir in.
This isn't even carnivore, it's a dairy product, and it's a highly processed dairy product.
Until it changes to a brownish colour. Once it's foamy and frothy, pour it out into a jug, making sure to get all the bits out of the pan. Pour it into a silicone mould all evenly. I'm going to get 17 bites out of this. Sprinkle a pinch of salt on each one. Place it in the freezer for about an hour until it's chilled. And there you go. It tastes like a salted, buttery fudge. Definitely give it a try.
That is absolutely fucking disgusting. These people are so desperate for anything that tastes good, they literally have to resort to eating pure butter. Just brilliant. Well, they're all gonna fucking die. They're all gonna get heart attacks. Fuck them.
Really, something is only an addiction if you suffered life-threatening physical withdrawals. Like for me, I narrowed addiction so much that you could be addicted to drinking but not smoking. If I was to be consistent, I'd have to say, because nobody's going to die not smoking a cigarette. But you can die if you're taking off alcohol too quickly. If you don't go to certain clinics, things like that. But I think others, you might say, okay, even if you don't use the word addiction.
So they're still not presenting any evidence that porn is inherently addictive. And they're also not giving you any data indicating that the risk of porn addiction is even high. They're just claiming it's addictive. Well, okay, well, that's not really good enough.
Maybe you could use the word compulsion, but I think your brain changes, and you're right, it doesn't have to be a substance. Like if somebody goes to a casino, and what is it? They're looking at like lights on a screen. They sit in front of a slot machine for 18 hours. Mm-hmm. What they want is they're pushing a button and seeing certain lights in front of them. And they get a high when it's 3 bars, and they get a low when it's not. And so we think, well, what is someone who has a compulsion or addiction to pornography? They click a button, they see an image, it gives them a high, and then there's a low. And then, like, let's say they go back to porn, they see the old image, they get kind of a low, like, I already saw that. And so it starts to do that rewiring you're talking about.
Nicole Prouse has 2 studies, both of which weren't invasive. They're not like fMRI. They are they basically put pads around the brain. I'm forgetting the name of that scan, but they're not terribly efficient. But here's how she tries to say pornography is not addictive.
Yeah.
She said, okay, so if you show like a crack addict say, an instrument of their addiction, say white powder or a pipe or something like that, they'll have a spike, EEG. That's what
Okay,
it was,
yeah,
EEG
electroencephalogram,
studies.
EEG, yeah.
But she says, but when you show a supposed porn addict, vanilla porn, like something that's not too risque, you actually don't see that same spike. So what's funny is she concluded from that, therefore porn's not addictive, but some of the top neuroscientists in the world reviewed her data and said, we have no problem with your data. The problem is it actually proves porn addiction.
Right.
First of all, you're not showing something surrounding the drug, you're showing the drug itself. Secondly, the fact that there wasn't a spike is actually showing that people can become desensitized to pornography.
Interesting.
So it actually shows the opposite of
yeah,
what she tried to show.
that's not a good comparison, because especially either a crack pipe, that is the direct instrument, or the actual crack cocaine powder. That's the thing you want. So it would be better if most people who are addicted, they are past softcore. They want the hardcore stuff. And showing, and I'm sure, I'll leave some links in the description below, by the way, of this video, if you want more resources on the arguments and the studies that show this. And so I think that's helpful, though I do think, Matt, part of it is it's a bias.
No resources whatsoever. They didn't link anything.
Yes, from a moral perspective, I think trying to defend this. I mean, there's no way around this. If this was some other thing they didn't like religion or something, I'm sure they'd even be willing to say you could be addicted to religion or this and that. Or I'll tell you the problem. I think a lot of them say, well, an addiction occurs when you do something and it inhibits a healthy life. So you're addicted to gambling if you bet your house. You're addicted to alcohol if you can't hold a job, even you're drunk all the time. But I'm sure people like Proust and others would say you could look at pornography every night
and it'll enhance your life.
It'll enhance your life, and you'll have pornography doesn't inhibit your life like these other substances or gambling would. But then I would say, well, what about the husbands? The fact that, let's say, a husband is looking at pornography, does that not?
Final consensus on bivalves, sentient or not? I'm trying to figure out whether or not bivalves are vegan. They have complex abilities that are similar to sentience but have no brain, and their ganglia is basic. Can I eat fried mussels? I'm vegan BTW. Help.
So in a vacuum, I looked into this a little bit because I was kind of interested on like whether or not it's an ethical issue to eat bivalves. It's not an ethical issue in a vacuum to eat bivalves. Like, the likelihood of them being sentient is remarkably incredibly low. There's less of a chance of them being sentient than insects. They do not have a brain, they don't have a nervous system, they don't have nociceptors, and they can complete complex tasks, but individual neurons can complete very complex tasks in the absence of sentience. So that doesn't really say much. So if you were, like, I don't know, at a river and you saw some mollusks or any kind of bivalve, it's fine to eat them. There are environmental consequences to eating bivalves. They are getting over-harvested, and that does seem to be having a negative impact on marine ecosystems. So for that reason, I'd recommend vegans avoid eating bivalves. Just because it does seem to have some negative environmental impacts. But they're not sentient, and I wouldn't be concerned that they die. Again, the likelihood of them being sentient is very fucking low. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Gains. Hope that answers your question.
Inhibit his ability to have a healthy marriage with his wife. And I think Proust and others would say, well, maybe she should just realize it's not a big deal.
Right, so it does, and in my book, The Porn Myth, I lay all this out. There are over 70 studies that show a correlation between porn use and sexual dissatisfaction. There are over 40 studies that show a correlation between porn use and sexual dysfunction, like premature ejaculation, erectile dysfunction. 12 of those 40 studies show causation, because the one thing that was removed, namely pornography, they removed that and these people regained their sexual functioning.
Right. Here's what I would say. Here would be a blunt. I don't know what you think of this argument.
So, notice the claim they're making here. They're claiming porn use is inherently addictive, and the evidence they're using in favor of that claim is that those who are addicted to porn end up curing or relieving symptoms of their addiction. That's not evidence of it being inherently addictive. That's just like we can agree that there are people who get addicted to porn. That happens. The case that they're trying to make, though, is that porn use is inherently addictive, and they've provided no evidence for that claim. They haven't even shown rates of porn addiction. Like they haven't even demonstrated that the likelihood of becoming addicted to porn is particularly high. They're just completely fucking full of shit, and they're talking out of their ass. It's kind of hard to draw Paul Saladino. Cream Pie donated $2. What is healthier, to be fat, vegan, BMI 40, LDL 70 milligrams per deciliter, blood pressure 125/80, or lean muscular carnivore? BMI 24, LDL 160. I don't know, dude. Thanks for the donation, Cream Pie.
Argument. Someone says, well, porn isn't harmful. I would say, if it's not harmful, why is it a crime to show it to children? Well, children can't consent. Children can't.
Now, like, what? I'm sorry. So, porn use is harmful because you can't show it to children. There's a lot of things that I wouldn't want to show to a child that aren't necessarily harmful, like, or inherently harmful.
So vegan in a vacuum but non-vegan only because it's environmentally bad. No fried mussels at a restaurant, but if I see one in the river and want to fry it, it's okay?
Yeah, sure. Whatever. I don't know why you're asking me stupid fucking questions like this, dude. I already explained the case. Why do you have to ask me dumb questions? There seem to be environmental issues with harvesting bivalves. They're important for, aquatic ecosystems, and they're being over-harvested. For that reason, should probably avoid eating them. Thanks for the donation,
Can't consent to buying a house, but I won't go to prison if I show them my loan application. If I show them the house I bought. It's like, yeah, children can't consent to this, but I'm not asking them. They're not doing it. They're watching the stuff. But clearly, we would say, oh, it's not harmful, but yet it's a crime to show it to a child. In fact, it's a crime to show pornography to someone who doesn't want to see it. That's sexual harassment. If you're in a workplace and you're just showing.
Yeah, so I also wouldn't want a child reading certain books. I wouldn't want a child reading fucking Berserk or like certain manga, like what's it called? Chainsaw Man. Like, what the fuck does this have to do with something being inherently harmful? It's just fucked-hearted.
Showing it on your computer to people who don't want to see that. You can get fired. Well, so clearly there is something that it can inhibit your life. So let's draw it together a little bit. If someone does feel like they're addicted to pornography, they're like, I've tried to give this up, I feel like I'm trapped, what are resources you would recommend?
So I think the three big things that I would point people to is to go find a certified sex addiction therapist, CSAT. If you were to type in CSAT in my area, that would be a good idea. Going to a good SA group in your area is a good idea. Now, often people have objections to this. They say, well, goodness, if I go to a SA addiction, maybe I'll see someone who'll know me. And I don't want to say, yeah, but you'll also see them. It's really okay.
Yeah.
And then maybe spiritual direction. Those would be the three big things. As far as like smaller things, I would say get my book, The Porn Myth. 100% of the royalties go to help sex traffic victims in San Diego, actually. Children of the Immaculate Heart, they get all the royalties for that, whether you get the ebook or the Audible book or whatever.
Sure.
I also have a 21-day course for men called strive21.com. It's a 21-day detox from porn course. If you're a woman struggling with pornography, check out my friend's website, magdalaministries.org, because there you're going to find a supportive group of women who are all trying to overcome sexual sin like pornography and masturbation together.
Right. Tell us a little bit about Covenant Eyes, because you used to work for them, and they have something that I think is superior to filter technology. Like, just blocking websites a lot of times doesn't work. You don't have the willpower for it, but they have something I think a little better than that.
Yeah, so most free filters will have a blacklist of URLs. Covenant Eyes actually goes into the page, not just to scan the text, but they even now have image recognition software. So as you're using Covenant Eyes, they'll take these low-res pics every now and again, and if it's flagged as pornography, your accountability partner will get an email. So that's the difference.
Well, that's different, the accountability partner, than just a filter.
Yeah, so filtering blocks are bad stuff. Accountability gives someone you trust a report of your online activity.
Yeah.
And why this, I think, is superior is because it connects you into a relationship. It's not just blocking, it's helping you have an outside of the internet conversation with a friend or a loved one. So you got any websites you shouldn't?
Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah. Have a software constantly take photos of whatever you're watching, and then they can steal your fucking credit card information. Yeah, you want to buy something on Amazon? Oh, well, now somebody has your fucking credit card. Brilliant. Yeah, do that.
Your accountability partner will get a report by email every week, every 2 weeks, once a month. You get to decide the frequency. And I just think that's really neat. I mean, if you knew, put it this way, I often think this, because I do often think we have more self-control than we're willing to admit. If you knew that you were being filmed like Truman was in the Truman Show 24 hours a day, how long would it take before you're like, I can't help it anymore. I got to do it.
Yeah.
You'd probably have more self-control than you're willing to admit. And Covenant Eyes helps that because it brings this dark stuff into the light.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. I don't think parents should be giving their
Like what a weird thing to say. Guess what? If I knew every single time I had to take a shit, somebody was going to be filming me and watching me, I'd probably shit less. Does that mean I have more self-control than I really think I do? Like, these people are such idiots. Oh my god. What a bunch of fucking weirdos.
children any access to technology unless they have Covenant Eyes or something similar on all their devices. If you're not willing to monitor it, you should not provide it. I think that's the thing you should keep in mind.
Amen to that. Well, thank you so much, Matt, for being on Council of Trent podcast and for letting us use your awesome studio.
Indeed.
So,
great to be with you.
Very good. Thank you guys for listening. Definitely be sure to like this video.
So they provided no evidence for their proposition that pornography is inherently addictive. They didn't provide any evidence that there's a high rate of pornography addiction. So, yeah, they were just talking out of their ass about how they just don't want people to watch porn.
Trapped in pornography and want to be free.
Mhm.
I would love your advice here. 2 questions. One would be, why should young men quit porn? And then what's your advice to young men who feel like it's just inevitable? Like I started when I was young. I've tried all the tricks and tips. I don't know how to stop. I keep promising myself I'll stop, only to go back with a dog to vomit. So first of all, why should they think about quitting porn first of all?
Well, no one ever quits anything. They replace it with something better.
Okay.
Right. I mean, so let's say alcoholism. Let's start with alcoholism. Well, why do people drink? Well, if you like alcohol, that's a stupid question. Like I really liked alcohol. It was pretty bloody obvious why I drank. Why? Well, it made my social relationships feel closer.
Yeah.
It woke me up. It quelled my anxiety. And it knocked out the part of my mind that was concerned with future consequences. So it was like impulsivity. So like you don't need an explanation for that. And some people are particularly susceptible to that alcohol effect. I had a friend, colleague named Frank Irvin back at McGill, and he had a monkey ranch on St. Kitts, green monkeys, vervets, if I remember correctly. I think that's what they are. And he'd feed them rum and Coke. 5% of them would drink the coma on first exposure.
Okay.
Right, 5%. It was like alcohol? Huh, just like Barney Gumble in The Simpsons. Where have you been all my life?
Yes.
Right. Well, so how do people quit drinking?
Dodo donate $2. Circumcise all men, then porn addiction will go away. That's not how that works. The foreskin causes immoral sexual craving. Rapists are disproportionately uncircumcised. Yeah, I don't think that is going to help. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Well, no treatment centers work.
Really?
No. But people do quit. The most reliable cure for alcoholism is religious transformation. And that's been known even among the secular, what would you say, psychiatrists for like 80 years. Well, what happens when you decide you're going to do something other than drink? Okay. You got to get rid of all your friends. Because all your friends are drunks, right? You got to get rid of
Grey Knight donated $2. Is this a good source explaining enough humanitarian aid into Gaza? GoTrax records all aid transfers into Gaza, every aid shipment documented, blah, blah, blah. Is this like made for a phone or something? Why is it so zoomed out? Holy shit. Total aid, 9,000 blah 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 tons, 49,000 trucks. Aid by route, tons. Yeah, that's... Ugh. Seems like a pretty good source. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
probably a fair chunk of your family. All of your social habits are wrong. Every single one of them. Everything you do that isn't work, that's alcohol related, that's your life. All that has to be replaced. You need a replacement. So I would say to young men who are listening to this podcast, for example, if you want to stop engaging in a self-destructive, impulsive, and juvenile habit, whatever it is, make a plan. We have a program online at selfauthoring.com called Future Authoring. It's like it helps you make a vision. So you're ashamed of yourself for some reason. That's why your conscience is calling out. You know you're taking the easy way out. Okay, what are you being called to? Why are you plagued by doubts about the appropriateness of your behavior? Well, because something is beckoning to you. Well, what? An unrealized vision. So in the Future Authoring program, people are asked to, okay, so here's the deal. It's like a covenant. Here's the deal. 5 years from now, you can be who you would like to be, and you can have what you need within the bounds of reason, if you specify it. So if you could be who you would like to be, and if you could have what you think you need, in principle, what would that look like? Well, you start to specify targets. So we say, well, write it down for 15 minutes. Don't get too self-critical. Just think, we ask questions. Who do you admire and why? And what do you think you need and why? And what would you want if you could have it? And then we have people do the reverse. Okay, now picture yourself 5 years out and you've let your bad habits take full control, but you're 5 years older. Right. So what does that look like?
Yeah,
well, it should be
not good.
scary. Like, what's the little hell your whims are aiming at? So what are you? You're the 35-year-old creep at the bachelor party who's still involved with pornography, who still has the mind of a 16-year-old and is getting kind of perverse around the edges because everything he watches is getting a little more brutal. Right? You're that kind of scum rat creep. That's your.
So if you watch pornography as a 30-year-old, you're a creep. Got it. By the way, what is this weird shit about? Where is he getting this idea that if you watch porn, it becomes increasingly more violent? Like, I'm watching basically the same porn I always have since I started watching porn when I had my own fucking computer. Like, hentai, butt sex videos, lesbian Asians. It's
Your destiny? You want that? Think about it. Think about exactly what sort of hell you'd involve yourself in. You bloody well know where your bad habits are likely to. Some people end up on the street. Some people women end up as hookers. There's addiction. There's pimping. There's like brutal cynicism. There's lots of hells. You have yours. You can be sure of that, where your temptation would lead you. You want to think that through and decide if that's where you want to go. And then when you're tempted, you can think, oh, that's a pathway to hell. Maybe no. Right? You need both of those. That's why in the archetypal realm, the moral landscape is anchored with heaven and hell. You need something to run the hell away from.
Yeah.
Right? Because that avoidance, motivation, all that negative emotion, that's really useful.
Okay.
Like anger's part of that too.
Yeah.
You want to have that
Motivate
behind you.
Yeah.
Damn right. You want your fear, you want Satan behind you, pushing you forward.
Okay.
Right? Exactly. Not in front of you, barring your way.
But there needs to be something to run too.
Well, that's the other thing, is that gives you incentive pleasure, and that's exactly what drugs do. That's also what pornography does. Like technically, you experience a dopaminergic release in relationship to a goal. And when all the drugs of addiction produce dopaminergic release, all the bad habits, right? You got to replace that. Well, with what? Movement towards a valid goal. Well, what's your goal? Well, then we ask people in the program, it's like, okay, what do you want in a relationship? Like, if you could have what you wanted, what would it look like? Think about it, vision it, envision it, imagine it, let it reveal itself to you, right? How would you like to structure your friendships? What would you like to do to put your family in order? How would you aim with regard to your career? How would you educate yourself? How would you take care of yourself mentally and physically, assuming you were, trying to do what was good for you, like you liked yourself, which is a very difficult thing to pull off. How could you serve your community? Flesh it out.
Also, a massive thanks to Hallow for sponsoring this podcast. Hallow.com/MattFrad is where you want to go if you want to try out their entire app for 3 months for free. It is an absolutely fantastic app. They actually have all of my audio podcasts on there right now, so you can listen to them over there. They have Catholic lo-fi, meditation, amazing stuff. Hallow.com/MattFrad to get 3 months for free. Hey, thanks so much for watching this clip. If you want to watch more clips of me...
Well, that was excessively stupid. None of these religious tards can actually give an argument for why porn use is inherently bad. All they can do is fearmonger and say, oh, well, you're going to get addicted, and they have no evidence that porn use is inherently addicting or there's a high prevalence of porn addiction. And they also fearmonger about how, oh, well, if you watch porn, you're going to get more and more crazy.
And there goes Jordan preaching about hell again.
Yeah, that's what he does. It just shows that, they have to convince you of this through fear. That's why he mentions hell. They don't have any evidence in support of their claims, so they just try to convince you through fear. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. All right, there's the drawing request of Paul Saladino getting fucked in the mouth by a xenomorph, and the xenomorph penis is going through his skull, and Paul's enjoying it. So there you go. What next? Guess
going to
Sv3rige.
be-
I've got to go take a pee-pee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, just relax. Sit. 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 No, sit. Okay. Oh my god.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god, dude. Relax. Relax. This is Finn. See him? He's on my lap. Okay, you can calm down. Yeah, just relax. Oh my god, he gets so excited. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Just relax.
What's your opinion on Jordan Feigenbaum and barbell medicine?
Down, down, down. They have a good YouTube channel for strength training. Most of their advice is sound. I've seen them make a few stupid videos here and there saying, like, processed red meat isn't that bad and cholesterol isn't that important, you know, crap like that. So some of that shit's stupid, but overall their channel's good, at least in terms of weight training. Thanks for the donation, Papa John.
Reviewing a motivational video about Jay Cutler. He's one of the most popular drug-addicted body destroyers.
I eat for function, not for taste.
All right, so this is meal number 5. It's 5 o'clock. 4 more meals to go tonight. 4 or 5.
4 more meals? As in 9 in a day? God, this guy looks so abnormal. So many insecurities. Such a troll.
Fucking Sv3rige claiming somebody else looks abnormal.
Traumatized. Kid.
Dodo donated $3, right?
It's so over. We're cooked. You think to yourself, as you look at an Instagram infographic telling you that the ice caps have already melted, microplastics are in every single part of your body, and that the Earth's temperature will rise by 2 degrees Celsius over the next 30 years. You are...
Destiny is now reacting to Trump on Lex Fridman. When he finishes, go debate him on the marriage take from a few days ago. Also, he said that Kamala is too far left for him because she is in favor of price control to combat inflation. Maybe debate that too.
Maybe. I might debate that. Thanks for the donation, Supreme Leader.
Are already sweating like a 12-year-old Shein factory worker after a free rail by the government. Feel at the possibility of being wrong? Are you in the groin and calling you a stinky winky ugly Oh? Normally, that's our accurate assessment of meanings, because we are—
I'm not watching that whole video, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, though.
Kid in an adult's body.
Jay Cutler, one of the biggest mass monsters of the 90s. Did you know he ate over 140 eggs a day? He was eating 30 egg whites per meal.
Cracking the eggs, flipping the yolk out, throwing...
Egg whites? He didn't eat the yolks? Or part of it were yolks? Because I'm sure that he didn't eat 140 whole eggs in a day.
It, and then having the egg whites. So it was a lot of work. I mean, there was some diets, I'm not going to lie, I ate 140 egg whites a day.
Right, egg whites. Because these guys who are on drugs don't understand that when you recommend this to other people, not saying that he did, but most of them do, that most people will not achieve anything, seeing as they cannot produce any testosterone themselves, seeing as it's made from fat. Cholesterol is the precursor to testosterone. If you don't...
Dietary cholesterol, serum cholesterol has no relation to actual testosterone production.
Eat the yolks, you're not going to make any gains. But when you're on drugs, yes, this works. You can eat only the egg whites.
So I was cracking eggs nonstop. I mean, I remember sitting and cracking eggs for an hour in the morning, and I would put everything in Tupperware containers, and I would just dump out. I was eating 30 egg whites a meal then.
And he would...
Look at this guy. He eats egg whites, which have some protein. That's about it, really. If you cook them, there's nothing else except for some protein. And there's some flowers there. He actually eats flowers. And vegetable sticks, which are poisonous. And absolutely...
Yes, broccoli and asparagus are poisonous.
Horrible diet. Without drugs, you wouldn't gain 1 ounce of muscle, just nothing.
Buy an entire cow from the butcher, just to eat it all himself.
But I would buy a whole cow at a time. I had a local butcher.
Okay, that's great though. He actually did eat.
That is not great.
A lot of meat. Yes, if you eat meat, you will for sure be able to gain muscle, obviously. But what he ate before there, you would lose muscle.
And I would have a whole cow. I'd walk in the butcher shop and my cow would be hanging. And I'd say, I want, this is hamburg, this is steaks, this and that. And I would buy a whole cow.
Would you actually buy a whole cow or only the muscle meat? This guy should have been eating organs. Maybe he was. Hey, I don't know, but it doesn't sound like it. Most of these guys don't eat organs. Again, because they are on drugs. They feel like they don't need them.
And that wasn't enough.
Look at this guy. Oh my god, man. An absolute tumor builder. It just, oh my god, man. It just doesn't even look in any way human. It's just insanely disgusting.
Picked up 140 pounds of chicken in one go. Insane.
It's a really severe mental illness. Mario Reyes said that bodybuilding is a mental illness. This, what you saw right there, it must be a mental illness. It's the same as anorexia, just the other way around. It's body dysmorphia. You just have very severe insecurities, trauma, who knows what. That's the only thing that can lead you to that. You have to feel somehow very small inside, so to speak, mentally, or you have to be actually sure, whatever the case, there has to be something very severe to do this to yourself. It's absolutely no different.
Scam? It's $500 per year.
The link you gave me is broken. It says Peterson Academy. Yeah, it's a scam. It's just worthless. He's claiming it's an online university. It's not. It's just. It's a bunch of videos. That's all it is. It's a fucking video streaming service that's supposedly educational. I looked on the website. He has like things like nutrition courses. They're run by people with zero nutrition training. So, yeah, the so-called experts he's getting aren't even experts. They don't really know anything about the subjects they're talking about. You can't get any kind of credit for, the Peterson Academy thing. So if you go to a job interview and say, I took a course on Peterson Academy, they're not going to fucking care. So you're just throwing your money away on useless bullshit. Thanks for the donation, though, Grandam.
Different from crystal meth users, heroin, whatever.
Packs of chicken. Like, you go to a restaurant, back of a restaurant, they have, like, packs of chicken. I'd buy 140 pounds of chicken at a time. So I had 2 freezers in my garage. Yeah. And one was the beef freezer, one was the chicken freezer. And then I had the eggs in my... I was a machine. All I did was eat. I would take out 5 pounds of meat, and I would eat 5 pounds of meat a day.
Okay, at least he ate a lot of meat, besides the flowers and egg whites and whatever you saw there. The bodybuilders of today don't really eat a lot of meat. They eat some.
No, they eat a lot of meat. What are you doing? Lie down. Stop trying to climb into my mouth. Lie down. You're annoying. Just lie down. You're really weird.
But they mostly eat flowers, leaves, and rice, from what it seems like. Some dairy, maybe.
Plus the eggs.
You have to eat. And when you explain what real eating is, a lot of people don't get it. When you're trying to gain weight, you eat until you're sick, stopping only when you're about to throw up and can't...
Oh my god. How is that not an ED?
Take another bite. Then you wait 2 hours and do it all over again. It's not about being hungry. It's about knowing it's time to eat because that's what it takes to improve.
Yeah, they actually believe that gaining a lot of so-called muscle, which look like tumors, and that's what they have to be, seeing as they come from drugs, is as if you're improving as a human being.
Through and eat even when you don't want to.
Oh my god, look at this. The definition of body dysmorphia. It doesn't look in any way good. It doesn't look attractive to a woman. Obviously, it looks repulsive. I can tell you that right away. Ask any woman on earth. It doesn't look like a human body. It doesn't look healthy. There's no benefits. You can't move around quickly. You can't run. You can't do anything that a natural human being would do to survive. You can't throw. The body is useless and it's weak. Mario Reyes defined it perfectly. This is a very, very weak body because of how slow it is. You can't do anything with it. You can't fight, survive, hunt. It's a disability. Yeah, that's the best way to describe it. This is a very, very disabled body, literally. Literally.
That's what eating is in hardcore bodybuilding.
This rice cooker runs 24/7 at the Trump household. The 8 every 2 hours, and you talk about profession. I said, how did I do it? I mean, that's where I was spending most of the money. You're spending back then I was probably spending maybe $50,000 a year. And until I was 95.
Typical body destroyer meal. Rice, which only has arsenic, maybe not as much in the 90s though. Still for sure some. And anti-nutrients, fiber, and sugar, that's it. And then again, he eats flowers, literally for no reason. I mean, what's the point of eating flowers? Do you gain muscle? No. Do you improve your health? No, you completely destroy your health. Flowers are poisonous to the human body. So for
Yes, broccoli is poisonous.
For cooked meat,
I was on the clock for 30 pounds of fish.
You would be able to see what the drugs did to a certain part of their body. And that would be very off-putting to a lot of men.
If you're not eating enough and you're not eating the right food, you won't recover from training.
Imagine him standing there doing these poses, fully seeing his body, how it would look like. It would give you a whole different vibe.
If you can't handle that, just leave. You won't survive in this game. It's that simple.
Between the 2 a day, so I take out like 2.5 pounds. I would usually break it down into like 1 pound Ziploc bag. So anytime I brought the meat home, it was like the whole...
The meat actually looks pretty nice, except that it's pretty lean.
It's like 7 o'clock.
Maybe he...
Alright, well, that's Sv3rige complaining about bodybuilders.
Traffic stop. The loss of his love and the loss of his life catapulted me into this work.
The man you just heard from is Brandon D. Anderson. In 2017, he said he had a plan to hold law enforcement accountable and reduce the need for policing in America. But it turns out that he was actually scamming his own nonprofit, which he formed for this mission, and screwing over his fellow advocates to finance a lavish lifestyle. So Anderson is the leader of Rahim AI, which he started because his fiance had allegedly been killed by an abusive cop, as you just heard from the video we showed you. Now,
Dodo donates $2. Can you react? Let me see.
I don't know if you know this, but some people call...
Yeah, somebody already sent me that. We're gonna watch it, okay? Just fucking calm down. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Going Anders donated $2. Made this earlier for shits and giggles. Enjoy.
There is merit to your argument. You can make that argument, but you have to admit that it is involuntary servitude, and you can justify
I don't
it if you
care.
want.
I don't care. I literally don't care. You can.
Be like, baby, who cares? But I know you care.
Shut
Read
up.
over
Shut
to my
up.
place. You don't know what you did. Take to me. Your body language speaks to me. I don't know what you did. Take to me. Your body language speaks to me.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. So the argument for mandatory military service. That was good. That guy actually sounds very similar. Thanks for the donation, Going Anders. Dodo donate $2. Can you react at 2014? Would you try DMT? I don't really have any interest in doing DMT right now. I'd maybe be willing to try it, but I don't really have any interest in doing it. Let me see, 2014.
I grew up like seeing, death. I was okay with it, I mean, shoot, it sounds stupid, but I'm okay with death,
Yeah. When did you get to that point in your life?
Kind of recently, like right before I actually started doing this. I did the Mike Tyson thing. I did DMT. I smoked DMT.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, bro. I smoked that thing because
you smoked it. You smoked it.
Yeah. So,
like out of a pipe,
out of a rig, like a dab rig.
Okay.
So, my brother-in-law, he's he doesn't believe in much, and I'm a God-fearing dude, right? I'm religious and stuff. So, I was trying to tell him about God one day, and he's like, "Oh, I don't believe that." So I'm like, all right, there's people that don't believe in God. All right, cool. Then one morning he called me up. He was like, "Hey, bro, I believe in God." I was like, "What? What kind of drugs are you smoking?" He's like, it's called DMT. I was like,
you said it like a joke, and he's like, "No, actually, though, DMT."
Yeah. I was like, all right, bro, I gotta see this thing, bro. I gotta see what you're smoking. So he came over, and they set it up like him and his buddy. Super dorky kids, like this, oh my God, the new thing, Again, I think they made it.
Well, they couldn't make it, but they could get it somehow. Yeah.
Right. I mean, no, I think these kids.
Tea?
Yeah.
But it's from a plant. So
yeah, you can get it from a plant or a toad. I mean, I did my research after.
Totally Italian, bro.
My brother-in-law that doesn't believe in, and so he came over with his friend, and I was sitting just like for the second hit. And by the second hit, I'm like, my arms are long and the whole room is just messed up. Everything's melting. And then boom, I'm gone. Like I'm in another dimension. Like I'm not here. Ego just fades away. I mean, it only lasted like 7-8 minutes, but when I got back, I felt like I was there for about 40 minutes.
Yeah. I watched a friend of mine do this. And he said, when he was in it, and I watched him smoke it. I sat next to him, and I've done ayahuasca, which is like a version of this,
crazy.
Different. I've done it a couple times, but I watched him do it out of like smoking it, because smoking it's the fastest way for it to affect you, and so it peaks and it hits the hardest.
Yeah.
And he took it, and he sat back just how you described in the couch, because he handed it off to me, and he just went like this, and his eyes were just kind of doing this.
Yeah.
He came back. It was like 15 minutes. And I was like, how was it? And he was like, how long was I out for when he came back?
Yeah.
And I was like 15 minutes. Like literally, I remember looking at the time, and he was like, dude, it could have been like a whole life.
Yeah.
And then right when he said that to me, I was like, I'm not doing it. This was years ago. Yeah.
That's
this
fine.
was years ago. This is like my early 20s.
So you never tried it?
I never tried it out of a pipe in that manner. I've done the yahe, I've done the ayahuasca, the different version when you drink it. Once I heard that, I was like, nah.
Yeah, DMT is just stripping. It'll strip you from everything you believe.
What did you see?
The first hit, it was like, hey, you know, I'm gonna take you to the scary house, and you're gonna knock on the door. The second hit is like they're gonna pull you into this house and f you up.
What'd you see? Can you like?
I like flew through like out of myself. I went up into like this ball, and the ball just kept changing different dimensions.
And so your eyes are shut, and you're kind of seeing it all within.
Yeah, and then I've seen this like Arabic stuff that I don't know now, but when I was in there, I knew what I was looking at. I could understand it. I understood everything. And then, you know, it messed with me. You know, I started seeing like all my, you know, relatives that, you know, already passed away. So it started getting emotional.
You started seeing faces, or you felt it?
No faces. It was just light. It was light, and I knew who it was.
You could feel that it was.
I feel like, hey, I know you, you know.
And it was just what you saw though was just light.
It was just light, just like a little like beam of light. But I was breaking through, bro. I was like breaking through dimensions. Boom, 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 and then I stopped. Just black, pitch black. Boom. Then you see this little light like from far. Then I'm like trying to get to the light. This is dark. I'm scared, you know. I get to the light, and it's just a whole bunch of lights just playing with each other. But it's everyone that I could possibly ever meet in my whole life, all right there. And then boom, I started like feeling, you know, the experience fade away, and then like start slipping back into my body. And then when I got back, I felt like unconditional love for anything and everything. And I just changed the way I looked at stuff. I'm a different person now.
This guy does power slap. Like,
because of it, for sure.
Really? Just
100.
one experience?
Just the first one.
Like, it sounds interesting. I don't really want to mess with any psychedelics now that my mental health is, like, pretty much perfect now. But I might consider trying it at some point. Gavin donated $2. This cat is more tech literate.
Well, I think it's safe to say that Sri Lankan guy completely made a fool of himself in that debate.
Yeah, he did. Not just a fool of himself, he proved he's a piece of shit. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Where is that mouse? Where'd that mouse go? Oh, he turned
it
on.
God.
I can't believe that to turn it on.
That's amazing. I didn't know cats were that smart.
Finn, what are you doing? Oh my god. Do you guys see this little guy? Yeah. It's a good boy. Yeah, you're good. Do you guys see Finn? Do you see him? So pooty. You're a good boy. Hmm? You're a good boy.
Check out this post. The majority comments on it are so cringe and retarded. I left a couple on it.
Anti-Semitism comes to the animal rights movement. Chef Guy Vaknin, an Israeli-born chef, claims to have served over 2 million plant-based meals in New York through his restaurant group. Boycott vegan brands complicit in genocide. Oh my god. Yes, boycott vegan brands that support Israel so that people eat dead, tortured, murdered animals that are victims of genocide. Fucking retards. Well, these people are pieces of shit. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Okay, you need to lie down. You're too annoying. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. You know, that looks a lot like Matt Walsh.
You just got pranked.
Okay, that wasn't good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling great tonight. So, can we put this to bed once and for all? New systematic review concluding no link radio waves and cancer.
Effective exposure to radio frequency fields on cancer risk in the general and working population. Results, we included 63 etological articles published between 1944 and 2022. RF EMF exposure from mobile phones, even ever or regular use versus no or non-regular use. It's not associated with an increased risk of glioma, meningioma, acoustic neuroma, pituitary tumors, salivary gland tumors, or pediatric brain tumors. With variable degree of cross-study heterogeneity. There was no observable increase in MRRs for the most investigated neoplasms. Cordless phone use was not significantly associated with risk of glioma or acoustic neuroma. Yep. None of that is in any way surprising. I guess we can put that to bed now. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
You say your mental health is perfect, but when you debate people you throw temper tantrums like a pubescent girl not getting her Britney Spears CD for Christmas. It's all fight me in a cage bro to solve any conflict. Is that mental health?
Yes, that is mental health. Thanks for the donation, Microwave Sloppy Poop.
Finn wants chocolate and grapes. And xylitol gum. He told me to tell you to give it to him and that he hates you if you keep depriving him. Also Matt Walsh says pasteurization is good. He is right? Give Finn meat.
I am not going to give Finn meat, chocolate, grapes, or xylitol gum. But that's good that Matt Walsh says pasteurization is a good thing. Thanks for the donation, Doo-Doo.
Now here is where we run into the first pretty big problem. The New York Times found no evidence of the killing that Mr. Anderson has described. No homicide in the entire state of Oklahoma involved a man named Raheem, nor did any match the particulars of the officer-involved death Mr. Anderson had described.
Yeah.
I wish the people he was working with, the actual advocates, were aware of that before they decided to dedicate their time and their energy to this nonprofit. But they didn't, and they did get screwed over. And what I think is also interesting about this story is like the internal debate about whether or not to let the authorities know about it, to which I say, of course you should, of course you should. But we'll get to that later.
No, the part about, they want to abolish police, but then he rips them off. And they don't know what to do. That's honestly hilarious.
Yeah, go to the police. Yeah, let them know.
But and so we'll get to it in a second. But look, guys like this are but they're the worst.
I mean, even said Jews should go back to Europe. How is that any different from saying Asians should go back to China or blacks should go back to Africa?
Yeah, I know. That guy was super fucking racist. And then he said, I'm Sri Lankan. How could I hate Jews? I'm not even around them much. Like, that was just tarded. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
And so, like, you pretending that you had someone that was near and dear to you and that whole emotional BS that you...
If you were on death row, what would be your preferred method of execution?
Probably firing squad. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Just did, and when you made it up, it's gross, man. It's super gross. But there's two other things about it that really piss me off. Number one, when people actually care about movements, right? Police reform, fighting against sexism, racism, etc., all those things. False charges or false stories like this make people much more reluctant to help, especially when it's the leader of a group that's taking money. Then people go, I don't know what's a scam and what's not a scam. Well, I guess I'm not going to give. And that is horrible, all for your own personal gain. It's unbelievable. And another part.
Yeah, well, there's another Black Lives Matter thing being a scam. What a surprise. All right, let's watch this Donald Trump interview.
Call you a fascist?
Yeah, they do. So I figure it's all right to call them a communist. Yeah, they call me a lot worse than I call them.
A lot of people listening to this, myself included, that doesn't think that Kamala is a communist.
I believe you have to fight fire with fire.
Politics is a dirty game.
It is a dirty game. It's certainly true.
How do you win at that game?
They suffer from massive Trump derangement syndrome, TDS. They're getting smaller and smaller.
They're getting smaller.
Right?
I mean, people do respect you more when you have a big camera for some reason.
No, it's cool. And about 20 guys that you pay a fortune to, right?
All right. Okay. You said that you love winning, and you have won a lot in life, in real estate, in business, in TV, in politics. So
every single one of his businesses has gone bankrupt.
Let me start with a mindset, a psychology question. What drives you more, the love of winning or the hate of losing?
Maybe equally, maybe both. I don't like losing, and I do like winning. I've never thought of it as to which is more of a driving force.
You've been close with a lot of the greats in sport. You think about Tiger Woods, Muhammad Ali. You have people like Michael Jordan, who I think...
Well, that's a stupid topic. Politics is a dirty game. Business versus politics, war in Ukraine. Let's skip to that one.
One of the great things about people from the business world is they're often great deal makers. And you're a great deal maker. And you've talked about the war in Ukraine, and that you would be able to find a deal that both Putin and Zelensky would accept. What do you think that deal looks like?
I think the deal, and I wouldn't talk about it too much because I think I can make a deal. If I win as president-elect, I'll have a deal made, guaranteed. That's a war that shouldn't have happened. It's terrible. Look, Biden is the worst president in the history of our country, and she's probably worse than him. That's something that should have never happened, but it did happen. And now
So, the question in response to the statement would be, how are you going to be a deal made, and what is the deal going to be? Like, are you just going to give Russia, like, the territory that it took over? Like, what are you going to do? And he's not going to answer that question or ask that. Sorry, Lex isn't going to ask that question because he's an asshole.
For deal to make than it would have been before it started. Millions of people. I think the numbers are going to be a lot higher when you see this all at some point iron out. I think the numbers are going to be, the death numbers are going to be a lot higher than people think. When you take a look at the destruction and the buildings coming down all over the place in Ukraine, I think those numbers are going to be a lot higher. They lie about the numbers. They try and keep them low. They knock down a building that's 2 blocks long. These are big buildings. And they say one person was mildly injured. No. A lot of people were killed. And there are people in those buildings, and they have no chance once they...
There's no way for them to lie about death statistics. That's just a bullshit claim.
Start coming down, there's no chance. So that's a war that absolutely has to get done. And then you have Israel, and then you have a lot of other places that are talking war. The world is a rough place right now. And a lot of it's because of the fact that America has no leadership. And I believe that she'll be probably worse than Biden. I watched the interview the other night. I mean, it was just a softball interview.
So you would like to see her do more?
Speaking of softball interviews.
Challenged more?
I don't know. I can't believe the whole thing is happening. We had a man in there that should have never been in there. They kept him in a basement. They used COVID. They cheated, but they used COVID to cheat. They cheated without COVID too. But
so he's still claiming the election was fraudulent.
Somebody in there, and now we have a woman that is not. I mean, she couldn't do an interview.
Like, oh my god, dude. He said like 2 insanely stupid things, that he's going to end the war in Ukraine and that the election was stolen. And Lex isn't going to say anything in response to any of this.
This was a really soft interview. This is an interview where they're giving her multiple choice questions.
Okay, dude, I'm going to talk to Destiny about this like right now.
If
he's too
suggestion,
busy.
Though, so there could be in the weeds. We would miss things, but
Dude, Lex Friedman is an actual fucking retarded piece of shit. There's no point in watching this. He's just going to ask Trump questions, and then he's going to ramble incoherently, say stupid shit, and then Lex isn't going to give him any fucking pushback. Like, this is just fucking retarded. Son Goku donated $2. Do you feel like your libido is any lower than it was a decade ago? Since you're in your 30s now? No. Also, does Trump look like he's lost a little weight? Yeah. He does look like he lost weight recently. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. China.
Look at Japan. They're starting to rearm now. They're starting to rearm because China's getting, taking over certain islands. And there's a lot of danger in the war right now in the world. There's a great possibility of World War III. And we better get this thing done fast because 5 months with people like her and him, he's checked out. He just goes to the beach and thinks he looks good in a bathing suit, which he doesn't. He sort of checked out. Hey, look, you can't blame him. That was a coup. They took it over. They took over the presidential deal.
Dude, who the fuck is doing his makeup? Like, you can see the orange here, but it doesn't cover this part of his face. You can see right where they applied the makeup. It's like clown makeup. Like, it's also not, like, his eyes, like the bags around his eyes aren't make-upped.
The whole presidential thing was taken over in a coup. He had 14 million votes. She had no votes, not one. And nobody thought it was going to be her. Nobody wanted it to be her. She was a joke until 6 weeks ago when they said we're going to have to, politically, they felt they had to pick her. And if they didn't pick her, they thought there'd be a problem. I don't know if that's right or not. I actually don't think it's right, but, they thought it was right. And now immediately the press comes to their aid.
If we can go back to China on negotiation, how do we avoid war with China in the 21st century?
Well, there are ways now. Here's the problem. If I tell you how, and I'd love to do it, but if I give you a plan like...
Yay, I'm shocked that Trump is not so much of a blotted turd anymore.
Yeah, he's probably losing weight from like the stress or something. Or he's just getting like super old and he can't eat as much anymore. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I have a very exacting plan how to stop Ukraine and Russia. And I have a certain idea, maybe not a plan, but an idea for China. Because we're in a lot of trouble. They'll be in a lot of trouble too. But we're in a lot of trouble. But I can't give you those plans because if I give you those plans, I'm not going to be able to use them. They'll be very unsuccessful. Part of it's surprise, right?
Right.
But they won't be able to.
Yeah, that's a great cope. Just trust me, bro. I got this.
Help us much.
So you have a plan of what to say to Putin.
Yeah, I know.
Office.
No, I had a very good relationship with him, and I had a good relationship with Zelensky too. But I had a very good relationship with Putin.
Tough topic, but important. You said lost by a whisker. I'm an independent. I have a lot of friends who are independent.
What a fucking idiot. Marijuana.
You posted recently about marijuana and that you're okay with it being legalized, but it has to be done safely. Can you explain your policy there?
Well, I just put out a paper. And first of all, medical marijuana has been amazing. It's been, I've had friends and I've had others and doctors telling me that it's been absolutely amazing, the medical marijuana. And we put out a statement that we can live with the marijuana. It's got to be a certain age, to buy it. It's got to be done in a very concerted, lawful way. And the way they're doing it in Florida, I think, is going to be actually good. It's going to be very good. But it's got to be done in a good way. It's got to be done in a clean way. You go into some of these places, like in New York, it smells all marijuana. You've got to have a system where there's control. And I think the way they've done it in Florida is very good.
Do you know anything about psychedelics? So I'm not a drug guy, but I recently did ayahuasca.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people that speak to sort of the health benefits and the spiritual benefits of these different psychedelics.
Right.
I think we'd probably have a better world if everybody in Congress took some mushrooms, perhaps. Now I know you stay away from all of that stuff. I know also veterans use it for dealing with PTSD and all that kind of stuff. So it's great, and it's interesting that you're thinking about being more accepting of some of these drugs, which don't just have a recreational purpose, but a medical purpose, a treatment purpose.
So we put out a statement today. We're going to put out another one probably next week, be more specific, although I think it's pretty.
Why do they encourage everyone to go to college? If everyone did, who would pick up garbage and fix cars?
Probably the same people who went to college. You'd be surprised how many people picking up garbage went to college. I can guarantee you. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
Pretty specific, and we'll see how that all goes. That's a referendum coming up in some states, but it's coming up, and we'll see how it does. I will say it's been very hard to beat it.
Epstein.
There's a moment where you had some hesitation about Epstein, releasing some of the documents on Epstein. Why the hesitation?
I don't think I'm not.
It's alleged that Trump drinks almost 20 cans of Diet Coke a day. Is that bad? Also, I've noticed a huge spike in my libido recently. Like I think about sex 24/7 damn near, and I'm dieting. Is this just a phase, or could it be a red flag?
I don't know. It's probably just like you're horny right now. Your libido's probably gonna go back to normal again, like a few weeks or a month or something. 20 cans of diet soda. That's probably not good, especially if it's caffeinated. That seems like an excessive amount of caffeine. How much caffeine is in like a Coke Zero? I think it's like 75 milligrams or something. Where does it say that? Yeah, 34 milligrams of caffeine in a Coke Zero. So that would be... Fuck. That would be 680 milligrams. I think the highest recommended caffeine intake for an entire day is like 400. So that would not be good for your blood pressure. and sleep. I don't know if I don't know if drinking that much carbonated water would be a problem. Like, maybe it's bad for your teeth, but that is highly, highly excessive. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku. Tyler donated $2.
13.8 billion years later, that hydrogen became sentient. So where along the way where is consciousness? What's the line of consciousness and not consciousness between hydrogen and here?
Right. When do we call it? When do we call it consciousness? Yeah. I was watching a video today that we played on a podcast earlier of a monkey riding a motorcycle down the street, jumps off the motorcycle and tries to steal a baby.
Yeah, I saw that one.
The Toronto Police Headquarters.
Joe Rogan is so fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
Not involved. I never went to his island, fortunately. But a lot of people.
Dude, he talks about monkeys so fucking much, dude. Monkey's riding a bicycle and just tries to steal a kid. What the fuck? Oh my god, dude.
People did.
Why do you think so many smart, powerful people allowed him to get so close?
He was a good salesman. He was, was a hale and hearty type of guy. He had some nice assets that he'd throw around, like islands. But a lot of big people went to that island. But fortunately, I was not one of them.
It's just very strange for a lot of people that...
This sums up any concerns a person might have with consuming diet soda and their health so far. It's no coincidence with gaps in Trump's teeth.
Let me see. Yeah, that's the biggest risk with diet soda. Just how it affects your teeth. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Grandam donated $2. What's worse?
Bravery, we're all out of luck. No, this can't.
Oh my god. I can't lower the volume.
It takes a lot.
Well, that was bad. Tim Pool was worse. Thanks for the donation.
We have found
Brandon.
Yahya Sinwar and we killed him just like Robert O'Neill killed Osama bin Laden. His head popped like a watermelon with 7.62 ammo.
Well, that's good news. Now we just gotta hunt down the other Hamas members like rats. Thanks for the donation, Benedict Arnold.
The list of clients that went to the island has not been made public.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? Probably will be, by the way. Probably.
So if you're able to, you'll be...
Yeah, I'd certainly take a look at it. Now, Kennedy's interesting because it's so many years ago. They do that for danger, too, because, endangers certain people, et cetera, et cetera. So Kennedy is very different from the Epstein thing. But yeah, I'd be inclined to do the Epstein. I'd have no problem with it.
That's great to hear. What gives you strength when you're getting attacked? You're one of the most attacked people.
Jesus.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Donald Trump. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description.
That was one of the worst Trump interviews I've ever fucking seen, dude. That was so remarkably stupid.
Where members of the Integrated Gun and Gang Task Force are providing an update on the incidents of gun violence this long weekend in our city. Let's listen in live.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us this afternoon. Unfortunately, we had a very violent weekend in the city this past weekend, with 11 shootings taking place across 10 divisions of the...
Hell yeah, as said before, from the ocean to the sky, Hamas shall die.
Goddamn right, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Toronto. There were 5 firearm discharges, 3 shootings with injuries, and 3 homicides. 5 of these discharges and shootings happened on Sunday, September 2nd alone. These shootings took place from one end of the city to the other, and at this time we do not have information that they are linked in any way. I appreciate that events like these can spread fear in the community. We continue to work closely with the city and our community partners in order to get to the root cause of the issue, and Superintendent McIntyre will address some of the initiatives we are doing in a moment. I want to stress, though, that we need your help to disrupt this violence. If you see something that doesn't, if you know someone that you believe has a firearm, please call the police or Crime Stoppers at 416-222-TIPS. If you see something, say something. Over the weekend, Toronto Police Service members seized 6 firearms and laid charges against 6 people in relation to them. Up here on the screen, you can see the firearms that were seized in one weekend alone in a week.
Oh, weird. Almost all handguns, and none of them even came from fucking Canada. They're all smuggled in from the US. What a surprise.
Some examples from this past weekend. On Friday, August 30th, in one to an assault and threatening call at Lawrence Avenue East and Victoria.
Shootings that we're having all weekend. We're constantly updated. We are going to make...
I love the comments, dude. Ban all firearms. Oh, wait, you did that. No, no, no. It's cultural enrichment. Don't you feel enriched? Nothing these guys say makes any sense. Where's the parents? Let them do their job. Start charging them. We need to change the Young Offenders Act. This law was introduced in the times when kids stole chocolate bars. That is true. Them pesky legal gun owners. My God, it's just so retarded, dude. I'm hoping if the conservatives get a majority, they end up repealing that stupid firearms ban. Like, what is the fucking point? Ever since they introduced the ban, firearms violence has been increasing and pretty rapidly. So, like, why? It's so dumb.
How dung is antiseptic. It's antimicrobial. Hi lovely loves, how are you guys doing today? The sun is bright, the sun is sunning. I hope you guys are doing fine. Welcome to my YouTube channel again. And if you're new, my name is Akech Joy Winnie. And in today's video, we are going to be refreshing the floors of our houses, the hut specifically, And we do that using cow dung. So we're going to smear the floor with cow dung to make it look fresh, nice, beautiful.
I don't know if this is a real thing. Do people actually smear cow shit on their floor in Africa? Like, is it... I mean, why? You're smearing shit on the floor. How does that make it better?
And if you watch my videos a lot, I've always told you guys that cow dung is very versatile. People in my village we adore cow dung. That's why we rear cattle. And so, if you're new to this concept, sometimes you may get an ew effect, but
Dodo donated $2. My Alexa is not a Trump supporter, dumb entitled pregnant bitch. Let me see.
Alexa, why should I vote for Donald Trump?
I cannot provide content that promotes a specific political party or a specific candidate.
Alexa, why should I vote for Kamala Harris?
While there are many reasons to vote for Kamala Harris, the most significant may be that she is a strong candidate with a proven track record of accomplishment. As the first female vice president, Harris has already broken down a major gender barrier, and her career in politics has been characterized by a commitment to progressive ideals and a...
Well, that's good. I'm glad they have that policy. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
But for us, it's okay. It's our livelihood. We don't mind cow dung. The first thing is to collect the cow dung. I've already collected some, as you can see. So let's collect some more and let's start what has brought us today. You had to leave the things inside before you smeared the house.
Dude, imagine smearing cow shit all over your floor. How long would it take to get that stink out?
Our precious baby will be here. Did I tell you guys this pot is older than me? We started using this pot a long time ago, but I wonder how it has stayed this long. It's the care. Start smearing the floor of this beautiful house. Come with me. Since the floor has worn out, sprinkling some water will help with the dust while you're sweeping. This broom is really old, but I love it because it knows all the corners. Be in my way, doable. That's why cow dung is so vital in our livelihood here. It's gonna get rid of this dust once the whole floor has been fully smeared. Ain't that beautiful? I think it's beautiful. Do you know how you guys mix cement? That's how we also mix cow dung. So I need to adjust a little bit because it doesn't need to be loose.
This is so gross.
And it doesn't need to still be hard because
She's literally smearing cow shit all over the
sometimes
floor.
when the floors are still very dry, you sprinkle some water so that it's so irritated. But then dung is antiseptic. It's antimicrobial. It has natural properties in it.
You know, I'm pretty sure cow shit is not antimicrobial.
That helps prevent disease-causing microorganisms from thriving in it. Well, our forefathers did not have
Yeah, tell that to anybody who's gotten an E. coli infection from eating meat.
all the vocabulary and the diction, the scientific diction to use for such things. But I guess somehow they knew that this was something safe to use. And also, I personally prefer and trust to use the cow dung that we've gotten from our own animals. Reason being, our animals, we know what we feed them. The floor looks so smooth and flat. And cows at home that I named Sv3rige is handmade. It will be worked iron.
What does smearing cow shit over the floor do? This can't just be a troll channel, right?
Trying to find direction, I'm going to show them direction by sweeping them together and throwing them out. And specifically, I'm using this broom because this broom is very light. You remember that broom? The oldest. I know all the part of my life. Thank you, guys.
She smeared cow shit all over the floor, and that made something better, apparently. What the fuck? That is just bizarre.
Hi, lovely loves. How are you guys doing today?
So she ate a banana, some corn. Very nice choice. This honestly, it's so weird. This is like a troll channel.
Guys, lovely loves. So for lunch, we are going to be having, by the way, it's raining. That's why you hear the rumbling sound. For lunch, we are going to be having posho. We call it posho in Uganda. In my mother tongue, we call it konbando. And then fish, tilapia fish.
This cow dung fix looks interesting. I usually wash bird poop off my car, but I never thought to clean the shit off with more shit. I wonder if this also cleans a dirty bottom? Maybe I'll stop wiping with toilet paper and just smear my poop with more poop.
Yeah, or maybe you should just find some cow shit on the ground and smear your ass with cow shit because it's like antimicrobial. Thanks for the donation, Adam. Yeah, she's pretty. I wouldn't want to date her though, because like she lives in Africa and smears cow shit on the floor.
I love crunchy papaya more than ripe papaya. I love ripe papaya if it's gonna be for juice. Color. So for dinner, this is what we have. Voila. This is matoke. It's a staple food in Uganda. This is mashed banana. It's a type of banana called matoke that can be cooked in different ways. And for today, we mashed it. It scents so good. I don't know if you guys can scent the aroma. And then some avocado. And then we have this. So this is black-eyed peas leaves pasted with peanuts, peanut powder, okay? Pasted peanuts and then added to the steamed black-eyed peas leaves. Yummy. It's our staple, especially among the job.
She actually eats pretty well. I don't know if this is like a typical Ugandan diet.
Plot twist, she's actually a pale ginger Irish woman, but she went a bit overboard with the cow dung body spread.
I doubt it, but thanks for the donation, Adam.
Padola, which is my tribe. Let's eat.
Like, I'm just looking around her, like, this place. I don't know if she actually lives there, because I don't see, like, any electricity. How does she charge her phone or camera or anything? Like, where does she get internet access?
The end of...
Yeah, it actually seems like she eats pretty well. I guess that's why she looks so healthy. Her channel is fucking weird. I think I'm just gonna subscribe for the mints.
The underlying themes of the war in Ukraine is U.S. One of the underlying themes of to the fight due to Russian nuclear weapons. Certainly, we have spent a bunch of time on that subject. Heck, this one on nukes failing to deter was from just a few weeks ago. But one thing that we have not discussed is a more basic question. Will the silly things even work? Many of you have your doubts, but lean toward them being mostly okay. So today, let's try to figure it out. We will start with the basic problems that all countries have with nuclear maintenance, and then analyze and critique 3 reasons why Russia might be struggling with the upkeep. First, the literal inability to handle the problem. Second, corruption and graft within the Russian military ranks. And finally, a more general strategic reason why you might intentionally let your nuclear weapons decay. Oh, and you will definitely want to stay until the end, because that one is a literal textbook lines on maps problem. But we start with the basic need for nuclear weapons maintenance. You might recall from that most recent foray on the subject that Russia is the largest...
Am I gonna play the new DBZ game? If the reviews are good, sure. It looks like it's probably gonna be fun.
Nuclear weapons power, at just under 5,600 total bombs. About 1,700 of them are supposed to be ready to go. 2,700 are in storage and could be made ready in short order, and 1,200 are being phased out, but could potentially be brought back into the fold. You may also recall that Russia's arsenal is split into both the big strategic bombs meant to destroy cities, and about 1,000 are tactical nuclear weapons that tend to be smaller and are meant for battlefield use. However, the problem for any nuclear weapons state is that you cannot just build them once and expect them to last for decades. You see, nuclear weapons are very precise devices, with thousands of components. A vast majority of them are critical to the explosive process. If a single one of those malfunctions, you will not get the big boom that you desire. For example, take the common implosion design. Here, you begin with a core of weapons-grade plutonium. Thankfully, it does not immediately explode in its normal state. Someone help me bring it back. Thank you. Rather, for the chain reaction to begin, you need to make the core denser. Then you get the explosion. The basic idea is that you need neutrons to hit those fissile plutonium atoms, and that is easier when everything is closer together. The way a nuclear weapon does that is first by constructing a shell, then lining it with conventional explosives all around the sphere, all aimed inward. The plutonium pit then goes inside. When you are ready, the conventional explosives all go off at the exact same time. The pit condenses, and you get your mushroom cloud. The problem is that when I said the exact same time, I meant the exact same time. Going back to the diagram, if you are off even just a bit, the pit flattens into a pancake. That increases surface area to volume, which has the opposite effect of what you want. Neutrons instead become more likely to escape into the universe, rather than hit that sweet, sweet plutonium. Moreover, this is a particularly weak point for Russia. Many suspect that the Russian manufacturing process struggles with the creation of the pit. The issue, in theory, does not doom the entire system. Rather, the pits need to be replaced every 10 to 15 years.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Afterwards. Below a certain distance, inside what we call the ergosphere of the black hole, the entire grid is carried into a faster-than-light vortex, which drives bodies in the same direction of rotation. Even light is forced to rotate with the black hole. Below the horizon, where the grid falls faster than light, such a black hole would have a second internal horizon, where the centrifugal force created by the rotation of spacetime counteracts gravity and slows down the fall of the grid. Mathematics extends these internal horizons with white holes from which we could emerge to explore parallel universes. However, the inner horizon of a black hole is extremely unstable and probably doesn't exist. The structure at the center.
No, not really considering a mortgage in the near future. Houses are just too fucking stupidly expensive. It's probably a dumb idea.
Of a real black hole remains mostly mysterious. Finally, if two black holes meet, they can begin to dance, pulling each.
Like, I know interest rates are gonna go down a bit soon, probably, but they're probably gonna, like, go up again in a few years, so it's probably a dumb idea. I'm just gonna keep renting.
This guy is a vegan that became a theist out of nowhere recently. I know him from debating Ask Yourself once. He is debating people live on shit like the problem of evil. You might want take a chance with him.
Your relationship with another person. There needs to be suffering in the world for the world to have that. Right. So measure the goods are things for which it's just, obviously necessary. Now, in the case of your relationship with God, maybe your point is, well, why wouldn't God just make us be creatures that could sort of appreciate him in the, that would.
That all looks good.
So, have you seen the movie Titanic?
No, I'm a Zoomer, but sorry.
Oh, okay. It's a good movie. Hey, Vegan Games, you're here?
Vegan Games,
my
you made
gosh,
me
it's
vegan.
Vegan Games.
What's up?
Hey.
No way.
You got me to go Vegan Games.
That's pretty dope.
Big shout out.
Yeah. Oh, well, I'm glad all of us, except Faith in Films, I guess, are vegan. But
Wait,
to finish
comment on that.
to finish answering your question, Johnny PSR, right? So you might think so if there are two relationships and the total amount of appreciation is the same, but one of them developed from one of the people being temporarily absent, and the other person come to appreciating them through their absence, you might think that sort of intrinsically boosts the quality of the relationship. Vegan Games, unfortunately, I'm planning on wrapping up the stream soonish, so maybe I'll go for like 10 more minutes. But
oh my gosh, you're leaving?
We should be able to resolve this pretty quickly.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
What do you want resolved?
Yeah, so moral realism. Do you believe any kind of moral propositions or values made by God are objectively true?
Do I think moral propositions made by God are objectively true?
Yeah.
Was that was? I don't think God makes the moral facts.
So God doesn't. Okay, so moral truths are not made by God. They're like discovered by God.
Yeah. Just like I think God doesn't make the logical truths or the mathematical truths or the modal truths.
Okay, that's interesting. But you do believe there's objective moral truths?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to hear an argument for that.
Yeah. So the basic argument for moral realism is that moral realism, it's just the idea that there are certain stance-independent moral truths. There are certain things about morality that are true that don't depend on our attitudes. And the reason to think this is that if something seems obvious to you upon reflection, it seems like you're justified in thinking that it's true, unless you're given a good reason to doubt it. Now, there are lots of things, certainly, that seem obvious to me about morality upon reflection, and so I think we should trust it, absent a good reason to doubt it. So, for instance, seems to me like the following thing, like even before there were any humans around, like when there were just like dinosaurs, when they like brutally suffered and died, seems like that was a bad thing. And it being a bad thing doesn't depend on what I think about it or what you think about it or what any.
Yeah. So make an argument. So
okay,
what all you. Yeah, so, well, yeah, go ahead.
Wait, so you want me to, give it, formally? Okay, I guess, premise one, insofar as something seems true to you upon reflection, you have some justification for believing it. Premise two, certain entailments of certain things that are true if and only if moral realism is true. seem true upon reflection. Wait, if I mean, like I can like, I guess I can like write it down in the side chat or something if you want.
That would help.
Okay, let's see. P1.
Like maybe to make things more clear, if you're going to create an argument for moral realism, you could we could talk about any specific moral proposition or value. So if you think like murder is bad, make an argument.
I do, in fact, murder is bad.
So yeah, so we could just say like if the moral proposition is murder is bad, and just so we're clear, like I don't know, murdering an innocent child or something, not like self-defense killing. So prove to me that the moral proposition is objectively true, that murder is bad. So using purely descriptive facts about murder, you should be able to make a normative conclusion, which does not result in an informal or formal logical fallacy.
Okay, so the reason to think that murder is bad and that it stands independently bad is that it stands independently bad. And I think you have justification for believing that things that seem true are true, unless you're given a good reason to doubt it.
So again, if it's objectively true, you should be able to give me descriptive premises about murder that result in a normative conclusion without making a formal or informal fallacy.
I don't think that's true, because I don't think the wrongness of murder isn't entailed by its purely descriptive properties. It's entailed by its normative properties. It's because of the norm.
Then you cannot prove it's objectively true, because a normative property requires a mind.
Well, I don't think a normative property requires a mind.
Then prove it. Then you should be able to demonstrate using purely descriptive facts that those premises result in a normative conclusion.
Well,
if you can't do that, then you don't have an argument that a moral proposition or value is objectively true.
I'm not trying to get a moral conclusion from purely descriptive premises. As I agree, you can't do that. My claim is that there are certain moral truths
then that's a concession that there's no objective moral truths.
No, it's not a concession that there are no objective moral truths. It's a concession that it is not the case that objective moral truths follow from descriptive facts. My claim is that the normative truths are brute. Well, many of the normative truths are not brute and follow from other normative truths. But the basic moral truths will, of course, be brute. Now, in terms of how we know that there are moral truths, well, that's what the argument I was describing before tells you about. But so imagine
the premises required a mind. So the premises you made required a mind. Well, if you think that, if you think of something and it seems bad, then you can assume it is bad. That all requires a mind.
No, but I wasn't explaining the thing in virtue of which it was wrong. I was explaining how we come to know that it's wrong, right? So just as, for instance, the way that I know that there's a rock outside my room is based on features having to do with my mind, right? I come to observe the rock because of things about my mind. That doesn't mean that the rock is dependent on my mind. It just means that the way that I know that there's a rock is dependent on my mind. Certainly the way that we come to know that moral realism is true is dependent on our minds, as is true of, the way we come to know anything is dependent on our minds.
Yeah, but we know the rock is not dependent on our mind, because if a mind wasn't present, the rock would still be there. However, with any kind of moral proposition or value, it requires the presence of a mind. If there was no mind existent in the universe, rape would still, rape is nothing. There wouldn't be any objective truth about rape or murder. Or anything like porn watching, jerking off, anything that you consider morally wrong, that all requires a mind. And the reason your mind thinks these things are bad because you have certain premises, or certain preferences.
Yeah, so I think it's a bit confusing. So people often talk about moral realism being the thesis that there are mind-independent moral truths, and I think that that's generally a bad way of doing it. I think the better way of talking about it is something like stance or belief independent, right? So, for instance, take something that I'd want to say is objective: the fact that there are minds. When I say it's objective, I mean something like the fact that it's true doesn't depend on what we believe about it. But it would be weird to say the fact that there are minds is mind-independently true. Well, so if there were no minds, there would be mind, So I think, the better way to think about it is that there are certain moral truths that don't depend on what we think about them. And then I think that in that case, that I think there are a lot, then it's very plausible that certain moral truths are stance independently true. So for instance, if you take if you imagine everyone in the world approving of like torturing babies, and you imagine people in that world, they utter the sentence, baby torture is great. I think they'd be wrong. I think baby torture wouldn't be great. I think if they said
That's
baby
only
torture
true
is
within
bad,
their own mind.
well, how I come to know that that's true certainly depends on features of my mind. Just like how you come to know that there's an external world depends on features of your mind. Just like how you come to know that certain logical truths are true depends on your mind. But the fact itself doesn't depend on your mind. And you haven't given an argument for why you think it depends on your mind. You're just sort of asserting it.
Yeah, the argument would be so P1, subjectivity is that which requires a mind. Moral propositions or values require a mind. P2, that would be P2. Q, therefore, moral propositions or values are subjective.
Okay, right. So depending on exactly how we cash out the premises, I'd be doubtful of one or more of them. So when you say subjectivity, something is subjective if it requires a mind. Would you agree with the statement that is the following statement objectively true? There are minds.
Yes.
Does that statement require a mind?
No.
So when you say it requires a mind,
well,
in what sense does it not require a mind for there to be minds?
Well, the question's a little paradoxical because, like, if I were to say, do unicorns exist? If unicorns were to exist, that would be true. If unicorns didn't exist, it would not be true. So when you're asking me the question, do minds exist? Is that objectively true? Well, yes, because minds exist. Right. In a world where there were no minds, it would not be true.
Right, but so when you say in our world, it's objectively true that there's a mind, it's both objectively true that there's a mind, and that it is objectively true, and it doesn't, and for there to be a mind, by definition, requires a mind, right? So I think the better way of thinking about objectivity versus subjectivity is not in terms of the mere existence of a mind, but it's in terms of the beliefs or attitudes or something like that. So that's why, for instance, the statement "there are minds" is objective, even though like it's mind dependent. For there to be minds, there have to be minds because it doesn't depend on what we think. Even if people had the belief that there were no minds, even if people pulled the Dan Dennett, there still would be minds. Now, if I guess if you use if you talk about like I reject the premise that moral propositions require a mind. Well, I guess
moral propositions or values.
Yeah. I mean, there's some technicality that whether we think propositions exist, but I'll ignore that. I would reject that. I think, for instance, if the world were lifeless and barren, it would still be true that, for instance, if there were being that 8 billion years ago, before there was any life, before there were any minds, I think it was true that causing others gratuitous suffering is wrong. Now, of course, there was no one around to cause any gratuitous suffering. But it's true that had there been any gratuitous suffering, that would have been bad.
Okay.
Similarly, 8 billion years ago, it was true that if a bunch of well-off people were created, that would have been a good thing.
So, can you make an argument, and I would preferentially have it be formalized, that suffering is bad? Objectively speaking.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I wasn't done with the argument.
That's fine.
Technically, the conclusion of the argument I gave was we should think that suffering is stands independently bad, not, but same idea.
So P1, it seems that suffering is a stance independently bad. It seems that, so P2, if it seems that suffering is bad, we should think that suffering is bad.
Wait, sorry, I formulated it. Just pretend that all the instances of me using the word bad were prefaced by the words stance independently in the argument. I can rewrite it if you want.
Stance independently bad?
Yeah. Every time I say bad, assume I just said.
So P1, it seems that suffering is a stance independently bad?
Yeah, okay. I'll just
yeah,
rewrite
just
it.
Just rewrite it.
I will say I do think, okay, I have now typed it, though I do think that generally the right way to think about these things is not in terms of explicit formal arguments. Very few things are proved by way of a single explicit formal argument. Rather, things are proved by the way you become convinced of something as you consider, the arguments on, like the evidence from multiple sources on both sides, right? So the reason to think like that Julius Caesar existed, there isn't like a single formal argument with whose premises guarantee the conclusion. It's that it's just the best explanation of wide body of evidence.
That's more of like a scientific descriptive thing where you have to look at the culmination of evidence. So
right, and I think similarly for moral realism, you'll have to look at a combination of the factors favoring it to not fit. But okay.
Okay, P1, it seems that suffering is stance independently bad. P2, if it seems that suffering is stance independently bad, we should think that suffering is a stance independently bad, absent strong reason to doubt that suffering is a stance independently bad. Therefore, there isn't a strong reason to doubt that suffering is for the conclusion?
Yeah.
Okay, so
P3... Oh my god, sorry, I fucked up. Wait, sorry, I fucked up 4 again. Okay, sorry, 4 should be, so we should think that suffering is stance independently bad. Wow, I'm really not having a good day. Ready?
So there's a problem with some of these premises, but particularly the conclusion. I asked you to make an argument in favor of the proposition that suffering is objectively bad, but the conclusion is a moral argument for why we should think suffering is bad, not for the idea.
It's not a moral argument for why we should think it. It's an argument for why it's rational for us to believe.
So I asked you to formulate an argument in favor of the idea that suffering is objectively bad, but instead you formulated an argument for why we should think that suffering is objectively bad.
Well, okay, so if what you want is
Those
an
are
argument
two different
whose
things.
Yeah, so yeah, they are slightly different.
Well, they're completely
different.
It has nothing to do with what I asked.
If I'm trying to convince you that it makes sense to believe that suffering is stance independently bad, and that's a conclusion of the argument, that's perfectly fine. Now, if I wouldn't give an argument with the conclusion that suffering is stance independently bad. I'd give an argument with a conclusion like probably suffering is stance independently bad. But I didn't claim to be certain about it. I just claimed that we can have a good reason to believe it. But I mean, if you want, I can sort of rewrite the premises in that way. Okay.
Well, look, if you're not sure about something, we can maybe talk about that. But like, I asked you to formulate an argument for why you think suffering is objectively bad, and instead you formulated an argument for why we should think suffering is objectively bad. Like, by the like, this didn't even have anything to do with objective. You just said why suffering is bad.
Well, no, sorry. It's either for rewritten, which is for why it stands independently bad.
Do you mind if I make a comment just briefly?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Just to clarify, I don't think he said he wasn't sure. I think what you were saying is that you have a plethora of reasons to believe one particular position over the other, and so therefore you're more convinced. And so there is a certainty that comes with that, but I don't think you were saying that you were doubtful or you weren't, the way that you characterized it, vegan. I think it's a fair
Well,
characterization.
okay, if that's what he's saying, he's not entirely sure, but like 99% sure, then make your best argument in
No.
favor of your belief.
Well, I don't know if I'd say 99%, but I'd be maybe like I'd say at the maybe like 85 or something.
Yeah, then just make
right. So like your argument basically is
Yeah, so I just right. So the new rewritten version has a conclusion: suffering is probably stance independently bad, and that's what arguments tend to get you. Unless they tend not to get certainty about things.
Well, your argument is that this position is more convincing than the other position, and at least you're compelled by it.
Okay, so first of all, I still have an issue with the argument you're making. So you're saying it seems, it appears, probably. I don't care about any of those words. I don't know why you're injecting that verbiage into your arguments. Like, if you're arguing in favor of the stance, like, what is this doing for you? It's just, well, it seems this way. Like, just remove that crap and just make an argument in favor of the position.
Well, I did make an argument in favor. Now you expressed that you don't care about the premises. Well, I don't really care if you care.
Well, no, I didn't say I don't care about the premises. I just don't know why you're saying it seems. Just like, even if you're not entirely sure, even if you're not entirely sure, just act as though you are sure and make the best argument in favor of the idea that suffering is objectively bad. So
I gave you the argument.
Can I just in my mind imagine you didn't write "it seems" and instead,
because the argument is entirely about seemings, right? The argument. So imagine that I'm trying to convince a skeptic about the external world that there are that there are sort of like that there are stance independent material objects, and so I make an argument of along the following lines. It appears to me that there's a lamp, and then I argue, the best explanation. I give some argument along the lines of the best explanation of the appearance of the lamp and it remaining consistent over time, and so on and so forth. The best explanation of that is that there is a lamp that stands independently exists. It would be very silly for the skeptic to say, well, you're talking about how it appears to you. But of course, we all agree that there's an appearance. The question is what cut all this crap about appearances, because we're talking about appearance independent bits of the external world. But the way that you come to conclude that there are appearance independent bits of the external world is by relying on your appearances. In a similar way, the way that you come to conclude that there are stance independent moral facts is by based on the way certain things seem. But sorry, I'm going to set a hard deadline for when I'll wrap up the call at 2:15, at 2 hours and 15 minutes. So we'll even like 7 more minutes.
Okay. So I'll give I'll read this out and then give my argument. It seems that P1, it seems that that suffering is stance independently bad. P2, if it seems that if it seems that suffering is stance independently bad and there isn't a good reason to doubt that suffering is stance independently bad, suffering is probably stance independently bad. P3, there isn't a good reason to doubt that suffering is stance independently bad. Therefore, suffering is probably stance independently bad. So, first of all, this seems a bit like question begging, because in your premises, you state suffering seems stance independently bad, and then the conclusion is suffering is stance independently bad. That sounds kind of like question begging to me. Two.
Well, no. So it's not question begging, because they're not. It would be question begging if one of the premises was suffering is stance independently bad, and the conclusion was suffering is stance independently bad. But of course, that's not what happened. The premise is that it at least, it seems that way, and then the conclusion moves to it is that way because you have reason to trust that things are as they appear, as they seem, absent a reason to doubt it. Right, so it would be no different from an argument for the external world that says, look, it seems that there's an external world. If it seems there's an external world, we should think there is one, absent a reason to doubt it. So there is no such reason to doubt it, so we should think that there's an external world. Or I guess I'll replace we should think with there probably is. But
yeah, so another problem with these premises, like it seems that suffering stands independently bad. That requires an interpretation of your mind. Like actually all of these premises require an interpretation from your mind. If it seems that suffering stands independently bad and there isn't a good reason to doubt that suffering stands independently bad, suffering is probably stands independently bad. Again, that all requires an interpretation from your mind, therefore it's subjective.
No. Well, I feel like I've now explained this several
what if I
times.
told you that I like suffering and I don't see any reason, I can't think of any reason whatsoever that suffering is bad?
That's not the
How
same
would you
thing.
be able to disprove that?
Well,
just for the sake of argument, I disagree with all of these premises. So it seems that that suffering stands independently bad. Disagree. It doesn't seem like that to me. If it seems that suffering stands independently bad and there isn't a good reason to doubt that suffering stands independently bad, suffering is probably stands independently bad. Disagree. I can't think of any reason. There isn't a good reason to doubt that suffering stands independently bad. No, I still think suffering is not a bad thing. So
yeah.
What would your argument be?
Well, okay, so let me first address the thing that you said before about how all this is talking about stances, and so it can't establish stance independently bad, right? So think back to the analogy I gave before. The way you establish that there is a world independent of the appearances, you rely on your appearances to establish that there is such a world. But
I just told you, all of my intuition and everything I've thought about this, no, I still think suffering is a good thing. What would the argument be to disprove that?
Well, so I was just addressing the first thing you were saying, right? So if you sort of upon reflection thought that suffering was a great thing, well, I think you should think that given that almost no one thinks that you should think you probably have some abnormal psychology. So just like if you come to
whether or not you think suffering is good or bad, that relies on the interpretation by your mind. Therefore, it's subjective.
Whether you have the belief that suffering is bad is certainly subjective, but whether or not suffering is bad is not subjective. But of course, whether or not you think suffering is good or bad will depend on features of your mind. That doesn't mean that whether suffering is in fact good or bad depends on features of your mind.
So this just ties back to what I asked you before. You're going to have to cross the Izot gap, and you know that's impossible. Like that's the fundamental problem here.
Well, it's not actually impossible to pass the Izot gap if you're a moral naturalist, and you just think that moral facts are some kind of descriptive fact. But yeah, I agree that if you're a moral non-naturalist and you don't think moral facts reduce to natural facts, then you're going to have then I agree. Then you can't pass the Izot gap. But you don't need to, because the claim isn't that the
you are going to need to
follow trivially from any descriptive facts. The claim is that the odd facts.
Your argument relies on the interpretation of a mind, and if a mind interprets suffering to be a good thing, you have no argument for why that's objectively not true. That's why you need to cross the Izot gap.
I've given an argument several times. It is true that if a person thought that suffering it seemed that to a person that suffering is good, then presumably they would be of the belief that suffering is good. But that doesn't tell us whether suffering is actually good.
Yeah, but the argument you gave me,
the way that things seem to you end up conflicting radically with the way that things seem to other people, then you should think probably you're just sort of out to pasture. Probably you're the one who's confused. If you think that seemings are generally reliable, then if your seemings are
So
radically
if
out of
most
accordance
people
with the seemings
think the
of your
Earth is flat, then that's more likely to be true?
But that's
well, it would depend on. So I would claim that people have that there's a defeater for the belief that lots of people have that the Earth is flat. Right. So you shouldn't just
Yeah,
trust.
you'd use
that
descriptive facts. If you go up high enough in the atmosphere, you can see a curve. Like ships going out to sea, the sail go. Like you can see further when you're higher.
Well, and also,
those are
the
descriptive
reason why people
facts.
think the Earth was flat was because it looks flat to them, right? But I claim that that's not a very good reason to think that it's flat.
So
But
you
just,
agree,
if it
just because
seems-
other people think a certain thing, that doesn't make it true. So you can't use that as an argument to prove that suffering is objectively bad. So that's just a bad
so
argument.
I'm going to wrap up in a moment. But just the thing I was saying, it wasn't that the fact that people think that suffering is bad is what makes suffering bad. It's that the fact that people think it gives us evidence that it's bad. Now, in the case of the Earth being flat, I claim we get. Well, it is an argument.
It's not an argument that actually proves anything.
Well, in the Earth being flat case, I think we get some evidence for the Earth being flat. Of course, it's very weak evidence in that case, and there's a defeater for it, so you shouldn't trust it. And there's very convincing evidence in the other direction. But if you had no idea what the shape of the Earth, and all you knew was that most people thought the Earth was flat, then in that case, you'd have you should have a slight leaning towards thinking the Earth is flat. Now, in the case of our moral convictions, many people, including me, certainly have the very strong conviction. It's not just like, some shoddy inference from, well, if it's flat in the regions I see, then it's flat, or if it looks roughly flat in the regions I see, it's flat all the way around. I'm way more confident in certain moral judgments, like, gratuitous torture is bad than I am, and than I think people would be in anything like that. But anyways, I'm going to wrap up the stream. I'd be happy to chat again, if you want to do a longer debate about this, happy to do it.
Yeah, I'd be down.
Reach out to me on Discord or something, or shoot me an email. I think maybe I have your Discord. Is your Discord is it Mr. Horse or something?
Well, I have a public Discord. I'll just give you my Discord name. How do you friggin' do that? Oh wait, down here. I can't friggin' remember how you copy your... How do you copy your name? God damn it.
I'm not sure if there's a way to on Discord.
Wait,
I just
let me
type
see.
it in.
No, that's not
I can give you mine. I can put it in the side chat. Okay,
Sure.
I did that. So do you want to shoot? Yeah.
Okay. Matthew,
here
thank
we
you
go.
so much. It was great to listen to while
I've
doing
got it.
homework.
I'll copy it in the side chat and then just send me a request.
Okay.
There you go.
Will do. Yeah, thanks for coming. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for thanks. Oh, we're apparently already friends. Wow.
Okay, good. So just message me.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for chatting, everyone, and thanks for watching. Have a good one. Bye.
All right, take care. Those were horrifically bad arguments. So, basically, I asked him to make an argument, proving that any kind of moral proposition or value is objectively true. Instead of doing that, he first made an argument for why we should think moral values are objectively true, which is a completely different argument. Then when I asked him to, just make an argument for why moral propositions or values are objectively true, he made a series of premises that required the use of your mind. So if they require the use of your mind, then you're just making statements. You're just making subjective moral statements. And then I just asked him, you're gonna have to cross the is-ought gap for this, because if you're gonna make fucking claims like what was he saying? It appears as though moral values are objective. That's not really an argument. And then he said if it appears as though moral values are objective and you can't think of an argument against why moral values are objective, then they're probably objective. Well, I made an argument for why they're not objective, so I just disagreed with the premises. And he agreed you can't cross the Izot gap. So he just didn't have an argument. And again, if I pointed out to him, if I were to have had a stance that suffering is clearly good, and I can't think of a reason for why it wouldn't be good, so therefore suffering must be good, what would his argument be against that? And then he, all he could say is, well, most people disagree with that. But, okay, well, most people thought the earth was flat at one point. That's not an argument against the proposition that suffering is good. So in order to objectively prove that suffering is not good and it is in fact bad, you're going to have to cross the Izot gap and point out purely descriptive facts about suffering that lead to a moral conclusion that suffering is therefore bad. But he couldn't do that, so he just didn't have an argument.
Each other faster and faster until they merge and form an even bigger black hole. This new black hole vibrates like a bubble and eventually stabilizes. During such an event, the entire fabric of the
How much money to visit Abu Dhabi for 2 days? Stupid emojis in the way. As a FU to Muslims. Where's Abu Dhabi? What is that? Oh. I can't travel to any Muslim majority countries. I'd probably get arrested for violating blasphemy laws, and they just torture me to death. So I'm never going to go to a Muslim majority country. I'm never going to go to the UAE, Dubai, Qatar, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, Syria. I can't ever go to any of those places. I'd probably get arrested.
The universe is driven by the vibrations. Gravitational waves more powerful than all observable stars form and escape at the speed of light, distorting everything in their path. On September 14th, 2015, after a journey of over 1 billion years, one of these vibrations ended up crossing the Earth. In the blink of an eye, the Earth shook by a fraction of the size of an atom. But for the first time in history, researchers had detectors to measure these vibrations. They bore witness to a cataclysmic fusion that happened more than 1 billion years ago. In 2015, a whole new field of astronomy thus opened up, gravitational wave astronomy, allowing us to probe the very structure of the universe.
All right, that's cool, I guess.
That would mean, at a minimum, every nuclear weapon in Russia's arsenal should have gone through.
Oh shit. I forgot to adjust the volume.
Through 2, if not 3, refurbishing processes since the fall of the Soviet Union. But it gets more complicated. If you want an efficient nuclear weapon, you have to add another layer to this by putting a pit of hydrogen inside of the plutonium. Now, that hydrogen is actually a mixture of deuterium and tritium. Deuterium is the hydrogen isotope with 2 nucleons in its nucleus, hence the prefix du. Tritium, meanwhile, is the isotope with 3 nucleons, hence the prefix tri. Both also have 1 electron. Ordinarily, deuterium and tritium do not like each other much, but expose them to immense heat, say that of a nuclear blast, and suddenly they want to become best friends. In doing so, they combine together to form helium. This specific form of helium has 2 protons, 2 neutrons, and 2 electrons. If we check our math real quick, we see that, yep, there is an excess neutron left over here all by itself. Why does this matter? Well, going back to our regular bomb, recall that the chain reaction happens because the condensed pit increases the chances that a neutron hits an atom of plutonium, and thereby causes further fission. The deuterium-tritium reaction saves a step by just unleashing a massive number of neutrons directly into the target area. That increases the efficiency of the weapon, allowing you to miniaturize the design while still producing the desired yield. The complication here is that tritium has a half-life of about 12.5 years. As a result, you may need to cycle out your tritium every 5 to 10 years to keep the bomb working properly. That would mean that Russia would be on its third rotation there at a minimum. Okay, so that is the problem in broad strokes. Let's switch to looking at reasons that Russia's nuclear arsenal may no longer work, beginning with inability. This concern could be subdivided into financial and technical limitations. On the financial side, there is a perception that the primary cost of nuclear weapons is in the development cycle. However, this is inaccurate. Focusing on the United States, because we do not exactly have reliable estimates for Russia, the Manhattan Project cost $51 billion, but through 1996, the United States had spent $821 billion on keeping its bombs functional. Part of this is the expansion of its arsenal. Keep in mind that the United States once possessed an absurdly large number of nuclear weapons. But much of it also went to ensuring that what it had actually worked properly. To get a taste of how the numbers can run up so quickly, tritium costs about $30,000 per gram. By comparison, that is about the weight of a paperclip. Now, an average weapon might require a little more than 3 grams of tritium, so at least every 10 years, Russia needs to spend about $100,000 per tritium-boosted nuclear weapon, and just for the tritium. Remember though, nuclear weapons have thousands of parts, as do the systems that they are connected to. And while graciously tritium is more expensive to maintain than the vast majority of them, you can see how this adds up. That was the financial part. The other half is sheer ability. Concerns here usually stem from the breakdown of the Russian education system after the Soviet Union dissolved. Think about the 30-year-olds at the time. They are the final cohort of Soviets who received advanced degrees. Well, now they are in their 60s, meaning that they are hitting retirement age. Oh, and as if to further troll the Kremlin, their retirement is also exacerbating the financial problem by squeezing the Russian pension program. But returning to capacity, if you think that the knowledge of that cohort has not been passed down to others, then Russia's program might be in trouble. It does not help that Russia has never tested a nuclear weapon. The last Russia-affiliated test occurred in 1990, still under the Soviet banner. And as a gentle reminder, poorly monitored AI is still dumb. The largest Soviet test did not occur on October 24th, 1990. It occurred in 1961, and that is an abundantly easy fact to check. I am not sure if this silly picture makes up for it. In any case, there are many reasons to think that capacity is not an issue.
That guy had a debate with your friend Cuck Yourself a few years ago with a hilarious proposition.
Let me take a look.
Hey guys, so my last video garnered a surprising amount of confusion. Really
Is it irrational to eat feces? That looks hilarious.
Someone posted online that they were assaulted by a Palestinian protester. Within minutes they mobilized and started calling everyone Zionists, including me. I had to look up Zionism. They don't fight fair and they're outright liars and manipulators.
Yeah, they're kind of the most full of shit, insane people you can ever come across. That's pretty retarded. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
Fucking mind-blowing stuff here, but this is reality, I guess. There's people who watched that video, and the takeaway for them was that I am a race realist, which is just astounding to me, or that I am pro-racism. It's just insane. Also, that comment section, I appreciate, look, most of my videos, you go on my Social Blade, they're overwhelmingly positively received, okay? I appreciate all the people who leave likes, who leave neutral to positive comments, and I know that's most of you. So, you know, thank you. But I have reached a level of frustration that is not mentally healthy, okay? Like, overall, I'm a very content person. I have a pretty good, like, moment-to-moment experience. But something that is just a source of insane fucking frustration for me is comment sections, okay? I don't mind hate comments at all. I don't get a whole lot, and the ones I do are usually kind of funny, like, you know, stupid fucking vegan, like, thinks animals are humans or some shit like that. I really don't mind hate comments, but there is a kind of comment that I just, oh my fucking god, I can't tell you how much it annoys me. And it's a rambling paragraph explaining why I'm wrong while failing to track the most basic aspects of what I said. Just fucking kill me, okay? I am so done with seeing responses like that, explaining carefully, concisely why they don't make sense, seeing another paragraph, still not tracking, giving another clear, concise explanation, and seeing another paragraph, and then realizing it's not going anywhere and saying, okay, we should have a verbal discussion about this like normal human beings. Come by the server. And then having my request to go to the server either ignored or denied, and then seeing more paragraphs posted at me. I am just done with it, and I'm not giving people a platform to do that anymore. So my Twitter, totally purged. My Facebook, totally purged. DMs are off. My YouTube community area, totally purged. Comments are off on all my videos. If you want to raise criticism, I love criticism, and I encourage you to make it. Go to the fucking Discord server, okay? You raise your criticism there. If it's just straightforward and it's correct, I'll just say, oh, okay, sure. You can put it in my inbox, right? Tag me. I read everything that goes in there. If, on the other hand, it's confused, I'll respond back. Well, I usually respond at least. If there's still more confusion, I'll probably respond again. But if it starts looking like it's not going anywhere, you will be asked to go to voice. And if you refuse, you will be banned, and I will never you. I would fucking love to be able to tell Carmen made a point of doing that, but I appreciate it because otherwise I'll use. No, that's okay. No worries. So, look, it seems like you're trying to say that there's certain values. If this is a thing, like, I take values just to be desires. So if it's essential for what you're saying that we recognize them to be something other than that, then you're going to have to clear that up before even running any kind of argument like this. But if the idea is that there's certain desires that everyone's going to realize they have upon reflection, and it's not just like baked into those desires that nobody has them, like definitionally, so it's like analytic or something, I'm not convinced that's true. Is that what you're saying or not?
Yeah, that is what I'm saying.
Okay, so why, and one example is, not liking to be like fed shit or something? Was that one of them?
Yeah, assuming a person just had gained no enjoyment from the experience. It was just
don't you see how that's right there? Like, well, gain no experience, gain no enjoyment. Like, is enjoyment, because it sounds like you're just trying to bake in that it's not desired, right? Like, it's not.
Well, no, I mean, sorry, go ahead.
Well, it's just not the case that like no one's gonna want to eat shit. There's fucking people who like that.
Right. So
they literally exist. There are people like that out there. It's like
yeah. So right. So the case that I'm giving. So I think that those people, the reason why they do it is because they derive some enjoyment from it. But I don't think that deriving enjoyment from something is a necessary component of something being a desire, right? So you can have. So I might have a desire for just walking around my neighborhood, just even though it brings me no enjoyment, because I just happen to have that desire, despite it not.
I'm taking enjoyment then to be some like kind of particular like mental state that's not necessarily attached to desire. So I can, as long as there's nothing shifty going on about enjoyment is like somehow like analytically connected to desirability. So everything you're saying is like trivial. As long as there's nothing like that happening. Sure. So there's something that someone doesn't derive enjoyment from, which is to say they don't have some, kind of mental state of like elation or some shit like this when they do it, but they nonetheless have a desire, and it's eating shit. So I don't understand, like, surely eating shit isn't even an example of something that nobody, that everyone, like, upon reflection would realize they don't desire to do.
Well, right. So the example was not just eating shit in a vacuum. The example was eating shit while deriving no enjoyment from the experience. And
what's the problem with? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, just eating shit while being the type of person who has the sort of standard, like, physical response that most of us have to eating shit.
But Omni, you have to. Okay, sorry, maybe I'm jumping the gun and you're not seeing why what you're doing is weird there. Saying they have the standard response is just to say they desire for it not to happen, right? It's at least, it maybe not just to say that, but minimally it's to say that, because the standard response someone has to, being told that they're going to be forced to eat shit or something is, I don't want to eat shit, right? So it's not interesting to say something like, someone who has the standard response is going to, upon reflection, realize they don't want to eat shit because the standard response includes in it not wanting to eat shit. So you're just saying someone who doesn't, well, maybe it just saying is too strong, but part of what you're saying there is it's like it's already embedded that they don't want it. So it's just someone who doesn't want to eat shit upon reflection will realize they don't want to eat shit, right? Like that's not really like interesting.
So to clarify, what I'm talking about when I mean the standard response is I'm not talking about the standard. I'm talking about just the standard physical reaction, just the standard, like the standard reaction of all parts of a person's brain except the desire part, right? So it's just you have a similar, like the experience that this person has when
this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking. There are people who like the smell of shit, like the taste of shit. They get off on eating shit because it's shit and it's like a kink. Like, there are people who just like eating shit. But yeah, he's basically debating moral realism there again, and he doesn't have any argument for it.
Let's stick with the pure ability part for a second. In the absence of a proper nuclear weapons test, we can gauge nuclear science ability in the country more generally with power plant operation. Russia has a ton of them, and they still work just fine. A lot of them may be at the end of their life cycles, and some of them are nearby invading Ukrainian soldiers. But if we are worried about what is happening right now, knowledge does not seem to be an issue. Even the more technical parts are not an obvious problem. Russia appears to have a nuclear reactor capable of producing tritium. And even if it did not, the Soviet Union bequeathed Russia 30,000 bombs. You see, tritium has gone through about 3 half-life cycles since then, and it is possible to remove tritium from the weapons, purify it so all of the half-life junk is gone, and insert the tritium back into a weapon. Well, take 30,000, divide it by 2, divide that by 2, and divide that by 2, and the result is 3,750. Thus, what is left over is enough to fuel a majority of Russia's current weapons. Now, those are rough calculations, not accounting for the types of weapons. The fact is, I do not have perfect intelligence of what is happening there. The point is, though, that there is still plenty of tritium to be had in Russia. Is there a loss of institutional knowledge? Sure, but that is true for everyone. For example, American officers are unlikely to be familiar with these kinds of fallout timetables. And keep in mind that tritium is not necessary for a weapon. It just boosts the outcome of an already exploding bomb. So even if the tritium is all gone, that does not fully solve the problem. Okay, that is the ability part. What about finances? Well, corner
BG ass fetish includes feces, donated $2.
This is one of the most disgusting foods in the world, the cow dung soup. Many Americans are afraid to try it, but in Vietnam, it's a delicacy. Today I'm going to show you cow intestines. Appropriate amount of salt.
That.
Way to eat it is to eat it.
I've seen that. It's really fucking weird.
I noticed some of the boys have paint on their faces and bodies. I find out it's not actually paint. It's something else.
Okay, we're gonna get a little bit of Mercy skincare. Smells about right.
Cow dung, ash, a little bit of dirt. It's used for beauty and for sunscreen. I noticed some of the boys.
I would not agree to do that. They're spreading cow shit over their body to prevent COVID. Well, I mean, I guess that would help with social distancing. Like, nobody's gonna want to be around you if you're covered in cow shit. Oh, I just realized that stupid app lowered my mic volume. Yeah, because if you're covered in cow shit, people are going to want to social distance from you, so this would actually work.
आज का सबसे बड़ा प्रश्न है कि विटामिन B12 नहीं मिलता है.
Well, I guess that pretty much debunks that guy's whole argument that it is objectively true that people don't want to eat shit. Thanks for the donation, though. VG's ass fetish includes feces.
Certainly had to be cut on the federal budget, especially during the transition period, and before the surge in energy exports that Russia would later enjoy. But during that period, Russia prioritized its nuclear weapons arsenal. So, if anything, it was in good shape compared to the rest of the armed forces. Moreover, hundreds of millions of dollars in upkeep sounds like a lot of money, but it is manageable for a large country's budget. However, that assumes that all of the money intended for the program actually goes into the program, because, to the average person, hundreds of millions sounds like quite a lot. And that takes us to the second broad concern: corruption. This is a more serious problem. In fact, the reason that the war began and continues at all is in part due to corruption. The Kremlin believed that the invasion would be easy, and that Russian forces would quickly overpower an outmatched Ukrainian army. Kyiv was skeptical, on the other hand, especially regarding the status of Russian forces. That led to the Kremlin's initial miscalculation that drove the war. Then Russia got bogged down during its invasion of Kyiv. It turns out that selling your vehicle's protective armor plating as scrap metal is not conducive to survival. Nor is siphoning off the petrol in your vehicle to sell on the black market conducive to arriving on time at the capital. Hence Kyiv survived. If that type of corruption filtered up to the nuclear level, Russia may be unable to atomically escalate, even if it wanted to. A connected problem is with Russia's delivery systems. Nuclear weapons that can go boom still are not helpful if they never arrive on the opponent's soil. The beginning of the war also raised an issue here. The DoD indicated that Russia's various missile systems experienced a 20 to 60% failure rate. Similar numbers would not be reassuring when the payload is radioactive. Again, though, this possibility should not put anyone in the West at ease. You see, nuclear weapons are not subject to the same corruption issues as the rest of the Russian military. As a starting point, those corruption issues became evident to the Kremlin more than 2 years ago. Although Russia has not fixed them all, the government has taken steps to improve the situation. But let's imagine that the Kremlin has not applied any of those extra precautions to the nuclear field. Well, one of the reasons that autocrats find nuclear weapons attractive in the first place is that the process is concentrated into relatively few hands. For comparison, think about how difficult it is to confirm that your army is ready to launch an offensive. To do a thorough job, you need to check tens of thousands of pieces of equipment, one by one. You cannot just examine a single vehicle and expect that to get you anywhere with your military plans. And even if you audit a ton of them, you must still worry that your lieutenants are not showing you a representative sample. Their title even warns you of the problem. But this auditing issue is not a problem for a one-off nuclear explosion. If you are confident that the bomb will do its job, then that is the end of it. So yes, corruption may still happen along the nuclear supply chain, but catching it is easier. And certainly when you are at the point where you want to fire the silly thing, you can double-check all of its vital components. Put another way, you cannot naively apply that 20 to 60% missile failure rate from earlier to nuclear weapons. You see, there is not much concern for any country, Russia or otherwise, about whether a single conventional missile fails. Each one is expensive, yes, but it is not a national scandal if it blows up early. However, the same cannot be said when the payload is nuclear. Also, that 20 to 60% failure rate included missiles that missed their targets. But as the saying goes, close only counts in horseshoes, hand grenades, and nuclear weapons. In any case, let's suppose that corruption is extremely bad, and only a fifth of Russia's nuclear weapons work. Well, what do you call it when a nuclear weapon explodes over Berlin? Answer: a bad day. What do you call it when a nuclear weapon explodes over Rome, but 4 fail to ignite? I do not know about you, but I would still call that a bad day. I also cannot speak for historians, but I suspect that the second part would go down as a footnote in the textbooks, and readers skip those anyway. To draw an analogy, it would be like playing Russian roulette, which is something that anyone with 3 grams of self-preservation tries to avoid. Heck, even if 90% of Russia's 5,580 nuclear weapons do not work, what is left is still larger than China's entire arsenal. But exiting the casino for a second, that is actually one of the reasons why both Russia and the United States keep their stockpiles so large. Redundancy is an insurance policy. The upshot for the West is that an attempt to wipe out the entire US arsenal in a first strike does require accuracy and confidence that each nuke will work. But that is not the concern at the moment. Finally, let's talk about strategic decay. Strangely, it is a perfectly reasonable decision to not keep your nuclear weapons in good condition. The problem here is verifiability. It is hard to know whether your opponent has maintained its arsenal or not, and that in turn gives rise to bluffing behaviors, the calling of perceived bluffs, and potentially war. And now the moment that we have all been waiting for. Let's go to the lines on maps. Imagine a world where a nuclear power dutifully refreshes its weapons. Well, as any longtime viewer knows, when you try settling your political differences, negotiated agreements must be commensurate with the balance of military power. Nuclear weapons grant you some of that military power. And if everyone knows that you dutifully maintain your weapons, then they will not think of you as a weakling like this. Rather, they will recognize that military outcomes are more favorable to you, and so you can reap the benefits accordingly. But then one day, one of your military advisors gets clever. He points out that everyone thinks that you maintain your arsenal. And due to a malfunction in my animation procedures, he is pulsating very angrily about it. The thing is, though, no one can actually verify that you maintain everything. It is just a belief. Further, because he watched the first half of this video, he also points out that maintaining the arsenal is very expensive. So he recommends that you just stop paying for the upkeep. And that suggestion could not come at a better time. Your conventional military in Ukraine is draining your budget anyway. You don't tell anyone about the cutbacks, of course, and so you get the best of both worlds. Coercive leverage predicated on you having nuclear weapons, but not having to pay a dime to do it. Of course, a clever advisor on the opposite side might point out that the nuclear power would have this exact incentive to bluff, and therefore they should not be sure whether they are facing a fully functional nuclear adversary or not. It's a puzzle. Well, fortunately, the Lines on Maps professionals have worked through this scenario. Sure enough, the nuclear state sometimes should lean toward the bluff, but it ought not assuredly do so, otherwise everyone would know that it is a paper tiger. Meanwhile, the opposing state must sometimes call what it thinks might be a bluff by holding firm on its demands and treating the opponent like it does not have nuclear weapons. This has the unfortunate effect of leading to a conflict when the nuclear state did properly maintain its arsenal. Yikes. And less reassuringly, the probability of war increases as the cost of maintenance increases. The logic here is that the more costly it is to not cheat the system, the more tempting it is to bluff, and thus the opposing state has to be more proactive in calling those possible bluffs. On the bright side, extremely high costs eventually invalidate the problem. Indeed, when the costs exceed the value of the additional military strength, then everyone knows that the nuclear power would abandon the program entirely at that point. Let me clarify this logic with some lines. Visually, even if maintaining the arsenal extends your power out to here, you would not want to do it if the cost effectively pushed back this far. In turn, the opponent can infer that the weapons program has been abandoned, and adjust its offer to avoid war accordingly. That is, everyone understands that the power distribution is here, and so the settlement occurs somewhere around there. But even in the case where conflict does break out, that does not mean that we will inherently jump to a nuclear war. It might just force Russia's hand into testing some nuclear weapons to eliminate Washington's doubts. In any case, the observable US reticence tells us something here. Its intel analysts, who have more to go from than us internet warriors, believe that Russia is capable. Or, alternatively, that the underlying preferences in the White House are extremely risk-averse. But whatever is the driver, at least for the moment, we are not yet walking down a path of nuclear annihilation. Meanwhile, if you are worried about nuclear annihilation, might I suggest the paperback copies of my books on the war? They will resist electromagnetic pulses much better than Ebola will. You know what? Autocorrect refuses to acknowledge that ebooks is
The whole fear-mongering about the nuclear threat is absolutely retarded. Russia's clearly not going to use nukes. They've threatened use of nuclear weapons every fucking step of the way with, American and foreign aid. They never did it. Now Ukraine's actually broken through their border. They still are not using nuclear weapons. They're just not going to use them.
Defenders, Jake here. We're currently on day 26 of Ukraine's special military operation to liberate the people of Kursk. And when we go to the military map, officially there's been no changes the last 2 days, but just because the map isn't changing doesn't mean the fighting here isn't intense. This area of the map is unique because it's not heavily mined. Why would the Russians mine it? They never thought Ukraine would get this far. So it's very easy for both Ukrainian and Russian sabotage and reconnaissance groups to go back and forth through wooded areas and open fields. So there's lots of skirmishes, lots of fighting occurring in this gray zone, but officially who controls what? Things aren't really changing officially. But the Ukrainians are focused on this village of Koronevo. The reason why is there's a bottleneck, a single road that goes northwest to Rilsk. So if the Ukrainians can take this village and cut off this road, Russia's not getting back into this region anytime soon. They've got the Sem River to the west and open fields and wooded areas to the east and the north. So Ukraine is trying to secure this village before they begin a sweeping operation to go south and west through the Glushkovo district. Like I've been saying for the last couple weeks, this district is cut off. It can't be resupplied. There's no rush to take it. Russia can't hold this region. So over the coming weeks, this will fill in, as I imagine Russian forces who can't get food, water, and ammunition will eventually try to figure out how to get back across the river. Now we know that the 3 bridges have been blown. It's not easy to get across this river. It's pretty wide and deep relative to this area of the map. And Russia 4 times has attempted to construct a pontoon.
Do you watch NFO out of some masochistic satisfaction? That's why I watch them. NAFO. What the fuck's NAFO?
Bridge, but within 6 or 12 hours, it will be spotted by a drone or a satellite, and Ukraine calls in a HIMARS or an artillery strike. Russia is just sending their engineering crews out there to die by continuously trying to set up a pontoon bridge. According to UK intelligence, Russia is creating volunteer units to counter Ukraine in the Kursk Oblast, while prioritizing the Pokrovsk access. So I think what the Kremlin is doing here is they're saying, Russia's been attacked. Who wants to defend the motherland? Perhaps for the last 2.5 years, you've been unwilling to sign a contract and go to Ukraine, even though I call that Russian territory now. What about Kursk? So we'll see if these volunteer units being raised, basically like the equivalent of local militias, we'll see how they fare against Ukrainian forces if Russia tries to use them in combat. But more and more, the Russians are starting to sound defeatist, especially about Kursk. Here's a clip from a Russian war correspondent, Romanov, and he's saying exactly what I've been saying the last couple weeks. I made this conclusion, perhaps I'm mistaken, but still, until the end of the war, we won't push the enemy out of the Kursk Oblast. We simply won't. It will all stay till the end of the war. This battle in the Kursk Oblast, why? Because the enemy is dodging direct engagements. So it doesn't matter what reasons he gives, he reached the same conclusion as me, that Ukraine is going to hold on to this territory in Russia until the war is over. Now I'm sure he's going to say the war will end with Ukraine collapsing and their military pulling out of the occupied territories inside of Russia. But my conclusion is the opposite. Eventually there's going to be a political or an economic crisis in Russia, and Russia's military will just pull out of the occupied territories of Ukraine. And they're even saying this on Kremlin state TV. It's not just random bloggers on Telegram. The Kremlin is deliberately allowing people with contrarian opinions to cast doubt and criticism about how Putin's special military operation is going. Why? They're preparing their people for failure. They're preparing their people for achieving less than the full objectives of this special military operation. So here's Olga, the host of the show, listening to Vitaly Tretyakov, saying Russians are asking questions about the Kursk region. Here's what this guy has to say. Since they're seeing glimpses of you on TV, they are asking questions. What kind of questions are they asking? He's talking about ordinary Russian citizens outside of the capital of Moscow. Not how many Leopards we took down, 11, 12, or 23, these absurd numbers the Russian MOD says every day about Ukrainian losses. Not how many Abrams tanks were burned down. No one cares about that. What's happening at the front? People don't understand what is happening because of the chaos of information and statements of military experts. The question that is being asked the most, what is happening in the Kursk region? They are no longer even asking why it happened. Everyone understands why it happened. They just can't understand why we still don't know. Who specifically was or will be held accountable for this? Anyway, you either have to explain to people why their heroes were forced to fight for 2 weeks without assistance from their forces. They called them, got a hold of them, they said, we can't withstand it, there aren't many of them. We have to answer people's questions and explain it. I'm talking to our media as a whole. We've known for a long time that everything is bad in Ukraine, but for some reason, Ukraine still has yet to collapse. We've also known that their front is about to fall, but for some reason, Ukraine's front has still yet to disintegrate. People are asking me this. That's some quality discussion and debate currently happening on Kremlin state TV. Where I think they're going with this is they're going to hold some general accountable, the general in charge of these conscripts in the Kursk region. He also lost the Kharkiv region 2 years ago. This is not a very good Russian general. So I think, despite this guy being loyal to Putin, unquestionably, he might get arrested. And he might be publicly executed to satiate the anger that Z-patriots have currently in Russia. But for ordinary Russians, they know something is wrong. They know this 3-day special military operation is not going according to plan. Russia's Kursk authorities form armed volunteer groups for security and evacuating areas amid ongoing looting.
Would you kill Putin if you had the chance?
Yeah, obviously. I'd fucking blow that guy's brains out. Thanks for the donation, vegan guy.
So Russian forces continue to destroy and pillage their own towns and settlements, robbing stores for anything of value, electronics, and taking it off with them. So they're forming armed militias to stop looting from Russian soldiers. I don't think that's going to work.
Wow.
So let's talk about the area of the front that the Russians really do care about. They made a calculation. It's okay to lose territory inside of Russia, as long as we can continue...
Can we react to Mentz next?
Let me take a look, Matthew.
All right, so witnesses and maniacs are dead.
Trip to Golden Corral. Yeah, let's react to those Mentz next. Thanks, Matthew.
Making progress in the Donbass region. And this salient is kind of absurd to look at, the way they just continuously brute force their way towards Pokrovsk, ignoring to the south, ignoring to the north. They think if they can destroy this town, the logistics of this region will collapse, and they'll be able to fill in more territory easier in the future. Situation in Donbass spiraling out of control, Azov brigade officer says. There have been lots of Ukrainians taking to social media complaining about the lack of manpower, the lack of resources, the incompetence of leadership in this region that allowed Russia to advance 20-ish kilometers over the last 6 months. Azov brigade officer Roman Ponomarenko warns that our front in Donbass has collapsed, while so-and-so says Pokrovsk has a few weeks left. I don't think that's true, but it's their right to raise the alarm and complain. And Zelensky has to respond. Zelensky faces backlash over Russia's breach of the eastern defense lines. It's concerning. So here's a thread from Tataragami. He's a former Ukrainian officer. And he says the situation in Pokrovsk is indeed severe, but far from hopeless. Ukrainian command has the resources needed for stabilization, though this will require difficult and potentially unpopular decisions. Resource shortages stem from both internal and external factors. Internally, issues include delayed mobilization, an ineffective recruitment process, awful commanding culture, and the government's struggle to balance public opinion with necessary measures. Externally, delays in Western aid, persistent restrictions on weapon use, insufficient military production ramp-up, and slow aid being delivered is the problem. The issues in Pokrovsk are not new. Delayed aid from the United States, hindered by isolationists from MAGA Republicans in Congress, made the fall of Avdiivka easier for the Russian forces. This is important to highlight. Avdiivka held for almost 2 years, until MAGA Republicans blocked a military aid vote in Congress for 8 months. That allowed the very robust defense lines to be broken. This is how the Russians allowed this advance. Ukraine is trying to stabilize the region, but difficult decisions are going to have to be made. So Ukraine, of course, is going to shift forces to defend Pokrovsk as Russian troops advance. The Karadog Brigade, consisting of around 2,000 soldiers, has been shifted from its southern position now to the eastern front. So if Ukraine wants to make progress in Kursk, if Ukraine wants to apply pressure maybe in Kherson, it comes at a cost to reallocate forces to the fronts the Russians want Ukraine to reallocate forces to. It's a trade-off. What are you willing to lose for what are you willing to gain? And these are impossible decisions, decisions I'm not making, and decisions I'm not going to criticize at this time. So Russia's pretty upset, and they continue their acts of terrorism. I don't want to talk about this, but I have to. The city of Kharkiv the last 2 days has been struck by Russian Iskander missiles and S-300 missiles. Russian attack on Kharkiv kills 7 people, injures another 90. This was from 2 days ago. This was an apartment building that was struck with a Russian missile. There's videos online of people trapped in their apartment buildings being cooked alive by the fire and the smoke. There's a picture of a 14-year-old girl who was sitting outside the building when the missile struck.
Jesus.
She was killed instantly by a piece of debris. There's a video from Dmitry at War Translated. This is a Ukrainian journalist on the ground at the apartment building that was struck. I'll link this down below if you want to see it for yourself. I don't know if I can play it or not, given the restrictions on this platform, but I do want to make sure that the world doesn't forget about the acts of terrorism that Russia is committing every single day. There's no military targets anywhere near this apartment building. So that was Saturday. This was this morning. At least 41 injured, including 5 children, as Russia launches a ballistic missile at Kharkiv. Unconfirmed reports suggest it was an Iskander and S-300 missiles. This is the Kharkiv Palace of Sports. It was Kharkiv's largest indoor sports facility, used for sporting events, exhibitions, and performances. This is what the building looked like before, and this is what the building looks like now. Russia deliberately struck this building on a Sunday afternoon to maximize civilian casualties, maximize civilian terrorism. Of course, this building was not being used for military purposes, but this is what the Russians do. This is what they do every single day. Russia is once again terrorizing Kharkiv, striking civilian infrastructure in the city itself. As of now, there are over 30 wounded. This is the tweet and video from President Zelensky. I'll link it down below. So what's the response? Where is the political pressure now building? Zelensky urges the West to let Ukraine hit Russia with long-range weapons. This is what Ukraine has been begging for about 4 months. Ever since restrictions were lifted up to 100 kilometers, the United States said it was okay for artillery and GMLRS, given Russia reinvaded Kharkiv in May. But the restriction was placed on ATACMS, and I do believe the United States has been vetoing other NATO partners wanting to allow, for example, the use of British Storm Shadow cruise missiles. So Ukraine has sent a delegation to Washington, D.C. to meet with National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. I know people want to be critical of Biden, but let's be honest, Biden is leaving office in a couple months. He's kind of checking out. And it's going to be hard to reverse policy decisions prior to leaving office because I don't think Biden wants to make any decisions to cause a situation that would be more difficult for VP Harris if she's elected and takes office in January. The prevailing train of thoughts is, I'll just wait a couple months for my replacement to make these very difficult decisions. But you can see the problem. We don't have a couple months.
I must interrupt you.
Let me see thee then now. Oh my god. What the hell is this? Oh my goodness, is that a Joey taking a nap in a tunnel? Oh my god. Joey. What a sweet kitty. Oh my goodness, he is having a relax. That's amazing. Oh my god. Thanks for the donation, then, though.
Months. We need decisions to be made now. Ukraine presents a specific target list, requesting the United States lift the restrictions on the use of ATACMS inside of Russia. President Zelensky released an impassioned video The video is over 4 minutes long. I'll link it down below, but here's the gist of what he says. There have been meetings at various levels, and one of our top priorities is securing long-range capabilities for our defense forces. This is crucial to preventing the terror that our Kharkiv and other cities across Ukraine are forced to endure. Clearing Ukrainian skies of Russian-guided bombs is a powerful step toward forcing Russia to seek an end to the war and a just peace. Our representatives have provided all the necessary information and details to our partners. I am calling on the United States, the United Kingdom, France, and Germany. We need the means to fully and effectively protect Ukraine and its people. Here's an observation from the channel Ukraine Battle Map. There's not been a single cited use of Ukraine using an ATACMS in almost a month. Ukraine invaded Russia 26 days ago. So this might not be a coincidence that Ukraine has not used or maybe received any ATACMS from the United States since Ukraine crossed the border into Russia without informing the United States they were going to do it. I definitely think there's a concern from people like the National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan that if the United States continues delivering ATACMS, Ukraine can't resist using them on valid military targets inside of Russia without permission, without telling the United States first. This is not a confirmed story or report. I can't verify this, but if we want to speculate, it is possible the United States has stopped supplying ATACMS to Ukraine.
What's your favorite kind of vegan pizza?
My favorite kind of vegan pizza is a thin crust pizza, well done, crispy, lots of tomato sauce, no cheese, and I like having olives, mushrooms, roasted tomatoes, and sometimes, if they're good, vegan pepperonis. Thanks for the donation, though, Papa John. Appreciate it. Bend over, donate $2. Breaking news. Let me see.
The Justice Department unsealed charges against Yahya Sinwar and other senior leaders of Hamas for financing and directing a decades-long campaign to murder American citizens and endanger...
WTF nigga, you still streaming? Enjoy some videos, my friend.
Okay, I'll look at those in just a second. Thanks for the donation, Jabbar.
...for the security of the United States. As outlined in our complaint, those defendants, armed with weapons, political support, and funding from the government of Iran and support from Hezbollah, have led Hamas's efforts to destroy the state of Israel and murder civilians in support of that aim. In its attacks over the past 3 decades, Hamas has murdered or injured thousands of civilians, including dozens of American citizens. In the early morning hours of October 7th of last year, Hamas, led by these defendants, committed its most violent, large-scale terrorist attack to date. During the attack, Hamas terrorists murdered civilians who tried to flee and those who sought refuge in bomb shelters. They murdered entire families. They murdered the elderly, and they murdered young children. They weaponized sexual violence against women. On October 7th, Hamas terrorists murdered nearly 1,200 people, including over 40 Americans, and kidnapped hundreds of civilians. They perpetrated the deadliest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. This weekend, we learned that Hamas murdered 6 more hostages, including Hirsch Goldberg Poland, a 23-year-old Israeli American. We are investigating Hirsch's murder and each and every one of the brutal murders of Americans as acts of terrorism. We will continue to support the whole-of-government effort to bring the Americans still being held hostage home. The charges unsealed today are just one part of our effort to target every aspect of Hamas's operations. These actions will not be our last. The Justice Department
Fuck yeah, dude. You fuck with America, you find out.
Has a long memory. We will pursue the terrorists responsible for murdering Americans and those who illegally provide them with material support for the rest of their lives.
Hell yeah, dude. Fucking based. Let's see, Jabbar.
Please don't be here.
Oh, that's an angry kitty. He wants his noms. Oh, that's an angry kitty. He's grumpy.
So cute.
You know, Oh my god, you're so cute.
Yeah, that's how I react.
Now to sport with Meredith Sheen.
Cloud deck out there now that hopefully we can get. Oh!
Probably welcome news for some areas because this is a part of the state. Dee Dee looks a little tired out there, doesn't she?
All right, 42 degrees outside right now in Chesapeake. 40. Guys, don't make me laugh too hard. I might precipitate. All right, 46 in Newport News, 46 in North.
Along with the many weapons he already has.
F van Frans.
Maar toch wel, ja, Frederik.
Fuck you.
Nee, oh nee, maar dat je toch. Ja, ik zie op de televisie, dat moet ik al lachen.
Hij klinkt wel als een eitje, joh.
Ik kan die hand zo wel weg. Ik is geweldig, wat moet niet.
How are you feeling? Excuse me? Can I speak English? You? Me? No English. No problem. Every time happy. I have a pen. I have a oi. Hey, apple pen.
That guy's pretty funny. He always does that when he has to do English interviews. Oh my god. Wow, that's a handsome kitty. Oh my goodness. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. What the fuck is that? Oh wow. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. That's a good cat. Thanks for that donation, Jabbar.
Who is your favorite Del Rey misfit?
Probably Brad. I like how he's always hard on Jason. Thanks for the donation, Pooh. Let's see. Cat Dad donated $2. Okay, that's just fake. That was bad. Thanks for the donation, Cat Dad.
After the fall of Nazi Germany, the Red Army ped German women. Do you think this was immoral or deserved?
That was immoral. Thanks for the donation, vegan guy. Bayou donated $2. Is this a vegan kitty? Also read the title. Quick, post videos that'll make the anti-vegans lose their fucking minds. Yes. Oh, that cat loves bread. Oh, yeah, that cat wants his bread. Give him his goddamn bread already. That's his. Not sure if that's a vegan cat. Hopefully it is. But, yeah, the whole vegan cat thing, my god. You want to find out how many fake vegans there are in, like, Discord or Reddit or whatever? Just post about your vegan cat. You'll find out pretty goddamn quick. Thanks for the donation, Bailey U.
For fear they will use them deeper than 100 kilometers without permission. On top of that, throughout the entire month of August, the United States has only sent Ukraine 2 small military aid packages worth $125 million each. These aid packages consist of artillery ammunition, anti-tank missiles, Humvees, and Gimler's rounds for the HIMARS, but no big-ticket items. And I know why. I can tell you my theory, why military aid from the United States is slowing down at the moment, and it's because our election is in 64 days. The United States has this $60 billion aid package to allocate over a year, but how you allocate that money depends if you think more money is coming in the future. Congress is going to have to vote again in either December, January, or February, and depending on how the election goes, this might be the end of military aid from the United States. So the Biden administration, the Department of Defense, is slowing down weapons deliveries for fear that this is the end. Because if Donald Trump is elected president, he will cut off all military aid to Ukraine. I know there are Trump supporters who watch my videos saying no, but show me a tweet, show me a clip, show me a statement from Trump. Because he's deliberately ambiguous when he's not lying. And he surrounds himself with people who love Russia and hate Ukraine. Trump adds RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard to his presidential transition team. These are the most anti-Ukraine, pro-Russian people in the world. Scott Ritter is a good friend of RFK Jr. Tucker Carlson, Elon Musk, all the people who hate Ukraine and support Russia are rallying behind Trump to force him into office in January. On top of that, if MAGA Republicans control the speakership under Speaker Johnson, even if Kamala Harris is elected president, Speaker Johnson could just block a vote again. And the thing that happened for 8 months earlier this year could just happen again. So I believe that's the reason why weapon deliveries have been slowed down over the summer. The Pentagon is trying to plan for a disaster scenario in which MAGA controls the House and Trump is elected back to the White House. I'm doing everything I can to prevent this, guys. Let's follow up on the story of the F-16 that crashed last Monday during Russia's largest air and drone attack. Zelensky dismisses the Air Force chief after the F-16 crash. Now the Defense Minister Umarov says the firing of the Air Force commander is not connected to the crash of the F-16, but I think the timing is hard to argue with. I also do want to say for people who have not served in the military, when you're fired from a job, that's not the end of your military service. You're fired from a specific position, like commander of the group, commander of the wing, whatever. You're then reassigned, usually from a command position to a staff position. So Umarov is saying this was a scheduled reshuffling. He's going to be reassigned to a different post. But with the crash of the F-16, I don't think this is a coincidence. Ukraine reportedly probes the friendly fire as a possible cause of the F-16 crash. There's really only 3 possibilities: operator error, mechanical failure, or friendly fire. And I have been thinking about this and looking into this, and I'm actually going to say it wasn't friendly fire. Despite how complicated the skies are, the signature of a jet, even with all the different air defense units trying to shoot everything down, I think this was more likely some kind of mechanical failure of the plane. Because planes, specifically F-16s, crash all the time. It's a very common jet. There's thousands of them in the world, but January 14th, an F-16 crashed in Egypt, killing the pilots. On March 11th of last year, an F-16 crashed in Pakistan, killing the pilots. December 9th of 2022, a Wisconsin National Guard F-16 crashed in Michigan, and the pilot was killed. So these are very sophisticated and complicated machines. If a single part doesn't work, yes, the jet can fall from the sky, and it's very hard for the pilot, I guess, to eject. I don't know, but F-16 crashes seem to occur quite frequently. But Ukrainians do want an explanation, and given this is a time of war, they're not sure if they'll get the truth from their own government. Ukraine's Air Force says the United States has joined the investigation into the deadly F-16 crash. Here's journalist Ilya Ponomarenko. A proper investigation into the death of Colonel Alexei Mess with international involvement is critically necessary. So the United States, they're going to look at the flight path, the data, the air defense units in the area. I'm confident they're going to figure out if it was friendly fire or not, if it was a mechanical failure or not. I think we'll know the truth in the coming weeks when the investigation is concluded. Let's follow up on those oil depot fires. The oil depot fire in Rostov that's been going for 2 weeks officially is out, with 24 of the fuel tanks exploding and burning to the ground. Wow. The other oil depot that was on fire in Rostov, this is what the fire looked like on day 3, but we're now on, I think, day 5, and officially the fire is out. You can see that 8 of the containers were destroyed, 4 were damaged. Here's a satellite image, and you can even see the water jets from firefighting crews. So I guess the firefighting crew for this region had more resources or more expertise, but they managed to stop this before it spread to the rest of them. But there's always tomorrow night. We'll see. This is the big news from last night. Largest Ukrainian drone assault sparks fires at 2 power plants and an oil refinery in the Moscow region. Russia experienced its largest drone assault with 158 Ukrainian drones, targeting multiple regions. 158, sure. Russia, you probably shot down most of them, a majority of them. But we have plenty of evidence of drones hitting their targets. And this might be new. I think with Russia trying to blow up the dam in Kyiv, that was a red line for Ukraine. And Ukraine is now going after Russia's thermal power.
Well, thank you for that, Pooh. That was wonderful. Thanks for the donation.
Power plants. These are the power plants.
The fuck is this? Who the fuck is this jackass?
That generate electricity from coal. I don't think Ukraine's going to go after any nuclear power plants. But if Russia believes in a time of war it's okay to blow up your enemy's thermal power plants like they did in Kyiv, I think Ukraine waited a couple months. I think Ukraine didn't want to actually do this because it's mostly civilians who are going to suffer. But they're doing it now. They're using drones to target thermal power plants inside of Russia. And I want to remind everyone how cold it gets in Russia in the wintertime. This was the Karnikov power station in the Sv3rige region. This is northwest of Moscow. The other power plant that was struck was the Kashir power plant. Both of these are in the greater Moscow region. On top of that, there's an oil refinery. I think it's like 13 kilometers from the Kremlin. And this was also struck with drones. There are videos for all of this. I'll link everything down below. We don't know how bad the damage is, but Ukraine is successfully striking power plants and oil refineries in the Moscow area. 15 kilometers where Putin lives and works. That's incredible. More bad news for Russia. Russian Mi-8 helicopter crashes in Kamchatka, killing all 22 on board, 19 passengers and 3 crew members all lost. Let's get to the good news for Ukraine. Ukraine's allies upbeat on ability to supply critical howitzer ammo to Kyiv. This is the Czech-led artillery initiative, and the Pentagon says they're firmly on track to deliver big volumes of 155mm ammunition to the Ukrainians. So the first shipments, I think, arrived in July about...
Random Chill donated $2. Let me see.
Oh my god. Oh my.
Okay. Well, that guy's a dickhead. That wasn't funny. Oh my god. Oh my goodness, look at his big capybara nose. Oh my god. That is the world's largest rodent. Oh my god, they are so nice. I want a capybara, and I will feed him lettuce. Oh my god. That's a good capybara. Oh. These are big rabbits. Oh my god, look at those ears. They're drinking water. Oh my god. They're thirsty and they are drinking water. That's amazing. Thanks for the donation, Random Chill.
50,000 shells, August 50,000, but now there's going to be a huge jump. And just from the Czech-led artillery initiative, Ukraine is going to start getting 100,000 rounds every single month. Unfortunately, Ukraine is still outgunned by the Russians. The North Koreans have sent 13,000 shipping containers full of mostly artillery shells to the Russians, but I think eventually Russia's going to burn through that, and there aren't really any more rogue regimes around the world with artillery laying around that the Russians can have. Ukraine has better artillery, more accurate artillery, but Russia still relies on overwhelming numbers, and the North Koreans are willing to support them. Ukraine to get 4,000 javelins as a share of a U.S. Army contract worth $1.3 billion. They won't be coming this month, but in time, yes, Ukraine is going to get 4,000 additional javelins from this $1.3 billion contract. Ukraine to receive $800 million from the United States for its energy sector. It's a good start. World Bank to finance Ukrainian education for $415 million. Thank you so much to the World Bank. The Netherlands will deliver 28 Viking S-10 tracked vehicles to Ukraine. Thank you so much to the people of the Netherlands. Belgium will allocate 150 million euros to restore civilian and energy infrastructure in Kyiv and Chernihiv. Thank you so much to the people of Belgium. Final clip I want to share with you guys is from friend of the channel, Macer Difford, and this clip is actually from her son 5 months ago. I didn't notice it when he uploaded it, so I want to share it now. But this clip is of an artillery shell that hits right here. It hit this park in this public playground, and Macer wants to show you what happens when an artillery shell hits a playground.
Anyway, I'm just walking up this path, and you can see the horror of the Russian shelling. You can see this enormous shell hole right here. You can see where the local authorities or some locals have pushed these back again, try and almost repair it. But it's kicked up those enormous paving slabs, and the shrapnel has just shredded through this park. Had children been in here,
holy shit,
they would have been killed instantly. Just imagine your child
that is
playing with this toy
insane.
in the park, fiddling around with these things, and then bang, shrapnel comes ripping through through that, whatever that is, the toy. Just imagine your child, he's just about to climb up here.
Oh my god.
And he's just about to go play on the slides, and then bang, the shrapnel comes ripping through. Isn't it horrendous? Isn't it absolutely horrifying?
All that shrapnel ripping through this playground from one round hitting the park. This has been happening to the children of Ukraine for the last 2.5 years. That's all for this update video. Glory to you.
Yep, and you have assholes like Finkeldick saying, oh, the Israelis are committing a genocide. And then when you ask him, okay, well, what about Russians genociding Ukraine? Well, I wouldn't consider targeting civilians a genocide in that case. Fucking assholes. Okay, where was that Mence video? There we go. All right,
definitely going to remember this place. Back to the scene of the crime.
Thanks to Big Rob D from New Jersey for the Golden Corral.
Thank you, Rob.
Coupons for today.
Actually, I kind of like this name for a future strip club where it involves pissing, if you get my drift.
Let's see how many courses we can get through before we get thrown out.
Well, I'm not coming off a huge spaghetti and meatball, Parmesan cheese, banana, lactose-free whole milk meal.
Ate all that shit.
So as you can see, I'm a little bit hard as a rock, though. Hard as steel. I wonder what you're doing, James Flex Lewis. We over in Boca today, enjoying the weather.
You think we make it through this soup?
He's not enjoying.
Are you well rested? Did the animals exact their revenge on Frankie?
I am fairly well rested, but it's getting late and I am starting to get tired. Let me see. Frank. Yep, still no Frank updates. No posts whatsoever. We're on week 3 where he hasn't uploaded anything. Hopefully he died. Hopefully a fucking animal or something killed him. Ugh. So, yeah, we might not... we might not hear from Frank again. Thanks for the donation, though, Sam.
Doing this slop.
You think we make it through the soup and salad?
That's probably your main course these days. Let's see how big you are, Flex, at the end of the year versus me. Yeah. Doctor of what? Scam artist?
What I'm going to try to do is eat like breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 3 plates, let's say. I'll see if I can stomach it all. I'll look like you by the time we're done.
Boy, you serve up a nice plate, Brad. That's pretty impressive.
Hey, it's Fat fucking Teddy. How
Hey,
you doing, man?
What are you eating there, Pomps? Maybe the viewers...
Oh, you know what? I just thought of this. Frank might not be posting because he's in a number of lawsuits and his lawyer told him not to post. That's a possibility. Another possibility is that he's gotten community guideline strikes and he's not able to post for a month. That's another possibility. Like, last I checked his website is still running, so he probably hasn't died yet. But yeah, it may either be because of lawsuits, community guideline strikes, or very poor mental health.
Can get this to find out what a real champion bodybuilder
It's not pumps, it's just some homeless guy that wandered in who looks like him.
Uh-oh.
War food. Veteran food.
What were you eating back in the jungles of Southeast Asia?
He usually eats MREs.
What were they like back then, Pumps?
Tasteless, just like you.
Oh, we got an audience over here.
I always ask Pumps, how many did you kill in Vietnam? He says 2,000 or 3,000. I say, what'd you single-handedly win the Vietnam War yourself? What are you, Rambo or something?
What did Hello Good do to warrant banning?
He's dumb and annoying, but also very stupid. He's done a lot of whining and complaining. I've debated him twice where he was just completely retarded. And no one particularly likes him, so I figured I'd make a ban goal. Thanks for the donation, though, Sam.
2,000 or 3,000. That's a quote I got. And you know, everyone's in total belief. The guy's like totally legit.
Why don't you get what Pomps is getting?
I should. The breakfast of champions. What is that? Onions? Onions, mac and cheese, bacon, French fries, and a bun and a tiny burger.
You seem to be plagued by some indecisiveness today, Leonard.
Yeah, I know. I'm all hyped up. That Phenibut hydrochloride, the maniacs have me bouncing all over the place. I'm like, at least I'm not sluggish. Where'd Brad get the scrambled eggs at?
I don't know. Where are the scrambled eggs?
Eggs are right over here.
Thank you.
Since I had spaghetti and meatballs this morning, I'm gonna get some scrambled eggs.
You had spaghetti and meatballs for breakfast?
Yeah, I had leftover pasta. You know.
Hey guys, Richard Burgess Gaines here. All right. It's getting late. It's my bedtime. Big thanks for the donos. Good night everybody. See you all tomorrow, but no guarantees. Keep making those vegan gains. BRMP Buddha Bar Da Da. BRMP Buddha Bar Do Da. Hello.
Don't know if we're quite there yet, but thanks for the donation, Vegan Baphomet.
And some meatballs, so protein, carbs. And since I did the insulin, actually I did the long-acting Tresiba at home, and I already supplemented with a Novolin R twice. So, you know, I can really pack in the carbs, and it's going to go right to my pumps for this afternoon's workout. At least you'll see how much I blow up like a fiend. Get some maple syrup. I'll start on this. I don't want to hold up your meal.
That's okay, go ahead.
Remember, this is bulk cycle, obviously. This is size cycle. This is a pump cycle. High nutrients. Yeah, that sexy waitress over there. She actually said...
You think that fucking thing is sexy?
I think she is.
All right, to each his own. I guess there's someone for everyone.
Brad, wait till you see her eyes. I said, don't worry, Maniacs.
You get more pussy when you're not picky, so...
That's not the point, Brad.
What is the point, Lenny?
The point is...
Lenny likes the filthiest fucking humans he can find.
Brad, that's a matter of opinion.
That's one, but yeah, right. To me, you're right. It is a matter of opinion.
I think she's got good qualities.
So you took my advice. We're gonna do a breakfast, lunch, and dinner plate.
Hopefully, I'll get her to do a spit plate.
What?
A spit plate.
You want her to spit on your food?
Of course.
Oh my god.
Chew it up, spit it out, and you eat it?
That's
Oh,
even better.
weirdo.
Maybe she'll baby bird some of that.
Oh, now you're talking.
Let's see. Work on her. Don't break into it right away though. You rush shit sometimes and then you scare them away. Kind of ease into the.
I
baby
admit
bird
I
thing.
started out slow. I just told her that.
Sound advice from Brad.
I told her she'd
He's
come
into
in
the
and
baby
smack
bird.
me in the face, but
Right.
let's start.
Dinner and
But that's
dinner
the
and a movie first, then baby bird.
This is
Right.
the shit that he does though. He goes right to the point, which it's okay.
The way do you see her
Most women
eyes,
can't handle
maniacs? I told her I was hypnotized, and she says, "Oh my God." Probably like this waitress when she comes over and baby birds us.
Us? Nobody's baby birding me.
Pomps, rather. From what Pomps has been through in
You gotta
his
try
life,
everything once, right?
right? When what you've been through over in Nam, the baby birding's like a 5-course feast.
Oh, that
Oh
one?
my god.
Yeah.
Okay, Jesus Christ.
Look at her eyes, Brad.
I don't fuck eyes.
I do. Brad, I'm like Pomps. When you're limited, you can fuck elbows.
Aren't you glad you joined us today, Pumps?
You can get an orgasm from an elbow, not even touching it.
Oh my God.
In the right setting.
If we can get
He
Pumps
can
to...
get. He just said he can get an orgasm from an elbow, but the other night when he had his dick in a vagina, he couldn't bust a nut.
Well, it was kind of cookie cutter and boring. I mean, that's where most people think to put their dicks. I mean, that's a little cookie cutter.
Was that at Pink? Where were you?
No, I was at home. She came over from the
She
club.
actually came into his house.
No, but the Instagram live you did.
That was at the flash dance. And the girl that was there, first when I sat down, she said, started talking about the website. And she started seeing it. She was laughing her ass off. And I said, "Want to do Instagram?" She said, "Sure." And she goes, "We can go in the back here." She says, "No one's really here now. We can do what we want." So I went in the back. Normally you got to pay a fee to go in the back. There's nobody there. But they actually, I don't know if you remember, they had a fight. Did you watch it live? They had there's people screaming, yelling. I came out first naked.
I was watching it at work with 4 of my coworkers behind me laughing their asses off.
Hey, what the fuck are you thinking that that's a good idea to put on fucking Instagram Live?
I wasn't thinking.
You can't put fucking
You know what? It didn't
nudity
get
and
taken down, though. It
No,
stayed
they
up.
let it go, the whole thing.
They
It never got shut down.
How long did it go for? A whole hour?
I don't remember. My time perception's off on that.
Because these sick fucks like seeing
Yeah.
that shit. You playing with your fucking. You know what? It's crazy.
She was stretching my balls.
Yeah, stretching your balls.
She was doing some balls.
Just doing the bat wing.
Yeah.
Or when you sit in some gum, you ever do that?
Dude, they're like absolute fucking freaks.
Like a wingsuit
Say
when
it
you jump
again,
off a
Brad?
cliff.
Sitting in gum.
When you're sitting in gum, this is you ball. Very interesting, Brad.
But it's like, it's so crazy.
That never happened to me.
He's not human because most humans that take steroids, they say shrinks your balls. It shrunk his dick and made his balls huge.
And made his ball sack huge. I don't know about the balls
To tell you the
themselves.
truth, I mean, no.
It reminds me of the ball sack that Johnny Knoxville had in Bad Grandpa. That's what your nutsack looks like.
As far as erections go, I'll attest to this. When I was natural in my early 20s down here, I had to buy a crack horse in Trinity saying, "Boy, you got a big old dick. You got a fat dick."
So
Most
the steroids
motherfuckers
are
here be on so much coke they can't get it up, but we come to you, boy. We love when you come in the hood. You see us, girl, we chasing you.
What? He's having sex with crack whores? What the fuck? Dude, what the hell is wrong with Big Lenny? Oh my god, dude.
You down, we like that dick too. I said, yeah.
Crisp $20 bill for a tune-up.
How about $10?
$10 tune-up.
There's no rules. You make the rules with women. Always have the mindset, which Phenibut helps. This goes to everybody. In every situation you are, you make the rules. You don't here to adapt to them or be like them. Or when you go to a bodybuilding show, I'm not going to put on the same outfits as you-know-whos, or the backward hats, or say, yeah, buddy, because others have said it.
Dale.
And Ronnie.
Be original, Dale.
Did you I first heard Ronnie say it, but I understand he heard it from Jersey Shore. Pomps, you want to explain to the viewers what Jersey Shore is? The only thing you know about the Saigon Shore in Southeast Asia.
The MTV show?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, like, quotes off of it.
Yeah, buddy.
You watched that?
I've never watched it in my life. Never went off cable. Number two, I'm not a cookie cutter.
Yeah, I don't know the quotes.
I'm shocked.
Yeah. Leonard's a Jersey Shore fan.
Snooki? I know Snooki.
Cookie. Cookie Tookie, actually, the transsexual from Philly.
Oh, that's right. You wanted to
She's really over the top. Check out some of her videos. I mean, some of them are redundant, but she gets in some people's faces too, like at the black church and on the street and at the grocery stores. She gets in some face, believe me.
Cookie Tookie?
Yeah, I heard she was in rehab and she was in a half.
Flexing his
Is that her Instagram name?
Huh?
Is that the Instagram name?
Yeah, but I like her bod.
You know what's funny is these people, they'll message me like Leonard's whatever, who he follows, and of course it's all fucking training.
Yeah, well, of course.
What are you people surprised about? I don't
Of
understand.
course.
Like, look at this sick fuck, that's all he follows is training.
There's some good talent out there. And since Adam McLeod, who is in his graciousness, tried to find Christine, obviously that's going to only happen probably when I'm dead or by some miracle. So if he
You're
could
losing hope now?
No, I'm not losing hope.
Tom's is looking up Cookie Tookie on his phone. You like what you see?
Cookie Tookie.
No?
The Philadelphia cunt. I like how she uses vulgar language. She'll go on the subway or the bus and she'll do lives and people will look at her.
Is this a tan?
Are you a Vietnam vet?
Okay, yeah.
What kind of question is that? No, it's a freaking Asian with no ass and a small dick. That's probably what you were doing over in Vietnam. Some of them lady boys.
That's like Jason looking like Chow from The Hangover.
Yeah.
Another one that needs to keep his fucking mushroom cap in his pants. You and him both, you fucking limp motherfucker.
Maybe we're going to start a club. Bodybuilders with limp dicks. we're discriminated against group these days.
The Itty Bitty Willy Committee. That's what we'll call you guys.
Today, I've not yet been able to done a live though, to my dismay.
Right when I turned it on, it's when he was telling her to spit on him and blow snots on you. Why do you like that shit?
You ever try it?
Of course not. I don't want to spit.
Try it and then get back to me.
You can spit on my cock, not on my face.
You want me to spit on your cock?
Yeah, you. Later. Do it right now, Leonard.
You don't got your leather on. Actually, I'm getting pumped. I swear to God, I feel like I'm going to explode. Look at this.
You look like you're going to explode.
Touch it, Brad. Seriously.
Hey, you're hard as a rock, man. I'll give you that. Too bad your cock can't get hard as a rock. What's the name of her?
Katrina?
Co-worker?
Patrina? Is that her name?
Yeah, Jason messaged me back and he gave me some message that didn't make any sense, and he said he needed money to do an interview, and then I offered him $15 and then he hasn't messaged me back. Oh my God.
He's in love.
I love her eyes.
Oh.
They're hypnotizing. Is she shy?
No, she's not a shy one.
No.
Are you going to use your fork again by any chance?
Yeah, I gotta eat it. I'll use my hands if I have to, though. I'm not like Dale Chance in Chance Estate, who gets the silverware out, real prim and proper.
No, he has somebody
with his bib.
He has somebody
Oh yeah,
feed him.
excuse me. Excuse me, Dale. You got the good life. Well, when I hit the gym today, I'm going to think about that. We'll see how good it is when you come to the Ruby. And people are saying, boo, you're small. Lenny dwarfs you. What do you think about that, Dale? You're small. All right, maniacs, come in droves to the Ruby. Also come into the Grand Prix, too, for Meow Man. Shrieking like dope. Dope. And he's looking at me. He goes, look at his eyes. But he didn't have the guts to say anything because of my size. So.
Did he hear you talking to his woman?
Yeah. And so did another guy.
What's wrong with dope?
I don't know, but I don't like. It's not that great. It's overrated.
Aren't you smoking that?
I'll try it just simply so I can make a comment on it. Like some people,
Just to see what all that-
who make a comment on things that don't even try it, and are not referring to mind-altering substances.
You're talking about mind-altering orifices.
I can promise you I'll never be with a tranny, so you can just
Well, I'm
stop trying to
sorry,
talk
Brad,
me into it.
'cause when you only live once,
He's relentless.
I know.
He's fucking
you don't know what you're missing.
Okay, I'm glad I'm missing it.
Lenny trying to get you to be with a tranny.
I know exactly what I'm missing.
It's like Jason trying to get us to film him.
Yeah, it's fucking. You're relentless. You're fucking relentless. I'm not interested.
I guarantee you, it's going to come across a situation where it's going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
Maybe not to your knowledge, but and you're going to like it.
It's not going to
Las
happen.
Vegas Lounge.
How would it happen not to his knowledge?
He could be out at that downtown Delray, one of those spots. Spanish girl.
Get blown in an alley and then,
Or he could have some of the maniacs send a surprise to his house. Hint, hint. A GoFundMe where she's told, force it on him. Tie him down if you have to. Actually, where they pay another set of guys.
that thing. Jesus Christ.
God damn.
Jesus.
Look at the other. That's what we used to call.
You can see right through those fucking pants.
That's what we used to call the Great Walls of Ass. It's like an ass like that. Well, Brad, maybe the maniacs can see what you got.
Huh?
You're seeing right through it. Now's the opportunity. It's like an invitation. Brad, you're here. Everything about you would be something in her wildest dreams. Particularly if you took that shirt off and hit a few poses.
I'm not as delusional
She's
as
giving
you and
invitation.
Jason, sorry.
Everything's out there. Why would she wear it? Because she wants a pickup. She wants to get fucked.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
you're the man to do it.
Nah, she's too big for me.
Bullshit.
I'm not a chubby chaser like you.
Andrew takes the other. You take her.
I like them
take
thick,
her.
not fat.
And all
There's a
you need to do is get one for the bet. That shouldn't be too hard to find. That's an all-American football team. And Tom Brady, you're too old. Well, they tell me I'm too old. I'm the top bodybuilder on this earth. I will be once contest time. I can guarantee you that.
He's the best. They play pretty boring football, but they'll win the Super Bowl like that again. Watch.
I knew damn well they were going to go down there and score. It was easy. It was nothing.
They got to change that overtime rule with the coin toss.
Absolutely.
Both teams need possession.
Absolutely.
Really,
Absolutely.
it's a disgrace to not let the other team get a crack at it.
It's a disgrace we don't get a crack at that big piece of meat.
Screw if she's on the menu today.
Fuck. I can postpone the workout. Planet Fitness is open 24/7. I can do Smith machine process. Sorry, digest those moods, digest those meal. Let's go home. I got a quart of fire water.
That's great. That's what you need is a quart of that shit. This. I saw it. And then he gives me a tablespoon. This cheap fuck. Here, Brad. Here. You give me a fucking 2 little tablespoons.
That's a trial run to see how
bastard.
No, I'm trying to see how.
I know you didn't want to overdose me, so I'm not.
No, I'm seeing how everything works for
She won't look over here now.
Why is that?
I think she's scared. She's
probably nervous.
I said something to her, and then that's
A woman would be nervous too if you had someone like me saying that to him.
That's why you got to make your next round. You got to say something.
She may have even shit herself because the other one pissed herself.
Oh, well, too bad she doesn't know you'd eat up all her shit.
She's probably into it, right?
Hey, by the way, do you have the squirts today? Leonard can help you out with that.
Actually, I said that to a girl the other day, Michael. She said,
"You're the cleanup."
She goes, "I went this morning I said, think positive. You know there's some in there, and I'm the one to get it out.
Just tell her to go to the buffet and eat some of that chili.
There you go.
She'll have the squirts in 30 minutes.
Fucking the shit pie cleanup guy.
Wouldn't you like to have it? Get all the hot girls, so everyone else to get the fuck out. Let's have a sex and food orgy here all fucking day. Just everyone get naked, lay on the food, roll around the food, eat the food off each other's naked bodies. Doesn't that sound great? That's something Dale Chance does on a daily basis up at that up at Chance Estate. I know he's doing it.
You could probably do that at your house.
I could.
Just bring over a garbage bag of the leftovers.
I just grabbed the garbage off the on the ground. Then the black one asked me, "What is that black stuff? Is that mold?" I said, "No."
She went into his fucking house and still let him fuck her.
She was drunk.
Whoa. They don't serve beer here, do they?
I don't think so.
Holy shit.
Go lay your flaccid cock and balls on their table. Tell them it's part of the menu.
Where's the fat out there? Look. 330 pounders with veins and definition, Brad. There's no fat. Look at the legs.
Look at your stomach, man.
It's not fat either. It's muscle. It's no fat, Brad. A little bit of water retention.
Fat?
No, it's muscle.
Let's see.
Muscle's hard.
Dude, it's so crazy.
Let's see. It's like you've seen it before. You want me to show you my cock too? In front of everybody?
You know why they didn't have any?
I'll do it in front of those girls.
Oh god, I dare you to go over there and pull your dick out.
I'm gonna go over there and tell them, watch me kiss the leather daddy over there. Is this a turn? Do you ever want to see me cut it
Here
off?
he goes projecting again. Projecting his fantasies.
Picture.
Here we go.
You and Dale dressed up in the leather gear, going to Folsom Street Fair in California this summer.
Freudian slip.
You guys would make a killing. Imagine you guys all pumped up and riding big bikes out there.
That's just what me and Dale want to go do.
Well, you'd make some money doing it. I think Dale would do it if you challenged him. Dale doesn't get. Dale gives two shits.
Honey, why don't you sit down and eat?
Thanks to the maniac. It's like before, I'd be like Mr. Sluggish, can't even move, can't talk.
Thank you to the maniac that sent him the Phenibut, because it's excellent.
He can't even sit down and eat.
It's the best shit he's had.
Hydrochlorate's the best I ever had. Compared to the Prima Force, I'm sorry to say, that company knew at Tropic Depot, hands up. You take a tablespoon, a teaspoon, just as in 2 hours before you get up in the morning. In your last piss before you go back to bed, it'll go with you a day and a half. Give you a nice, good buzz.
Even at a buffet, he will clean the fucking plate. Look at it. Look at him.
Just like when I go to the 10-10-10s, I expect to clean the entire sack. There better not be one drop left in that sack because I paid for it. That's my protein. Highly digestible. And what are you getting, missionary man? You're getting in a more catabolic state. You're getting overtrained. And you've done something that everybody does. Big deal. Reach out, Brad. Expand your horizons.
He calls me Mr. Missionary because I don't fuck trannies. That's great.
I call you Mr. You don't know what you're missing, Mr. Insane.
You call me insane.
Yeah.
Wow, that means a lot. Means a lot coming from you, pal.
Well, time for some more food. I'm so pumped up here, I'm gonna explode. All right, now.
What are you gonna
When I take a walk by, I'm not gonna say anything now, but
oh yeah, okay.
Just carefully glance over and watch their reaction. See if any.
What are you gonna crop dust them?
No, just by walking by me, I think they'll start pissing themselves.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
There he goes. Do you see any urine? I don't.
I saw them. They read the shirt and laughed.
Oh, there's a part 2.
What the fuck is that?
This is eating for. It's a pre-workout nutrition insulin GH. Dianabol methyl 1T push, I call it.
Are those strawberries?
In English, Lenny. In English, what is this?
This is how you get fucking pumped. This gives you got protein, you got fast digesting rice. This, a lot of guys on insulin used to take pie filling before the workout for carbs. Actually,
Look,
I learned
now
this
they're
trick.
gonna move their fucking seat, Leonard. Good
I
job.
learned this trick. No way. They're done. Whoa, look at that.
Scared them away. Congrats.
Get the fuck out of there. They fucking loved it.
They loved it so much they're leaving.
Holy shit, they're switching tables.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. They just grab their plates and their drinks and their silverware. They just switch tables.
No, they're finished.
No, they're not. I'm telling you.
Good job, Leonard.
Good job for what? Like, what the hell were you gonna do, you cookie cutter, crop dusting commie, you? No, Brad.
What line did you give him when you went over
He
there?
said,
The angel. I must have.
Must be dead, your angels, and they loved it. And she goes, which is a funny thing.
No, she looked and she said, your plate is
And
spilling.
it's funny, a girl told me that my drink was spilling, because I guess I get so excited. I spilled my mixed drink Friday night, and the girl said the same thing. And I was spilling it on her. I think I was spilling the food on her. You're spilling your food. I kept saying, am I dead?
Did you say you were drinking mixed drinks?
At the end, when I'm on it, the bartender said, get a strong drink, and he was right.
What kind?
I just said, give me a strong drink, and it was something like that, you know?
What was it?
I don't know. It was a strong drink. So
You don't know what kind of alcohol it was?
no, but it was out. Well, I got to eat as soon as I get out.
Why?
Got to stop the cat.
I'm fucking fading, so maybe we should play some Tekken matches. Just play with random dipshits online if nobody in chat wants to set up any matches. I'm super fucking tired, dude. Holy shit.
Kazuya Mishima. Kazuya Mishima. Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle.
Are you gonna play Heihachi? Probably not. Never really been good with Heihachi.
Round one. Fight.
How?
Round 2. Fight.
Shit. There we go.
Round 3. Fight.
Fuck. She has weird, like hitboxes. Fuck. Fuck. There we go, get fucked.
You win.
I'll rematch this bitch. Why doesn't this asshole skip their intro?
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight. You.
They've had
Ready
enough.
for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle.
Ah shit, Devil Jin.
Round 1. Fight.
Shit. The fuck? Shit. No! Ah, the stupid laser.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh boy. Oh boy. This isn't good.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, wow. No! No! Oh, fucking blowout. I'm gonna rematch this fucker. I know I can get him.
Fight.
That's weird. Huh.
Round 2. Fight.
Okay, that's probably not a good idea. Oh!
Round 3. Fight.
Ugh! What a fucked move! Oh shit, I fucking hate that move! No! No! Fuck you. Hopefully he'll rematch me again. Fucking come on. Damn it!
Get ready for the next
Can we take
battle.
a quick cringe break? Sure.
Tell me you love to come for me.
I love to come for you.
Oh, look me in the eye, baby. You're doing really well, so I want to reward you. I want to train you. Here we go. Come for me. Come for me.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty bad. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Get ready for the next battle.
Okay, this guy's connection sucks. That's great. And he's a fucking asshole who won't cut his, like, skip his intro.
Fight.
Oh my god!
Round 2. Fight.
Great. Yeah, how do you like that? What? It fucking cancels your input?
KO.
Goddamn right.
Fight.
Ah! Fuck! My... Ah! What a load of shit!
Round 4. Fight.
Fucking asshole. Yes, don't skip your intro, thank you.
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight.
There we go.
Round 3. Fight.
What in the fuck? I don't know what the hell that was. That was just...
Round 4. Fight.
You gotta be shitting me. Oh my god, I can't believe it. I can't fucking believe it.
Final round. Fight.
There you go.
Get ready for the next battle.
How do you...
Get ready for the next battle.
Jin. At least it's not Devil Jin.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, great. Damn it.
Round
Great.
2. Fight.
Damn it. Motherfuck.
3. Fight.
Holy shit. Okay, whoa. Jin is way faster than Kazuya. Like, it's not even fucking funny. And he has way less recovery frames, it seems. Like, he's just a faster character. Like, by a long shot.
Round 1. Fight.
Man, I'm getting fucked.
Round 2. Fight.
What a load of fuck.
Round 3. Fight.
That is... Oh no! I don't know how I keep doing that.
You lose.
That's annoying. Like, every time you try to attack, he's just faster and...
Get ready for the next
like, you're just done. Like, every single one of his fucking combo streams is just faster than any fucking attack you can, like... That's stupid. Jin's broken. Like, he's too fast.
Get ready for the next battle.
Is that the same jackass I already fucking fought?
Ich werde meine Mutter rächen.
Yes, thank you for not skipping your intro, fuckface. There we go. No!
Okay, legen wir los. Nimm das. Dich mach ich fertig.
Round 2. Fight.
That's bullshit, I countered! I countered! Great.
Round 3. Fight.
Los, sei! Oh yeah!
Round 4. Fight.
Bullshit! Oh my god. Oh my god. Right. Ugh. What an asshole.
Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, you invited me? Let me just finish this match and then I'll join.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh boy. Oh man, I suck tonight.
Round 2. Fight.
Get fucked.
Round 3. Fight.
Great.
Round 4. Fight.
No! No! Oh my god! Fucking lock on is bullshit.
Fight.
There we go, I win. Fuck you. Alright. Let me... Why is it not letting me... There we go. Alright. Already.
Kazuya Mishima.
Maybe I shouldn't have
ready
chosen
for the
that
next
level,
battle.
now that I think about it.
Round 1. Fight.
Shit. No! Ah, fuck.
Round 2. Fight.
You know, I wonder if that one guy who was playing Jin was cheating, because this guy's like when I face you, your movements in general are slower. Like there's a very obvious difference. Oh boy. Oh no! No! Ah, god damn it. Alright, let's rematch. That guy who was playing Jin before, his movement speed was clearly faster. I'm not trolling. It was noticeably faster.
Fight.
I don't know if there's some kind of cheat or exploit that you can use in this game to make your movement speed faster, but that guy was clearly faster. Damn it. Fuck.
Round 2. Fight.
That's weird. I totally fucking... Damn it.
Round 3. Fight.
Shit. No. Oh god.
Nigga, you are so fucking trash at this motherfucking game, it's pathetic. You're such a
Yes.
fucking faggot, I swear, bro. You suck at RE4, Street Fighter, Call of Duty, Tekken. You are straight fucking garbage, and guess what? Ha ha ha, a Jurian right, a bitch nigga fag.
Fuck! Damn it. Well, I got one round. One.
Round one.
Thanks for the donation, I'm N-word. Fuck! Oh man, I might be in trouble here. Yes!
Round two. Fight.
Haha.
Round three. Fight.
You're cheating, those combo strings suck. Fuck you.
Fight.
Oh my god. Dude, like, are you fucking... It's just... I gotta choose stages where there aren't these stupid...
Fight.
Oh, well, I guess I'm dead now. Yeah, I'm dead. I lost the match. Yeah, I lost the match. There we go. Oh, now I'm really fucked. Yeah, there, I'm dead. Great. Man. I was close there. Can't say I wasn't close.
Round one. Fight.
Oh! I don't know why it did that. My monitor isn't OLED.
Fight.
So I'm confused. Does that special move thing that Jin does, is that like, for whatever reason when it stuns you, is that unblockable for just Jin? Because I can't block when he does that.
Round four. Fight.
I'll do one more match. Okay, one more. But I think after that, we're just done.
Round 1. Fight.
There we go.
Round 2. Fight.
You're on the ropes. You're on the ropes.
Fight.
Oh, finally got a fucking win. You didn't go easy on me, did you? I feel like you went easy on me. Let's do another fucking match.
Round 1. Fight.
Ah, shit. Well, I'm dead. There we go. Oh!
Round 2. Fight.
Dude, fuck these combo strings that Jin has. Like, they can suck my ass.
Fight.
I blocked that. I totally blocked that. Fuck you. Oh wow, what a load of ass. Alright, well good. Those are some good matches. At least I got one winning. It's 9:30. Let's keep watching some men's. Why in the fuck isn't this playing? Oh, that's great. Everything's frozen apparently. Okay, yeah, it's
Metabolic processes.
You act like he acts like he's a world-class fucking bodybuilder.
I will be. Once Ruby comes, people are going to be saying, this guy's one of the tops.
Get the fuck out of here.
Good. Keep saying it.
Mickey Mouse Ruby, congratulations.
Doesn't
You're a
matter.
top bodybuilder at a
It's
fucking
irregardless of what the show is. It's what the look's going to be.
Irregardless isn't a word, by the way.
It's what the looks.
Just focus on beating Dale.
Irregardless is not a fucking word.
Beating Dale requires me to be bigger than harder. Bigger and harder.
This is irregardless.
Bigger and harder. Why?
I already played Wukong. It's a shit game. It's one of the most overrated fucking games in history. Sucks ass, too easy, stupid, shit combat, floaty controls, bad gameplay, terrible level design. It just sucks, and everybody is giving it, like, fucking amazing reviews. I don't understand it. Like, even IGN gave it 8 out of 10, so realistically, it's really, like, a 6 out of 10 game. But everybody's giving it, like, you know, amazing reviews. I refunded it. It just sucks.
I invented the word.
Okay. You and Jason inventing the fucking...
People invented this day, this scam.
Will you get a spoon? You're
Michael King.
Use a spoon. You're dropping.
I didn't get some Freudian slip. You want me to spoon you?
Yeah, once you get that spoon so you can eat my asshole.
Another Freudian slip. I heard Pumps told me back in the day they used to call you Spoon Man.
He loves starting shit. He loves starting shit.
I love bringing shit up in the past that I seem to get to know.
You know what's funny too is when he did this video with that chick. He's calling her daughter, and say you're 13. These assholes don't realize he's doing that to fuck with them back. He's trolling because they had to say, oh, he's a pedo and all this. So of course he's going to do that more for you assholes. Just for the shock value, just so you know that you can't tell him what he can and can't fucking do.
Heaven forbid. Not only that, some of you cookie cutters, you let commercials tell you what to do, or cookie cutters tell you what to act. Like that one where I really want to puke when I see it.
Not the new Gillette one?
No, the one with the high school football players.
I know it. I know what you're talking about.
Hey. Yep. Going dancing before you get on a football field. Dancing. I got him.
You've seen it. They show it during the games.
I guarantee goddamn fucking anybody. If I guarantee you, and that's a new note too. If they knew they were going to play against me now, knowing what I know, that game would be a fucking miserable.
What the fuck are you doing?
I would
play with Leonard's
make a miserable experience.
Black Doc Martens.
What are you? That's exactly what you're eating.
A cat, and then they got. And two guys trained said they're gummy bear. And never say that because you can go out and get killed by a car in a second.
More? You go press your stomach up against the window next to the girls that move. They moved over here, you know.
Yeah, they were right over there. Probably not.
I think they are. They're so fucking fat and scared at the same time. Look, Tom, see if he'll get your cotton candy, that hawk up there, and take you away with it. 3:30.
Cool bird.
Look at those pecs and those delts.
Do you think human consciousness was a tragic misstep of evolution? No. Just, you know, being dumb.
Where's James Flex Lewis when I need him? What are you doing in Boca now, James? You at the Cheesecake Factory?
He's not eating this fucking slop.
Shoving crap down your gullet?
That's why he wins competitions. Doesn't look like that.
Yeah,
he's
I know.
Not eating at this shit.
If he stood next to me, he'd look like a gnat.
Are we done here?
We are done.
We're done, finally. You want to go terrorize some people at Walmart, Leonard?
Yeah, pumps. I want to show you what real women are.
Leave a pile of throw up behind my car. Ugh, I feel sick.
I said, who do you want to look like? He said, what's that fucking faggot's name that was on Saved by the Bell? Mario. Okay. I might almost do this. It's almost too funny. That's a porn dude. Imagine walking around 3XL. It's perfect. I'll wear it to Walmart and you can film it. The reactions. We'll do a reaction video. I'll come in all straight-faced. I love it.
Wear it to church.
That's a good thing. I'll wear it tomorrow. I love it. This is too good. Look, I love it. We got to do it. 3XL.
Just hold it up for them, Lenny.
Well, I'll do better than that.
Yeah, just wear it to the gym. It's fucking.
No, I'll wear it to Walmart.
You got something for
Janoy.
We'll leave that. Save that for him. Thanks, Mario.
That's too good. I love anal. This is ridiculous. I love anal. I never saw this shit. Lisa's on Cookie Cutter.
Mario had to send me something alcohol related, of course. Thanks, Matt.
I'm gonna look huge in it. It's hard to keep a straight face. I love you.
I don't know if I'd walk around in a shirt like that.
Are you okay?
No, you shot me!
Oh, God! Are you okay?
Oh,
Johnny, you got shot! Sorry, man. I didn't know it was you. Come here. Come here, Jacob.
Those were moments after cops shot their partners. Let's start with the most tragic one.
Jacob, man, are you there, bro? I thought you were a bad guy.
On January 9th, 2015, a drug sting at a McDonald's parking lot in Albuquerque was set up to handle a $60 meth deal under.
Oh my god. Dude, he shot his partner over $60 worth of meth.
Undercover officers Jacob Grant and Detective Holly Garcia were
How stupid do you have to be? Like, oh my god, dude. $60 to, like, kill somebody.
in position, but chaos ensued when Lieutenant Greg Brachel, who had missed the briefing, mistakenly intercepted the operation.
Hands up! Hands up! Passenger, get your hands up! Put your hands where I can see them! Put your hands where I can see them! Good! 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 Get out! Holly, back out! Holly, back out! Holly, back out! Oh, that was Jacob! Me! Come to me! Are you okay? No. Come on out, dude! Come on! I'm sorry, man! I didn't know it was you! Come here! Come here, Jacob! Jacob! You been shot!
Dude, what a retard.
You're good. You're Jacob! Get one of them. Jacob! Jacob, man, are you there, bro?
This was all over $60 worth of meth. Thank you for this. Like, just bravo.
Lieutenant Brachel mistakenly identified Officer Jacob Grant as a suspect, believing Grant was a threat. Brachel fired multiple shots, hitting him 8 times. However, Jacob Grant received immediate medical treatment from fellow officers and was hospitalized, while an internal investigation led to Lieutenant Greg Brachel's retirement and a $6.5 million lawsuit settlement for Grant, including lifetime medical coverage and disability retirement. In the next case, the officer took one of the riskiest shots of his career, but missed and accidentally hit his partner.
Are you okay?
Oh. That is just incredible, dude. These people are so stupid. So he tried to shoot a dog. One-handed. He missed, hit his partner. Like, worst case scenario, the dog bites his partner. He can just walk up and shoot the dog. So he can't miss. But yeah, I'll just risk shooting a fucking person.
Okay? No, you shot me! Oh, God! Are you okay? Oh, fuck!
On July 5th, 2022, deputies were called to execute a warrant for a suspect on identity theft and forgery charges in Knoxville, Tennessee. During the operation, a critical incident involving Deputy Lydia Driver, Deputy Jordan Hurst, and a dangerous pit bull unfolded.
Hey, Dwayne, is this dog friendly? Okay. What I need you to do is put him up for me, okay? Okay. Can you put him up? I know he's probably friendly, but I know we're strangers and...
The officer was cautious when he first saw the dog, but he continued with his task. However, nothing could have prepared him for what was about to happen.
Charlie 21.
Hey! What's your dog? Don't shoot my dog! No, don't shoot my dog! Oh, fuck! Watch out, watch out, watch out! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Watch out! Are you okay?
One-handed in the dark without aiming, he thought that was a good idea.
No, you shot me!
Oh god! Are you okay?
No, man!
Oh fuck! Echo 7, 1081.
Oh my god!
No, 1081! Echo 7, 1081.
The officer missed the dog and accidentally shot his partner in the leg. In the panic, he failed to provide immediate first aid. However, he did try to stay calm, and thankfully, a second officer arrived quickly to provide emergency assistance.
Are you okay?
Charlie, we started 47.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Are you okay?
Just keep her talking. Keep her talking, Jordan. Liddy, you're gonna be fine. You're gonna have a hell of a story here.
No.
Just keep her talking, Jordan.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I don't know.
You're gonna be good. You're gonna be okay. You'll be just fine.
Everything's so hot. No, my leg.
Shortly after, Deputy Lydia Driver received emergency surgery and recovered in intensive care. The deputy who fired the shot was placed on paid administrative leave. The dog involved was taken by animal control for evaluation and quarantine. The officer in the upcoming case struck a fellow officer so hard that it sent him flying across the street. On October 13th, 2023, in Sun Valley, Los Angeles, officers
How do you do that?
were in pursuit of a stolen black pickup truck. As the chase came to a chaotic end near Cavello Street in
He
Hollywood
literally,
Way,
like, the guy's right there and he just ran into him.
an unexpected turn of events put his fellow officer in danger.
Turn comes to next one. Shot 609. You got that guy running from the vehicle?
Oh, I should go to the officer.
Not long after the officer was struck, first responders quickly arrived on
Dude.
the scene, and the injured officer was able to get back on his
These cops are so stupid.
feet before being taken to the hospital for further treatment. Meanwhile, the LAPD initiated an internal investigation to determine how the situation unfolded during the pursuit. In the next case, the officer accidentally shot his colleague while attempting to escape.
Hey!
On January 8, 2019, officers in Lafayette, Indiana were dispatched to locate a wanted suspect on an outstanding
Holy
warrant
shit.
for a criminal mischief case.
Yeah,
What
they're like
began as a
GTA
routine
cops.
search quickly spiraled into a crisis far beyond their worst fears.
Copy, we're being given consent to go inside and we'll be inside. You just want to step right over there, hon, and we'll be right back. We're clear in here. Yeah, good. Hey, watch that dog. Maybe you ought to hold there and make sure you don't get out. Just if it starts getting out, just put your foot up like that. It's okay.
The officers searched the apartment for the suspect, but only found the owner's agitated dog barking loudly. They thought the dog was safely contained in its cage, not realizing the trouble it was about to cause.
We're clear. Yeah, I mean, let's check for this out. Hey! Oh. What happened? What happened?
Medic Singleton. Medic Singleton.
No trigger discipline whatsoever.
What happened?
Do you have your taser out?
Where are you?
Where are you shot? Hey, relax. Did you have your taser out?
The dog escaped its cage and lunged at Officer Aaron Wright from behind. In the chaos, Wright accidentally fired his weapon, hitting Officer Lane Butler in the shoulder. But Officer Wright acted quickly to assist her. He ran 2 blocks to flag down another police car, which then rushed to the scene.
Get her in here. We're taking her to the hospital right now. Open it. We're taking her right to the hospital ourselves. Get in. Slide over, baby. Hang on, door, go! Pressure, set up, baby. Pressure.
Guys.
Hey, baby.
Wow, these cops are absolute fucking babies. Imagine being that much of a bitch that you freak out that a dog got out of his cage, that you shoot somebody else by accident. And then when they get shot, she was just shot in the shoulder, she's fine, she can walk, and they're like, oh my god, we gotta go to the hospital, quick, hurry, Like, wow, absolute babies.
Baby, look at me. Wait.
Ambulance, guys.
Ambulance, stop here. Get us out. What happened?
Following the incident, Officer Lane Butler was hospitalized in stable condition. The department ruled the shooting accidental, and Officer Wright faced no disciplinary action. Officer Butler made a full recovery and returned to her job after 3 months. In the next case, the suspect gave the police such a hard time that an officer knew he was shot, but didn't realize when it happened.
I just got shot. Hey, 10-1, 10-1. My partner shot 10-1.
On July 24th, 2023, Chicago police were called to address a trespassing complaint. As officers responded to the scene, they encountered a black sedan driven by Deontay Johnson, who tried to flee the scene after striking a police vehicle.
Get out of the car! Get out of the car! Get out of the car! Shots fired by police! Hey, stop! Whoa! Stop! Do not move! Do not move! Watch the crossfire! I just got shot!
Yeah, either that guy or that guy shot him.
I just got shot! Hey! 10-1! My partner shot 10-1! It's okay. I didn't shoot. No, it's okay. It's okay. I know you didn't. We got shots fired. I need more units over that bastard. 10-1, give me some more officers, and now!
The officer was struck in the left hand and treated for non-life-threatening injuries at the University of Chicago Hospital. In December 2021, a dramatic police incident unfolded in Burton, Michigan. Officers were dispatched to respond to a 911 call reporting a man shooting a pistol at a house near Bristol Road. As they pursued the suspect, the situation turned into a deadly confrontation, and the events that took place left a lasting impact on everyone involved.
I got him! He's hit! Get the fuck down! Where you at? My legs. Okay. My legs and my right ankle. 13 for status. Sir, get back! Get back! Get in the house! 11. Where you at?
After Officer Monroe fired his shots, he realized he had accidentally hit Officer Christie, who was critically injured. While tending to Christie, Monroe noticed Deputy Fating also critically wounded. Fating had been shot by the suspect, Brendan Patrick Pinkston, who fired at him after Facting lifted a fallen fence that had landed on Pinkston, pinning him to the ground. Facting was hit twice, once in the chest and once in his magazine pouch.
Hit him! Hit him! Where you hit?
Barnes, north of Connell, turn right on Connell, eastbound on Connell.
He's hit hard! I got it. Open it.
You got it?
Yes. Dalton's hit. The paramedic is hit. Oh, shit. You with me, buddy? You with me? Just keep breathing. Just keep fucking breathing. Get him in my fucking car. Let's go. Can I sit up? Let's go.
I actually thought that was a girl for a second.
Roll it. Just keep hanging on, bro. Right here. Yep, right there. Get him! Get him! Get him!
Both Officer Christie and Deputy Facting survived their injuries. Christie was shot 7 times and took about a year off before returning to work. Facting, who was shot twice, spent 9 days in intensive care before resuming duty. The suspect, Brendan Patrick Pinkston, was pronounced dead at the scene after being shot multiple times. In the following case, a drunk FBI agent went on a rampage and shot at police officers.
Get cover! Get cover!
Wow. A fucking FBI agent getting drunk and shooting at cops.
December 6, 2016, Grand Rapids police responded to reports
fired.
of a man waving a firearm at a gym. What they didn't realize was that this individual would turn out to be someone unexpected.
Get cover! Get cover!
Give me this one.
Shield right here.
Oh no! I'm so sorry, sir. I am so sorry, sir.
Secured. Empty. He's got a badge.
I will not hurt you, sir.
Federal Bureau of... He's an FBI agent.
FBI agent, sir. I will not hurt you, sir. Believe me, sir. Thank you and your man. Sir. Sir. Thank you and your man for doing the right thing.
The man was identified as FBI agent Ruben Hernandez, who was arrested after firing multiple shots at the police officers. Hernandez was clearly under the influence of alcohol at the time.
I'm so sorry. I should have never left my family.
You what?
I should have never left my family. Can you get me out of here, ma'am? I've never been here, ma'am.
This is insane.
I wish I never was here, ma'am.
All units still on scene. Unit to DT on this building.
Please get me back home to my kids, my family. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Who do you work for, sir?
I work for the FBI, ma'am.
FBI?
Yes, ma'am. Fortunately, I'm so embarrassed.
You work for the FBI?
Yes, ma'am. I'm an FBI agent.
Where? Out of Grand Rapids or where?
No, ma'am. Out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Out of Las Vegas Division. I feel like
What division?
Las Vegas, ma'am.
Okay, what do you do for them?
Trabajo. Crime. Financial crimes. O si no, crime. Financial division, ma'am.
The incident resulted in Hernandez being charged with assault with intent to commit great bodily harm, among other charges. In court, Hernandez accepted a plea deal and was sentenced to more than 4 months in jail, followed by...
Whoa. Wow. That is what you call institutional privilege. If a fucking random black dude off the street fucking shot at cops, they'd either be dead or they're getting like 5 years in prison minimum. Like, you've got to be kidding me. 4 months?
By probation. The incident effectively ended his career with the FBI, and he was dismissed from the agency shortly after the event. In the next case, an officer was terminated after he aimed his gun at another officer and attempted to arrest him for not following orders.
I'll be honest with you, this is the first time I've ever dealt with this. I've been on for 13 years. I've never had a security guard pull a gun on another officer.
On May 31st, 2019, Lucas County Sheriff's Deputy Alan Gaston visited an IRS office in Toledo, Ohio, to ask about a letter he received. However, that visit turned into a life-threatening situation when security guard Seth Eklund ordered Gaston, in full uniform, to leave his service weapon in the car. When Gaston refused, Eklund drew his gun. A 911 call directed officers to the scene, but failed to mention that the armed individual was a uniformed deputy.
What are your thoughts on Thomas Stilauer? He's very popular in the health industry.
He is a stupid lying retard, and more than, like, I'd say 90% of what he says is just total bullshit. Thanks for the donation, Fuyu.
How you doing? So, I stopped up here to ask a question about...
Gentlemen, I need to talk to you before he talks to you.
We're right here. Okay, again, I stopped up to ask a question. If you want to pull aside, that's fine. I stopped up to ask a question about some tax situation. When I walked in, he said, if you're up here on official business, I said no. He said, well, you can't leave your weapon up here. You're going to have to take everything off. I said, well, do you have a locker? He said, no, we don't. You're going to have to take it to the car. And I said, well, I have been up here once before.
310, you can have the air.
And they never said, nah. So another gentleman stood up and said, hey, you got to do what he says or you're being disruptive, I believe he said.
I wasn't here.
No, I'm just saying. I said, okay. And I said, that's fine. I just said, but there's no lock, and this is what I'm doing.
He still got his gun.
And there's film to see, and he goes, get your hands off your gun. I said, get your hands off your weapon. I said, I don't have my hands on my weapon. He immediately goes and he draws his weapon out, points it at me. I said, what is wrong with you? And I said, I'm leaving. Yeah. He follows me out. He said, it's too late now. You're going in cuffs. So he follows me around the corner here. And I said, you need to go back inside. I hit the elevator to get off. He said, no. He said, no, you're not getting on.
Security guard Seth Eklund
Yeah, that guy got fired. Like, what a retard.
Was not arrested after the incident, but was charged with aggravated menacing. He pleaded not guilty and was fired from his job. Deputy Alan Gaston later filed a civil lawsuit seeking damages for emotional distress and lost wages. If you enjoy videos like this, please like.
Well, those were all very, very dumb.
To be reviewing a video about unschooling your children.
School, homework, detention, swirlies. There are lots of reasons why someone may not want to put their kids in a typical schooling environment. And there are lots of reasons why kids...
Schools are a prison for children, nothing else.
By the way, this guy committed a mass stabbing at his high school. He stabbed 3 students, and then he ran home, and supposedly he tried to kill himself, but he was too much of a bitch to actually cut the knife deep enough. And the police found him with cuts around his wrist. So, yeah. Maybe you do want to homeschool your kids so they don't run into somebody like Sv3rige.
themselves hate school, especially if they live in the U.S. Maybe not the worst education system in the world, but we sure are gunning for it. For all those reasons, it can make sense that someone may want to try out alternative schooling methods, the most popular being probably online schooling, which is something that a lot of people became familiar with in 2020. With online assignments and Zoom classes, it makes pretending to do algebra while playing Animal Crossing much easier. Then, of course, you have homeschooling, where your parents get to decide whether you're a dumb kid with no friends or a smart kid with no friends.
She's saying that you won't have any friends if you don't go to school. Firstly, it's not as if you really actually have friends just because you meet random people at the prison. Secondly, you can eat.
Okay, this confirms it. Sv3rige has never had any friends. He is a loner loser who nobody likes. By the way, everybody who's actually dealt with Sv3rige says he's a complete fucking asshole. People who are fans of his, who they let him stay at their apartment, they all say he's a fucking dickhead. They're letting him stay in his apartment for free, but he ends up acting like he owns the place, making a ton of demands. Entitled shithead. So, yeah, this guy's never had any fucking friends.
Easily go outside just like any kid and socialize with other children. Why would you not have friends if you don't go to school? That's a stupid argument.
Recently, I found out there's a third option.
So we don't teach our children anything. Everything that they learn.
Of course, she takes her as an example because she doesn't appear to be credible because of those tattoos, especially the face tattoos. But what she said isn't exactly wrong. If she's referring to not forcing your children to learn anything, without exaggerating, 95% of what I learned in school was useless.
How come the most ignorant people are the most popular in the health and fitness industry? These people spew the most bogus advice ever and they make a ton of money.
Well, that's just how it is. People who make actually good educational content, they don't get promoted in the algorithm, and people who say the dumbest, most retarded shit, they're the ones who get promoted. Thanks for the donation, though, Fuyu.
I never needed it in my life. It was super boring. I hated being there because of how useless it was. 95% of what the teachers told me was pointless, and I knew it back then. I even told the teachers, actually, that I know that I will never need any of this, especially when it comes to mathematics. It was the most useless subject there was. History also.
Math is probably the most useful and important subject. Like, most jobs don't really require great language skills. I mean, like, unless you're going to be a writer, journalist, something like that. Maybe a paralegal, lawyer, stuff like that. But most high-paying jobs do require, at least pretty decent math skills. So, no, math is one of the most important subjects. Like, this is a guy who literally just begs for money online, and he's like, I always knew school was going to be worthless because I could just ask for money and people would give me money, so why would I work like a slave? Like, it's just so retarded.
So, the history is fake anyway. The victors write the history. Who cares what they write?
In response to either their interests or their questions. We have no curriculum, we have no...
Yes, exactly. You should respond to what they are interested in. In nature, you would teach your children how to survive. Nowadays, you can argue that that's not really necessary, although I believe that every child...
By the way, Sv3rige said he encourages parents to rape their own children. So he would know a lot about parenting. Would you rather your content be critically acclaimed but flop, or popular but shit content? Probably critically acclaimed but flop.
Human in general should learn about this.
No school hours. We really just respond whenever they want to know something and do our best to make sure they...
Yes, exactly. You respond to the natural curiosity of children. If they are not interested in math, then they should not learn it. You don't need to understand how to combine man-made symbols on a man-made paper. It's completely meaningless. It's incredibly boring for a human being.
He says this while using, a platform that required a high degree of math skills to actually create. So, yeah. The guy relies on educated people for his well-being while claiming being well-educated is a waste of time.
In general, because it's just so unnatural. It's so meaningless.
Really get it?
Free schooling or unschooling is like a branch of homeschooling minus the schooling. This website says...
Let's see. S. Donate $2. Thoughts on Black Ops 6 beta? How's training dieting been going? I haven't played the beta, so I don't know. Training and dieting's been going good. I just finished a back and biceps workout today. Thanks for the donation, S.
It's an educational philosophy that relies on a kid's innate curiosity and desire to learn. In families that practice unschooling, students do not attend school and do not follow any set homeschool curriculum. So they typically don't have any courses. They just go about their day, and if the kid happens to ask a question like, hey, what's math? Then the parent would explain it and try to teach in the moment, which relies on the kid to ask...
Yes, but the kid doesn't want to learn math. Anyway, it seems like a great way to school your children. It seems pretty natural, actually. Great. If any parents like this are watching this video, I salute you.
Really good, insightful questions all the time, which they usually
This
do.
guy's
Mom, why is my
retarded.
booger purple? Also, during which year did the French Revolution end? And she goes on to...
Yeah, except that no kid on Earth and no adult on Earth cares about the French Revolution. Naturally, there is no history, there is no past or future. Humans only live in the moment. And again, seeing as the victors write the history, even if you are curious about it, you're going to be
So first of all, historians write history. And, he thinks knowing history is not important. Like, imagine if we lived in a society where we didn't know the Holocaust ever happened, or we didn't know about the American Civil War, or the Native American genocide, or like any of these really important events in history. Like, this is just insane.
Reading lies anyway.
Show us an example of the unschooling her son has been doing.
My son's 6, and it took some patience and not comparing myself to other moms, but this is his book. Look at this. Lamp, egg, jar, lion. This is him doing this by himself.
So her son is 6 years old, and this is seemingly the first time he's ever written words down. All of the top comments are pointing out that this isn't very advanced for a 6-year-old.
Yes, and what does it matter? Wait, let's go back to the comments. We'll see what they say.
What does it matter if your child can read or write?
This is such a disservice to the child. Holy hell, he should be further than this at 6. Further at reading and writing man-made symbols, which no human being in nature does. That's a disservice.
He literally thinks children should not learn how to read or write.
Service? Why? Why would a human need to do it at all? I get it that in the slave system, you need to do it sort of to survive, although you don't really, but it's easier to be able to read and write. But naturally, no purpose whatsoever. Doesn't have anything to do with a natural life.
What a whack
You're crippling
job.
your children. That's crazy exaggerated. Crippling. You can't use that word whatsoever in this case. It's fine if you want to keep them ignorant and at home forever. Personally, I want better for my kids. You want better by sending them to prison. Nice. This isn't free learning or unschooling. It's just neglect. I don't know what she means or he. By public education may not be the answer. You gotta do better than this. This is such a disservice to your kids. Son, egg, you look how bright my son is. She's simply showing you that he did it out of his own interest. Maybe he watched TV or whatever. He saw the word and he wrote it himself. That's really her point. Man, that's impressive. Imagine he would be capable of, if he was given the opportunity of being taught by professionals who brainwash your children and make them sit in a chair for whatever, 7, 8, 9 hours a day, depending on which country you're in. In some places, it's even worse. You destroy your back, you become an obedient slave who listens to authority. You learn something that you will never need in your life, just so that you can never think for yourself again. Because if you keep listening and repeating, and just listening to authority, then you can't think for yourself whatsoever.
This is coming from the guy whose entire belief and worldview comes from Sojourner Vonderplants. Like he just listened to what somebody else told him and believed it and went with it.
Anymore, because anytime you question your teacher, she or he will tell you to shut up because they know the best. Whereas the teacher should be telling the children to always question them because they may be wrong, but they say the so-called opposite of that. They always tell them to just listen and repeat. It's horrible. School is horrible for so many different reasons.
Out that this isn't very.
So is this why he stabbed 3 kids at his high school? I'm tired of sitting in a chair and my back hurts, so now I'm going to stab you all and kill myself? Oh no, maybe I should have studied in school how to kill myself. I didn't know how to do it good. Now the police are going to arrest me. Damn it.
Very advanced for a 6-year-old. And I don't have a way to gauge whether it is or not, so I asked my mom, who homeschooled 5 kids. She said, well, there are way too many factors to consider. Are they a first child?
Now
Sojourner Vonderplants was a guy who believed that the natural human diet is just raw meat, and he ate raw meat like a retard. He ended up dying from falling off a balcony in Thailand. And Sv3rige heard of this guy and then just followed all of his stupid, dumb ideas.
That I think about it, at 6, I must have still been in kindergarten, most likely. Then I started going to school. And we didn't learn how to write and read in kindergarten. I don't know if that's what they do in kindergartens today, but we didn't do that whatsoever. We just played all day, basically. Yeah.
Isn't 6 years old like grade 1? Let me see. US age grade. Yeah, first grade is age 6 to 7. That's not fucking kindergarten.
I'm sure that that's how kindergartens used to be a few decades ago.
He's in Latvia. That's where he grew up. Latvia age grade. This is college. I don't think that's it. The fuck is this? Why can't I just... Grade 1, 6 to 7. Grade 2, 7 to 8. So it's the same in Latvia. So either Sv3rige is an idiot and he just can't remember when, like, what age he went to school, or, and this is quite likely, this is highly possible, he has mental disabilities and his parents held him back for a couple years, and he went into school older, hoping that a more mature brain he'd be able to keep up with other students.
Which means that I didn't know how to write any kind of word at all when I was 6, 7. That was normal in Eastern Europe. Nobody there learned anything up until they start going to school. Yeah, then you start learning how to write and read.
Well, Mom, is their birthday at the end.
I knew how to read when I was very fucking young. My mom would read to me, and this is how I learned how to read. My mom would read to me, and she'd have the book open, and we'd be laying right next to each other in bed, and she would be reading the page, and I'd follow each word she was reading, and I just learned to read that way. I would follow along each word, and then I learned what each word, meant, and that's how I learned to read. I don't think my parents realized that I even knew how to read, because they would just read to me, and that was easier for me. But yeah, I knew how to read at a very young age, like probably around 4 or 5. I could pretty much read any book.
End of the year, then wrong there.
I'm just saying, that kid actually could write better.
Son Goku donated $2. Let me see.
Can you guess where I'm from? I think.
Can you say it again?
Can you guess where I am from?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you guess where I'm from?
Your mama's vagina?
I'm telling you, bro. I knew it.
That's not funny. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Than me, because I didn't write anything whatsoever until I started going to school. Didn't change anything about my life. What does it matter? As far as I remember, I was a pretty super happy kid. My life was great.
He was a happy kid. That's why he committed a mass stabbing at his high school.
My big fear about free schooling was that if my kids only went towards what they were interested in, saving all of their real estate only for things they're interested in, not cramming it with anything necessary, I was concerned that they would never be interested in things like reading and writing and math.
To counter this fear, have you tried teaching them reading and writing and math? It's really good for kids to learn at this age, and he clearly wants to. If you don't make an actual plan to educate them now, this is the level that they're going to stay at. The motivation is only going to decrease. Hey, Timmy, you want to learn about the alphabet now? Timmy, it's not cute anymore.
Yes, exactly, because you need to force the children at a young age to learn that, because naturally no human has an interest in learning how to write and read man-made letters, these symbols. You have to force.
And Mendham said they taught them different casualty numbers of the Holocaust. And Mendham's a fucking idiot. And Mendham's a Holocaust denier, or if you want to be more specific, a revisionist, but he's a Holocaust denier. Either he's lying, which is very likely because he's an idiot, or he just had really stupid teachers, which is also highly likely since he got his education in the United States.
Everybody. It's impossible for you to naturally have any interest whatsoever in man-made symbols. It's just impossible because of how unnatural it is. Just because no human in nature writes or reads.
Mom, what's 7 plus 5? It will come at the right time.
Why does she pause like this? The stare that she does is so scary. If my mom looked at me like this after I asked a math question, I would never ask one again. But maybe this is a one-off. Maybe she was just really excited, and typically she does turn questions like this into a teaching moment.
When you say that somebody's bad energy and you don't like them because they're bad energy, what you're really saying is that they remind you of yourself.
What if that was a teaching moment? What if they were about to ask what trigonometry is? While she doesn't push her kids to learn things like reading and writing, she does make sure to give lessons on the really essential things.
There was a god named Kronos, and he was so afraid that one of his babies was going to take over his kingdom that he said, every time one of my sons is born, I'm going to eat that. I'm going to eat my own son.
Learning the ABC. No, we're too busy learning about cannibalistic deities. It's more important, and Kronos is really cool. He kinda aged. The child is asking questions here, but mostly because he doesn't know what the fuck is going on.
Why is he gonna eat his own sword?
Because that's the nature of chronological or Kronos time.
Ma'am, this child is not learning anything from what you just said. Even if this kid understood what that answer meant, it wouldn't be an answer, because her answer was that's just the nature of chronological time. Just because it does, that's how it is. You can tell he's completely lost, but it doesn't matter.
Fragile Donatillers was driving today and tried to switch lanes because a tailgater was on my ass. When I tried to switch, he cut me off, no blinker, so I had to go back to the left lane just to slightly rear-end somebody. There was no damage, but she claims her back was hurting. Yeah, sure. That's a cool story. Well, that's fucking people for you. Thanks for the donation, Fragile.
Day one of unschooling, and I've got my kids helping me to clean the car out. Teaching them hard work, taking care of the things that you love, that you need, but also cleaning the car clean.
Oh, so like chores. You're educating them by having them do regular house chores. You can't claim that...
Technically, though, that's a lot more normal. If you would need to take care of your shelter in nature, then of course the children would help. And children in general really like...
Bullshit, I already said it was an atrocity. I already said he keeps calling it an atrocity. He's a Holocaust denier. He doesn't believe the Nazis actually deliberately orchestrated the Holocaust. So by definition, he'd be a Holocaust denier.
To do that. More so girls, from my experience, they always love to help with making things tidy, cleaning up. It's just something naturally in them that wants to do it. It's just my experience.
She also claims that going to the grocery store qualifies as an unschooling lesson.
Now they're going to go grocery shopping with me, and we're going to learn about reading labels. We're going to learn about math and money. When you're buying groceries, you need to make sure that the quality of it is good. So turn it over. See the prices on them right here? You typically want to make sure that you pick the lowest price.
These are just regular life skills that you should be teaching your kid, whether they're...
It's as if she's teaching them how to survive in the slave system. Still, a lot more useful than anything you learn in school. It's pretty cool that they can do this.
Okay, so first we're going to go to the park, okay? And then
That's what Americans do the best on this earth. Americans are the fakest, most two-faced people on earth. Maybe you won't be.
how to socialize, how to be social, how to interact with people socially.
I also used the word before. You don't want to be. You need to go to school to meet other children, which
ways you could teach your child how to be social.
I don't think Sv3rige understands that, especially in areas like the US, you may be literally the only child living within a given neighborhood. So, yeah, you kind of need school to be able to socialize with other kids.
Take them on grocery shopping trips. Take them to go to the zoo and teach them how to talk to people. Lead by example.
I had no idea that going to the grocery
or go to a playground that's also full of kids.
Store was so beneficial. It's a math.
Fragile donated $2. If she and her friend claim to have back issues after slightly tapping her, am I cooked after she files a claim on my insurance? No. Man, people over here in Atlanta drive like morons, dude, and even after slamming my brakes, I couldn't stop fully, lol, fuck man. They're clearly both lying. So, if they try to file a claim and say, I need disability pay or some bullshit, I don't think it's very likely that they're going to get any money. Thanks for the donation, though, Fragile.
Math lesson, it's a social visit. It's kind of a one-stop shop, I guess.
When you send your kid to a classroom for 8 hours a day, that is outside influences impacting your child, because what they're going to learn isn't just coming from you. Beliefs that they're going to have aren't just coming from you.
Isn't that
Yes, exactly. Everything that you learn as a child should come from your parents, your family, as a
Oh, Sv3rige is very fucking stupid.
Super cringe. So SatanCon happened, I made a video on it, it was super cringe. Like literally one of the most cringy things that I've ever seen. I mean, how gullible do you have to be to actually show up to these events? Of his videos, he's to be anti-
This guy's annoying and fucking, I hate his face. Alright, I think I'm gonna head to bed now. Been streaming for 8 hours. But what will you do, USA road trip cross country, when I win the lottery? But hope you guys had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I'm gonna sleep, and then tomorrow it'll, you know, be the same thing all over again. Probably gonna do an afternoon stream again. Don't have to train tomorrow, so I'll see you all then, and sweet dreams, everyone.